Coming Home to the Top of Main Street. A sweet small-town romance. A Nestled Hollow romance. Written by Meg Easton. Narrated by Liz Crane. 1. Joselyn. Joselyn Zimmerman walked through the packed snow in Snowdrift Springs Park as the last of sunset faded away, looking at all the ice sculptures lit by brilliant, colorful lights. She had forgotten how much she loved snuggling up in warm clothes, breathing the crisp mountain air, being surrounded by family, and taking in all the beautiful, ephemeral pieces of art. She'd seen dragons, a couple dancing, a castle, a mountain lion, a person skiing, and her favorite, a family laughing together on a couch, all made of ice. "It's been too long since I've been able to come to this event," Joselyn said to her sister Macy and her sister-in-law Hannah. "I miss Nestled Hollow." "You know what the cure to that is?" Hannah said. "Move back." "And make that hour and 20-minute drive each way to go to work each day?" Joselyn asked. "No thanks." The Fire and Ice Festival was always in late January, which was usually too soon after Christmas for her to be able to take off work again to visit Nestled Hollow. But this year, the financial software company she worked for had all hands on deck for the rolling out of their new app on January 1st. And since they required them to be there on days they'd normally have off, they gave them some free days as compensation, and she jumped at the opportunity to come to the festival. "So quit your job, then move back," Hannah said as she crouched down to put 1-year-old Jason's mitten back on him for the 10th time, while her 3-year-old Drew attempted to be a little too helpful. "You should," Macy said. "You always say that the day job's killing off your creativity." Macy's smile was a little too amused. As her sister, she knew what Hannah hadn't seemed to get yet, that Joselyn never did anything without a detailed plan first. So Macy was joining Hannah in trying to convince Joselyn purely for the sport of it. "It is." Joselyn looked toward the next sculpture on the path around the park. The last one. "I got my MBA so I could start my own business, not so I could work for a huge corporation." "All I'm hearing," Hannah said, "are more reasons to quit and move back. These little guys would love to have their aunt closer." "I can't," Joselyn said. "It's the pay keeping me there. It's like golden handcuffs. And I figure if I can't be running my own business, I might as well be making the money I'm going to use to one day fund it." The spreadsheet in her brain sent out a wave of dopamine-filled contentment every time she added more money to her future business account. They stopped in front of the last ice sculpture, a campfire, the logs and fire cut completely out of ice, an orange flickering light at its base making the flames seem alive. Next to the fire was an ice person sitting on a stump, bundled up in winter clothing, holding a marshmallow on a stick over the fire itself. A blue light shone on the camper, and together with the orange light on the fire made the piece perfect for the Fire and Ice Festival. "So why don't you just start your own business already?" Hannah asked. "You know all that you can possibly know without actually doing it. I'm pretty sure you have the spreadsheet to prove it." "I know everything except what kind of business to have," Joselyn said as they stood around the ice campfire, admiring the way the artist had carved the flames in a way that looked so real, while being made out of a material that was virtually the exact opposite of fire. "I'm not like you two." She motioned at Macy. "I didn't know I wanted to start pause and relax at age 17. And Hannah, how old were you when you knew you wanted to go to cosmetology school and be working on Main Street by age 19? Hannah shrugged. "I don't know. I just decided I wanted to do it and then I did it. Don't let a little detail like not knowing what business to open stop you. Just choose one." Joselyn shook her head at how ridiculous that idea sounded. Just choose one. Like all that was required to be successful was to open her spreadsheet of possible businesses, close her eyes, and pick one. The day job funded everything, but ever since Joselyn was old enough to get a job at 16, she'd always had a night job, too. She worked every part-time job imaginable, trying each one on for size, hoping it'd help her to figure out what business she wanted to run. She recorded all the details for each one in a spreadsheet and figured that eventually the spreadsheet would lead the way. But after 11 years of working in small businesses, she was no closer to an answer. Joselyn looked across the sea of ice sculptures with their colorful lights spread around the park. That's not how it works, at least not if you want to be successful.
Look, Mama,
Drew said, pulling on Hannah's coat sleeve.
That's where the hot chocolate and ice cream and Daddy is.
Joselyn laughed as the 3-year-old led them all toward the arches that every year towered over each of 2 booths. One said fire at the top and had flames dancing up the sides of the arch, and the other said ice and looked like interwoven icicles clung to it. Hannah looked up at the fire booth, then turned to Joselyn. Maybe you need a fire under you to get you to choose. A fire, Joselyn said, like she wanted something forcing her into making a decision. Macy nodded. I agree. Joselyn's head whipped to her sister. You do? Macy was the one who always understood her. She thought Joselyn should be pushed? Oh, come on. You might be in this holding pattern your entire life if something doesn't come along and make you choose. Hannah nodded. One day you'll be old and gray and you'll shuffle over to your recliner, cane thunking the ground with each step. You'll gather your grandkids all around and say, your voice all shaky from age, let me tell you the story about how I wish I would have started my own business back when I was your age, instead of just gathering all the skills and never putting them to use. Hey, Joselyn said, the situation isn't that extreme. It might be, though. Hannah shrugged. But I can help with that. You can? As wary as she was, Joselyn found a little bit of hope creeping in with her statement. After. Hannah motioned to the arches. Under the fire arch, Tori, who owned Love a Latte, the coffee shop in town, was serving a line of people. Her sign said their choices of drink were spearmint hot chocolate and spiced apple cider. With as cold as it was outside, both sounded amazing. But under the ice arch, Joselyn's brother Everett and his best friend Marcus caught her attention, and she headed toward that booth. Daddy! Drew shouted as he raced to Everett, who was standing next to Marcus behind the folding table. Everett picked Drew up and started showing him both ice cream flavors. Joselyn watched Marcus as he scooped ice cream for the family at the front of the line, his broad shoulders and the muscles in those strong arms flexing as he pressed the scoop against the hard ice cream in the bucket, an ever-present smile on his face. It had been more than a decade since she and Marcus had snuck behind almost everyone's back in high school and dated. When they broke up and he disappeared for 2 months, she had to act normally around her family while nursing a broken heart worse than anything she'd experienced since. But knowing they'd see each other every time her family got together and a million times in between when he was hanging out with one or both of her twin brothers, she and Marcus got past any feelings they had for each other and had agreed upon a truce years ago. With as great as he was looking now that he was in his late 20s, it was a good thing she was past those feelings, or she could find herself in that same position again. The hot chocolate ice cream with marshmallows and salted caramel swirls is the obvious choice, Macy said as she looked at the sign by the booth. But I don't know. That blue ice cream with the Oreos has me intrigued. I'm freezing, Hannah said as she gathered her toddler into her arms. You two go ahead and be crazy with your frozen food while you're outside in the freezing cold. I'm going to get some of Tori's nice warm spiced apple cider. When it was Joselyn's and Macy's turn at the front of the line, Marcus greeted them with a broad smile that made it feel like he was thrilled to see them. It was how the man greeted every living thing, but it still always made Joselyn smile. Ladies, lovely to see you today. The spicy hot ice cream or keeping it cool? I see you're keeping it cool, Joselyn said. Forget your coat again? Marcus's booming laugh sounded across the park. He held up one arm like he was showing off a bicep muscle and said, Remember, I've got lava in my bone marrow. But you better not let my mom see you out here without a coat, Macy said. You know what she'll say. Everett was the one who laughed this time. He nodded his head toward a wagon at the edge of the booth. He brought a coat. He put it on as soon as he saw her coming. Marcus nodded. She was in line with a crowd, too, so I had to keep it on for a good 15 minutes. I nearly burst into flames before I could take it off again. Joselyn chuckled and peered over the edge of the container with the hot chocolate flavor. Well, I think I have ice in my bone marrow, but I'm interested to see how spicy works with ice cream, so give me the hot stuff. I'll keep it cool, Macy said. As Marcus was scooping their ice cream, he made eye contact with Joselyn briefly. I haven't seen you for a while. I know, we missed you at Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's strange when you're not at family things. It's one of the perils of being a chef, Marcus said as he handed Macy her ice cream cone. I work pretty much every holiday, weekend, and evening. I managed to make it here for New Year's, though. He went to work scooping Joselyn's next. And I was working then. I hadn't heard that you were going to be here for the Fire and Ice Festival. I made a quart of each of these flavors and paid the Keaches a visit. He winked, sweetened them up enough to ask me to come, and here I am. I hadn't heard you were going to be here either. She had decided that the home appliance shop where she'd been working in the evenings wasn't a business she ever wanted to own, so she quit and had her last day earlier in the week. She wasn't even going to start looking for her next part-time job until Monday. Maybe she would try a board game shop. She hadn't worked in one of those before. It was one of those rare moments when I unexpectedly had time off at both the day job and the night job, so I jumped in my car and came straight here. Well, it's good to see you. He handed Joselyn her ice cream cone, then he turned to Macy. And I heard you're finally going to open pause and relax. Macy grinned. When the current building lease is up, so in 5 more months. I've already started the countdown. As Macy told Marcus all about her plans, Joselyn wished she could talk about her future plans with as much confidence as her sister did. Her sister who is almost 2 years younger than her. Instead, Joselyn was just standing on the shore of life, convinced that one day she was going to dive in and live it to the fullest, but was currently still standing there trying to decide on a plan to eventually at least stick a toe into the water. When a family stepped behind them in line at the same time Hannah joined them again, a cup of warm cider in one hand and Jason's little mittened hand in her other, her husband Everett said, Why don't you leave the kids with me while you 3 go catch up? I'll meet you back at my parents' after. Jason toddled over to his dad, and Hannah gave Everett a grin and a kiss and said, Thanks! Someday, when Joselyn did finally dive in and create her ideal life, she was going to have that too. A husband who would look at her the way her brother just looked at Hannah, and kids who were as adorable as Drew and Jason. But long before she could do that, she needed to get the rest of her life figured out. Come on, Hannah said, grabbing Joselyn's free hand and pulling her to the pathway in the snow leading out of the park. We're going to take a walk down Main Street. Macy, of course, loved the idea since she couldn't seem to get enough of seeing the site of her future business. As thrilled as Joselyn was that things were working out for her sister, it also made her realize even more deeply how much her own life wasn't working out so well. Macy moaned as she ate her ice cream. This is amazing! As they walked, Joselyn took a bite of hers, too. The silky sweet chocolate melted on her tongue, creamy and smooth, the salt from the caramel making an incredible contrast to the sweet creaminess of the chocolate. So much flavor bursting through that she couldn't even take it all in. As soon as she swallowed, the spicy heat from the hot part of the hot chocolate ice cream spread across her mouth, the most interesting sensation to be paired with a frozen treat. She had never experienced such a depth of flavor coming from a single bite before. She quickly took another bite to experience the flavor even more fully. I didn't know ice cream could be this good. I'm sorry you didn't get any, Hannah. Want a bite of mine? Hannah laughed as they walked down the slight hill to the road. Marcus is staying at our house, so I already got the preview in my nice warm home. I'll stick with the warm drink out here. She took a sip of her cider. I'm so jealous that you have this stuff in your house, Macy said around a bite of her ice cream. I'm jealous you have Marcus in your house, Joselyn said. Macy nearly choked on her ice cream. Joselyn! Joselyn chuckled. It was definitely something she'd only said because Hannah's general sauciness was rubbing off on her. She just shrugged and considered where to take a bite of her ice cream from next. What? I'm just saying he's nice to look at, that's all. Joselyn's mouth was so cold from the ice cream that her puffs of breath were no longer visible in the cold air. She could use Marcus's lava for bone marrow right now. She was close to shivering but didn't want to stop eating. She took a bite of hers as Hannah turned and asked,
So, why haven't you and Marcus ever dated?
She turned to her sister-in-law, eyebrows raised. Hannah, he's practically my brother.
But he's not your brother.
He's just your brother's best friend. She shook her head. My family claimed him as one of our own when he was 9. He used to play practical jokes on us all the time. I was just the annoying little sister. All the things she used to repeat over and over back when she had to in order to keep her mind off him. She didn't have to anymore, not unless someone suggested something as crazy as the two of them dating.
Maybe back then, not so much now. You can't deny that there's chemistry between you two. It's one of the first things I noticed about the two of you clear back when I started dating your brother.
Macy shook her head as they turned the corner by Back Porch Grill onto Main Street.
I can't believe you're married to Everett and you're saying this.
Hannah cocked her head to the side, clearly not understanding. Macy glanced at Hannah. Have you ever mentioned to Everett that you thought Marcus and Joselyn should date?
Yeah? He said he thinks you two would never work out, but I think he's wrong.
No, he's right, Joselyn said. She had first-hand knowledge of it, even if everyone else didn't. And that's exactly why, back when we were in middle school, he and Kenan made me and Marcus both cross our hearts and hope to die, pinky swear, spit handshake promise that we would never date.
Why? Why would they do that?
Because if the two of them dated and then broke up, Macy said, can you imagine how awkward family get-togethers would be after? Joselyn didn't have to imagine it. She had experienced it after their 3-month-long secret relationship ended during her sophomore year in high school.
Oh, Hannah said. They're afraid it might make Marcus feel unwelcome in the family.
Yep, Joselyn said as they headed down the sidewalk. Besides, I need to get my own life together before I can add someone else. And I am far from being there. She took another bite of her ice cream.
That's actually why I wanted to come down here.
Hannah threw her cup into a garbage can in front of Best Dressed, and then started walking with more purpose toward the top of Main Street. Joselyn glanced at Macy, but Macy just shrugged, and the two of them finished their ice cream cones as they followed Hannah. There were almost no cars on Main Street since everyone was at the festival, so Hannah led them across that side of the street and over the pedestrian bridge that crossed Snowdrift Springs, the creek that ran down the middle of Main Street. Then she stopped in front of the building that, 5 months from now, would be Macy's new business, where people could hang out with pets when they couldn't have any of their own.
Okay,
Hannah said, putting her hands on Macy's shoulders and positioning her front and center, facing the building.
Here, we've got the future home of Pause and Relax, with its cute little side yard where the animals can play.
Hannah paused for a moment as they all looked at the building. Then she put her hands on Joselyn's shoulders and led her to the building next door, the one at the very top of Main Street. Just like she had with Macy, Hannah led Joselyn to the front center and squared her shoulders so she was facing the building. Joselyn looked at Larry's hardware, not understanding at all what Hannah was doing, as Hannah looked at Joselyn, hands on her hips, a pleased look on her face.
And I believe that this should be the future home of the business that you are going to open.
The hardware store is closing? Hannah nodded.
Larry's leasing the building out in 2 months. He says that he's ready to retire and that there just hasn't been enough business to justify selling it. So we thought the place should retire with him. Macy hurried to Joselyn and grabbed her hands. You should do it! Then we can open businesses together and brainstorm and make mistakes and figure out what to do together. That apartment I signed a lease on just up the street will be ready at almost the same time this building will be available. There are 2 bedrooms. You could move in with me. But what kind of business would I open? I haven't figured that part out yet. We'll help you brainstorm, Hannah said. We will, and we can use that giant spreadsheet of yours. And I can tell you which ones are businesses that I've heard people in town saying that they wish Nestled Hollow had. This could be the fire that makes you decide. Joselyn stared at the hardware store, picturing what it might look like as a business she was running. She let herself imagine it was hers, and let herself feel the emotions that came with being a business owner. To look at this building with pride, knowing that she had created the business it housed, and excitement bubbled up inside her. Could it finally be her time? She had stood on life's shore in her swimsuit for so long, trying to find the perfect spot to jump in. Could this be it? Did the perfect situation really just open up to her? Goosebumps covered her arms and a thrill raced up her spine. She had graduated second in her class with a business degree. She had a good day job that allowed her to save enough to open this business. She had worked 40 different night jobs at small businesses over the past 10.5 years, so she would know what she wanted and how to best manage it. And now, for the first time, she saw a path to exactly what she wanted right before her. She turned to her sister and her sister-in-law, a lightness in her chest practically lifting her off the ground. It's perfect. I want to do it. Let's call Larry. Then we'll head back to my parents and we can all brainstorm. 2. Marcus. Marcus was handing the very last ice cream cone to a family of 4 when the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Keach walked up, arm in arm, right between his ice booth and Love a Latte's fire booth. Looks like that might be the last family to leave the sculptures, Linda Keach said. So you both are probably good to clean up. Marcus tossed the ice cream scoop into the bucket of warm water. Whoa, because I was scraping the bottle of my last bucket on both flavors. I've run out of hot chocolate, Tori said, and I'm close on apple cider. Ed Keach nodded. Well, that's what happens when you provide the best there is. I don't think we've ever heard so many positive comments on the fire and ice treats in all the years we've held it. As the older couple walked away, Marcus looked at the empty cartons of ice cream. He had made what he thought was more than he could even come close to giving out, and it had been a good thing. He grinned at Everett. This was fun. I'm glad I did it. It seems like everyone in Nestled Hollow is glad you did it too, Everett said. Do you make these flavors for your restaurant? Marcus shook his head. I wish. I've tried to talk them into it. Their ice cream machine is the best I've ever worked with. But all they want on the menu is vanilla. Now don't get me wrong, I make the best vanilla there is, but it's still vanilla. Have they tried your other flavors? Everett said, with a note of disbelief in his voice that made Marcus smile. Yep. Everett shook his head. You're a resource they've been wasting. My ice cream was yummy, Everett's 3-year-old son Drew said as he rubbed his stomach. Marcus crouched down and tickled Drew. It wasn't too cold for you on this super cold day? The little boy grabbed his stomach and laughed in a way that made Marcus laugh too. It wasn't too cold for me because I have superpowers. I can even fly. You can? Drew nodded. Want to see? When Marcus nodded, the boy leaned forward and whispered, I need your help. So Marcus picked him up and held him above his head, flying him around the booth, and Everett picked up little Jason and joined him. When they set the 2 kids on the ground, Everett looked down at his sons, who were both grinning. Then he turned his attention to Marcus. Out of the 2 of us, I always figured you'd be the first to settle down with a wife and have a couple of kids.
Marcus turned to his ice cream buckets and started stacking them into the wagon he'd used to pull all his ice cream and supplies to the booth.
Me too.
His mind immediately flashed to his 12th grade English class. Mrs. G had them write down where they were going to be 10 years from then, and he wrote that he'd be married and have a bunch of little kids. They'd done the assignment not long before graduation, so he had to have been 18. It must have been about 10.5 years since he'd written that prediction.
You haven't mentioned dating anyone seriously for a while?
Marcus dumped the water he'd had his ice cream scoop sitting in into the snow, and then put the scoops and the container into the wagon.
That's because I have no life. I wish someone would have warned me back when I decided to be a chef that it would mean working mostly the same hours that everyone else was off work. It's sucking the life out of me.
He didn't meet people to date at work either. Everything about it had been wearing on him for quite a while, and he'd been trying to work through all the possible solutions. Everett's younger son put his arms in the air and said, "Hold you?" So Everett picked him up.
You look like you already have an idea of what you want to do about it.
Marcus shrugged.
All I know is I can't keep going as I have. This isn't what I want my life to be. I became a chef to honor the memory of my mama and because food brings families together, but what it's really doing,
he said as he added the stack of remaining cones and the stack of cups to the cart,
is keeping me from having my own family.
He picked up the handle of the cart and started pulling it through the pathway shoveled free of snow, Everett and Jason beside him, Drew skipping ahead of them.
You still get days off work, though, Everett said. Why aren't you dating anyone in your time off?
Marcus shrugged.
You know how important family is to me. I guess I haven't found someone who feels the same way.
That wasn't entirely true. He had found someone who felt exactly the same about it as he did, and he'd been in love with her since his senior year of high school. But he couldn't exactly say, because I haven't met someone that I love as much as I love your sister and probably never will, to his best friend. And it wasn't for lack of trying to find other people to date either. He'd gotten to the point that he was ready to give up. Everett popped the hatch of his compact SUV and Marcus lifted the wagon and fitted into the space behind the back seat.
Keep looking, Everett said. You'll find her. Actually,
Marcus said, eyeing his friend, dreading saying his next words because Everett would hate hearing them.
I'm thinking of moving back to Hawaii.
What? Everett boomed as he slammed down the trunk.
Now that Nana is gone and my cousins moved out of state, there's not so much for me here. I haven't been back to Hawaii since my grandparents took me and my cousins in when I was 9, but I have a lot of family there. I need family, Everett.
He thought Everett would tell him that he did have family here, and honestly, he probably wouldn't have survived his teenage years without the feeling of family that he got from the Zimmermans. They were his family, real as any blood relations, and they were the one thing that had kept him from packing up and moving to Hawaii before today. But he was standing on the sidelines watching the Zimmerman family grow, and the need to have his own family grow was strong. If he moved, maybe he would finally get over Joselyn and be able to find someone he could imagine having a life with. But instead of trying to convince Marcus that the Zimmermans were all the family he needed, Everett just studied him for a few moments. Then he said,
"Hop in. I want to show you something."
Marcus buckled in Drew while Everett buckled in Jason. Then Marcus got into the passenger seat, his mind going through possibilities of what Everett might want to show him. Something at the Zimmerman family home that he spent so many hours growing up in? Something at Everett's house? But when Everett pulled out of the parking lot, instead of turning left toward the big square of land where Everett's parents, he and Hannah, and 3 of his 6 siblings had built homes, Everett turned right, and then onto Main Street.
As they drove toward the top of Main, Marcus looked out at each of the buildings. It never mattered how long it had been since he had last visited Nestled Hollow. Main Street always made him feel like he was coming home. When they got to the very top, Everett pulled into a parking spot right in front of the hardware store and turned off his engine, but left his headlights on.
"Why are we stopping here, Daddy?" Drew asked.
"We're just going to talk for a minute. Can you do me a huge favor and tell your brother a story so he won't get bored?"
As Drew's voice in the back seat changed to the storytelling cadence of a 3-year-old's, Everett asked Marcus,
"Which makes you happier? Cooking food or making ice cream?"
Marcus thought about it. He'd gone to culinary school to make meals, and other than his schedule at Kleinman Terrace, he really did love creating masterpieces on plates for people. He also loved making ice cream and didn't do it nearly often enough. He especially loved coming up with new flavors like the ones he'd made for tonight. So he closed his eyes and pictured himself in the restaurant, cooking the food on their menu, and paid close attention to how he felt as he made it. Then he imagined himself making ice cream and developing new flavors. When he paid attention to how he felt then, the answer became obvious.
Ice cream. Especially because it allows me to flex my creativity more.
Everett nodded, but was quiet for a moment before he said,
"Okay, now, if you couldn't be a chef at your restaurant, but had to pick another job there and still got paid the same amount, what would it be?"
Marcus didn't even have to stop and think this time.
"Waiter. I hate that I don't get a chance to interact with the customers when I'm in the kitchen." "So what I'm hearing is that you have a job whose hours are keeping you from living the life that you want, and you don't get enough opportunities to create new foods and flavors, and you need more chances to be around people?" "You pretty much hit the nail on the head."
It wasn't a phrase Marcus used often, but they were parked in front of a hardware store, so it felt appropriate.
"Have you ever thought of opening your own ice cream shop?" "Nope."
He couldn't say that ever occurred to him. Making different flavors for a restaurant he worked at, sure. But opening his own, never.
"Why not?" "Because I don't know how to do that. I'm a chef, not a businessman." "You're a smart guy. You could figure it out. You pretty much just did market research right here in Nestled Hollow and found out that you'd have a very enthusiastic customer base. Tourists love ice cream, and we get plenty of tourists here. An ice cream shop is something Nestled Hollow has been lacking."
Marcus just stared at his friend. He had seen the work it took to keep the restaurant running and was always glad that none of that fell on his shoulders. But as much as he had never been interested in exploring something like this before, the idea was working its way inside his mind and was exciting him as nothing else had in a while. Running an ice cream shop could be much more of a daytime thing than his current job. He could make all the ice cream during the hours he set for himself, and he could hire employees to take the night shifts. There were probably plenty of high school students who would love to work a few nights a week at an ice cream shop.
"And open this ice cream shop where exactly?" he asked. "It's not like Nestled Hollow is flooded with empty buildings just waiting for a new business to move in."
A smile crossed Everett's face. Then he spread his hands wide toward the building that his headlights shone on.
"Hannah told me earlier today that Larry is retiring and closing the hardware shop. It'll be available to rent in 2 months. You can spend another month after that in construction and be open in 3. That'd be plenty of time to get all the details worked out." "You think it would?" Everett nodded. "Totally!"
Marcus got out of the vehicle and walked up to the closed hardware store. He had been in the store a few times over the years, but until now he had never looked at the place as though he might one day turn it into an ice cream shop. Dim lights were on in the store, but the bulk of the light came from Everett's headlights behind him. He cupped his hands at the sides of his face and pressed them against the glass.
looking inside. He could already picture what it would look like to not have all the shelves of building supplies and instead have tables, chairs, and a counter to order ice cream, right next to a case filled with his own unique flavors. When he had decided to go to culinary school, he'd imagined plenty of times what it would feel like when he was a chef. The emotions he was experiencing right now were exactly what he had hoped for back then. Never had he imagined that an ice cream shop would be the thing to give it to him, though. But it felt right, exciting, full of possibilities. And with the different schedule it would require, maybe it would even lead him to a place where he could one day get married and have a family of his own. He heard Everett get out of the car behind him, but he still kept looking, unable to take his eyes off this perfect dream that he'd never dreamt of before now. Everett clapped him on the back.
What do you think?
Marcus knew exactly how off-limits Joselyn was, and how many feelings he still had for her. If she lived in Nestled Hollow, it would be a solid no. He wouldn't be able to see her so often, knowing they could never be together. But she lived in Denver, just like he did now, so his heart would actually be safer being here than in the same city as her. Not that he ever saw her there. Denver was a big place. And the Zimmermans had always been family. It would heal a part of him that had been longing for family to be back near them again. Not all of the Zimmerman clan still lived in Nestled Hollow anymore, but the oldest 4 had come back and built homes on the family block. Being around them more might make him feel whole again. As long as Joselyn didn't move back before he could manage to not only get over her, but find someone just like her that he could marry, everything would work out exactly right.
I think it's perfect.
He could hear the smile in Everett's voice when he said,
My mom just texted. Dinner should be ready in 15 minutes. How about we head over and let my family hear the good news?
3. Joselyn. Joselyn chopped vegetables for the salad in her mom's kitchen, surrounded by family members, her laptop on the counter with her spreadsheet open.
What about a laundromat? Hannah asked. I know that All Nestled Inn has one for public use, but it would be nice to have one that isn't also used for hotel linens.
It didn't feel right, though. It would be a huge expense to get plumbing and electrical wired, and then to get all the equipment. And what would I do after I got the business going? It wouldn't take much at all to run it. I think I would get bored too quickly.
Yeah,
her dad said from where he was helping her niece and nephew set the table.
It would be a shame to spend all that knowledge and experience you've gained on something so small.
How about a bookstore? Her sister Nicole asked. You liked working at bookies when you were in college?
Joselyn nodded, stopped cutting the cucumber she was on, and clicked on the tab in her spreadsheet for the bookstore. It was a lot of fun. Her mom shook her head. I don't know, though. Our library here is used so much. I'm not sure there are enough people in town who would change their habits and switch to a bookstore. That's true, Joselyn said. It might not even be worth doing market research for that. They'd been talking about building a bigger library for quite a while because of how many books were constantly being checked out. This town really loved its library.
Flower shop? Macy asked. Then people wouldn't have to go to Mountain Springs for corsages and boutonnieres for school dances.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'll add it to the list. She clicked back to the tab where she was typing in everyone's suggestions and added it before going back to chopping veggies.
Hey!
Her brother Zach said from across the great room where he was on the floor playing with his little kids.
You should do one of those spas with a massage therapist. Leah is always saying she wishes she could have a spa day.
That is a really great idea, Joselyn said, pointing the knife she was holding in his direction, especially since we get so many tourists. She added it to her list. It was probably a great idea, but in the nearly 40 places she had worked side jobs at, a spa was never one of them, so she didn't have any spa-specific knowledge. She was just clicking save again on the file when she heard the front door open and Marcus's booming voice call out,
"Hello, Zimmermans!"
like he had done since he was 9.5 and first claimed her family as his own. Her nephews ran into the great room, and her brother and Marcus followed closely behind.
"Guess who is going to open an ice cream shop on Main Street?"
Everett said, then clapped Marcus on the shoulder.
"This guy!"
Joselyn's confusion was echoed by everyone in the room. Then, after a short pause, Hannah squeaked out, "In the hardware store building?"
"Yep."
Both Everett and Marcus were grinning ear to ear, and Joselyn's stomach fell.
"It was perfect timing that you told me today,"
Everett said.
"Larry already told you that you got the building?"
Hannah looked between her husband and Marcus and then at Joselyn.
"No," Marcus said. "It's not a done deal like Everett's making it sound. I called Larry on the way here and told him I wanted the building. He said he had one other offer and that he was going to decide who got it next week."
"But," Everett said, dragging out the word,
"Larry couldn't stop talking about how incredible Marcus's ice cream was at the Fire and Ice Festival, so I'm betting he'll choose Marcus over the other guy. Isn't that fantastic? Why are you all not showing more excitement?"
Joselyn was having a hard time keeping her emotions in check. She had gone through way too wide of a range of them today to deal with this news after being so excited about her own possibilities for the building.
"Because the other guy," Hannah said, "is Joselyn. I showed her the building right after we left the festival."
"Oh," Everett said. "That's bad."
"No, maybe it's perfect," her mom said, smiling broadly like everything was somehow going to work out. She turned toward Joselyn. "You've been looking for the perfect business, and it looks like you found it. You and Marcus can just team up." "No," Joselyn said at the same time that Marcus, Everett, and her dad said the same thing. Marcus met Joselyn's eyes, and it was clear that the thought horrified him just as much as it had her. She was surprised at the intensity of her dad's no, though. Everett and her dad were both looking at the floor, and everyone else in her big family was looking at each other with awkwardness, confusion, or pity on their faces. Joselyn set her knife on the counter, shut her laptop, took off her apron, and laid it over the back of a chair, and headed out onto the back patio, closing the door behind her. She hadn't even taken time to grab her coat, and she sucked in a gasp as the cold air bit into her. Wrapping her arms around herself, she looked out toward Oliver's, Zach's, Nicole's, and Everett's homes, and across the deep snow that covered the field that would one day hold hers, Kennan's, and Macy's homes. It wasn't a big deal to not lease that building on Main Street. Sure, it had excited her more than anything in her adult life ever had, but yesterday she hadn't even known about the possibility, and she had been just fine. She would be fine without it. Bored, stuck in a life that wasn't moving, and feeling vast amounts of potential built up inside of her that she couldn't seem to tap into, but fine nonetheless. She could go back to that state again and survive. The door opened behind her, and the warmth from the house touched her backside for a fleeting moment before she heard the door close. Macy stepped up next to her and held out her coat. "Thanks," she said, slipping her arms into the sleeves and crossing them in front of her again to help hold in the heat. Macy zipped her own coat and put her hands in her pockets, looking out across the field with Joselyn. Joselyn didn't want to turn around to face the windows of the house in case all eyes were on her, but she was curious. "What's going on inside?" Macy lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "Mom and Hannah are leading the charge that you two should work together. Everett and Dad, surprisingly, are saying what a bad idea it is and how much potential it could have to cause a rift in the family." "And Marcus?" "He wanted to come out here and tell you that you should have the shop and that he would withdraw his offer from consideration. Nicole and I asked him to wait. You both need some time to think. I'm going to tell him that he can have it." Macy let out a quick breath, almost in a huff. You're doing the same thing he is. You both should be talking through this. Okay, Joselyn said, turning to face Macy and leaning her hip against the railing. I'll talk through it. I haven't decided on a business. Marcus has. His business idea is a great one, too. I mean, you've tried his ice cream and you've seen how this town reacted to it. All he has to do is sell ice cream like that and his shop will be an instant hit. He's leagues ahead of where I'm at. I'm still unsure about everything. I saw you look at that building, though, Macy said. You want it. Of course I do, but it won't be the last building to open up in Nestled Hollow. The next one might be years away. It could be a decade. Well, maybe by then I'll have everything figured out, and we'll finally know what I want to do. Instead of running toward life's lake ready to jump in, she was suddenly backing away. Alarmingly fast and far. And there's no chance you'll partner with Marcus. Joselyn let out a single huff of a humorless chuckle. Macy was the only person in the family who knew that she and Marcus had secretly dated while they were in high school. Although Joselyn and Marcus were both worried that Everett and Kennan suspected it, they were pretty sure the twins never found out. Maybe you don't remember how awkward things got when we broke up? Oh, I remember. I was 14 and boy crazy and was watching you like a hawk to learn all I could about dating so I would be a pro by the time I finally got to be 16 and could date. I hadn't experienced anything like it myself, so I didn't have the same understanding, but it wasn't hard to see how miserable you were. Joselyn looked back out across the snow. We only dated for 3 months, but it hurt. More than any breakup I've experienced since. Plus, it was Marcus. That had made it so much more difficult than any old first breakup. And then, after being such a staple in their family's lives, he had just stepped away for 2 whole months after the breakup. He never came over to the house and somehow managed to never be in the same place as her at school. That had made everything so much worse. And then, once he started coming to family things again, seeing him at our house constantly was so hard for both of us, yet neither of us could act like anything was different, or Everett and Kennan would know that we broke our promise and dated anyway. Macy was quiet for a moment before she said, Being business partners isn't the same as dating each other. Joselyn shook her head. You're right, it isn't. But what if we found out we couldn't actually work together? What if it went disastrously? Do you remember Kath Rowley and Flora Erickson? They were in my grade? Macy nodded. They were inseparable in high school. They had a dream of running a business together, and right after college they opened a sandwich shop over in Littleton. They had clashing opinions on how to run things, and the business ended up failing. But they didn't go back to being friends after. 2 decades of friendship was lost simply because they went into business together. Just because they didn't work well together doesn't mean that you and Marcus wouldn't. It didn't. She knew that. But Kath and Flora were great friends, yet didn't know they wouldn't be able to work together. Maybe it was impossible to know unless you tried, and by then it was too late. Joselyn shook her head. I've been studying how to run my own business for a long time. I know exactly how I want to do things, and I'm pretty sure I'd be headstrong about it. If Marcus didn't agree, we could end up just like Kath and Flora. Then I don't think either of us would want to be around each other at family things, and you know how wrong it feels not to have him at family things. I couldn't be the cause of that. I totally get it. Macy reached out and placed a hand on the top of Joselyn's arm and stayed silent for a moment before asking, You're sure you're willing to give up the building? The truth was, a sharp pain stabbed at her heart. It felt like the part of her that had lain large and dormant that had zinged to life when she looked at the hardware shop and thought of it being her building was currently dying off. Not that it was just returning to dormancy. But what was the alternative? She really only had 3 options. She could partner with Marcus, which had the potential to cause forever damage to her very large family.
The second option was to demand that Marcus step back and let her have the building, especially since she put in the offer to lease it first. But the guilt associated with that might haunt her forever. If whatever business she chose didn't work out, went through hard times, or wasn't exactly what the town needed, she would always wonder how well the ice cream shop would have done if she had let Marcus have his chance. Could she enjoy her business with that constant wonder hanging over her? Or she could let Marcus have his chance with the building, lick her wounds, and then regroup and come up with a new plan. And then, when the time was right, move forward with absolute confidence. Really, out of 3 less than perfect options, giving him the chance at the building was the best one. She nodded. I'm sure I'm willing. The next time a building becomes available, I'll be ready for it. Macy studied her for several long moments, then nodded. Joselyn finally turned toward the house and saw that every family member present, who was over the age of 4, sat somewhere in the great room, watching her go through the decision-making process. But her eyes landed on Marcus's. His face was full of uncertainty and worry and apprehension, and he got to his feet, hesitating as if unsure whether it was now okay to approach her about a solution yet or not. She could do this. She told herself that karma would have her back, and she went inside to let Marcus know that she would move forward with her dream in a different way, and that he should move forward with his, as planned. 4. Marcus.
Hey, my man,
Marcus said as Dustin came into the kitchens at Kleinman Terrace.
Good to see you. How are you?
Dustin laughed.
I've had one of those days where I can't seem to do anything right. Want to know why I didn't just call in sick and go back to bed? Because you're always so happy to see me.
He bumped Marcus's shoulder as he walked past, their usual greeting since at least one of them usually had either freshly washed hands or hands in the middle of food prep.
It's because you're always such a ray of sunshine,
Marcus said as he cut some fish into fillets.
And come on. We both know it was thoughts of how cool you'd feel doing the Wednesday organizing of the walk-in fridge that brought you here. Let's just say it was a tie.
Dustin grabbed an apron and then disappeared to the door at the back side of the walk-in. Marcus chuckled and placed the rest of the prepared fish in the metal pan, washed his hands, then covered the pan with plastic wrap and put it on a shelf at the front of the walk-in. Prepping for the dinner rush was the slowest part of the day for Marcus, the part where he had too much time to think. It had been 11 days since Everett had first planted the idea of Marcus opening his own ice cream shop. 9 days since Larry had called and told him that Joselyn had pulled her name out of consideration and that he was accepting Marcus's offer. And 8 days since the excitement at opening his own shop fled, and fear and worry took its place. As he got out the beef tenderloin to cut it into serving-sized portions, he wondered if, over the past 11 days, Joselyn had experienced just as many second thoughts at pulling her name out of the running for the building as he had at keeping his name in. He knew absolutely nothing about running a business. The brothers who owned Kleinman's weren't exactly the kinds of guys that he could go to for advice either. They weren't going to be happy when they found out about his plans to open his own shop and quit in 2.5 months. He cut another slice of beef. The whole thing was so overwhelming, and he didn't know where to start. Thoughts kept popping into his head of things that would need to be done before opening a shop, but he had no idea what order they should be done in and what steps were most important to happen first, or what steps he didn't even know he was missing. Why did he think he could do this with no experience under his belt? After finishing prepping the steaks, he washed his hands, then went to the back counter and picked up his cell phone, turning it around in his hands. He had picked it up dozens of times a day over the previous 8 days, warring with himself about whether or not he should ask Joselyn for help. He had known her since he was 9, and she was 7, so he knew how long she'd had the dream to open her own business. And after giving up her chance at making her dream come true so that he could, he figured the last thing she wanted was a call from him asking for help. But he didn't know anyone else he could call, or anyone more brilliant, or more beautiful, or more perfect.
Asking her for help was a bad idea, an incredibly bad idea. He needed to work closely with someone to figure all this stuff out, and he didn't think his heart could handle it being Joselyn. Maybe there were companies out there who helped people set up businesses, or freelance people who did that. He had no idea. If there were, he didn't even know enough to know how to find them, or how expensive they would be. There were probably a million things about running a business that he didn't know yet. And the clock just kept ticking. 3 months didn't seem like a very long time to get a brand new business up and running, especially when no prep work had been done ahead of time. He had already wasted 8 days, and he was no closer to knowing what to do. How many more days could he waste just trying to get over his reluctance to ask Joselyn for help? Text. That's what he needed to do. If he texted her to ask for help, then he wouldn't be putting her on the spot to answer immediately. She could see the text, take as long as she needed to think about her answer, and then let her anger at the audacity of him asking fizzle a bit before she responded. Or she could just let the anger spill out immediately in a text, whichever she wanted. Maybe she would at least be willing to tell him where to look to find a consultant? Before he could get a chance to talk himself out of asking, he opened his texting app, brought up Joselyn's name, then typed in, "Hi, Joss. Have I told you lately how amazing you are? And how much I appreciate you?" That was exactly how he felt, and he wanted her to know that. But did it sound insincere, like he was just trying to butter her up? He deleted it. He would just have to tell her in person the next time he saw her, because then she could see that he was sincere. Maybe just being direct would work best. Marcus. "Hi, Joss. I don't know how to get a business started. I realize that helping me can't be at the top of your things that would be fun list, but do you think you could maybe point me in the right direction?" His finger hovered over the send icon for a moment. Then he made himself just quickly push it. He was still staring at the screen, wondering if it had been a terrible idea when the little delivered notification below the text changed to red. He couldn't stand there, hoping to get a response when it might not come for a while. So he put the phone back on the counter, pulled some food prep gloves onto his hands, and went into the walk-in fridge to get a few whole chickens. Breaking them down not only made enough noise that he wouldn't be able to hear the buzz of a text, but it gave him something to aim his nervous energy at. He stood at the meat counter with the cleaver, the repetitive motions of positioning the chicken, then the big swing and the thunk of the cleaver hitting the cutting board, blocking out everything else. Yet, somehow, he still heard the faint buzz of his phone from the back counter. He froze, telling himself he should just wait until the end of the night to look, or at least until he was done with prep, or with this one chicken. He didn't manage to do any of that, though. He pulled the gloves off and tossed them in the trash, washed his hands, then went to the back counter and picked up his phone. The message, "I'm free at 8, stared back at him. He couldn't believe it. She was willing to meet in person. He realized that after claiming the building she wanted, he hadn't expected more from her than a text telling him what to Google. At most, a link to a site that had a list of what to do. Except he would still be working at 8. She was helping him, though, and he was willing to take that help whenever she wanted to give it. He could just take his break then. Maybe he'd whip her up a great meal and they could eat while they talked. Like a peace offering. Marcus.
"I'm at Kleinman's. Do you mind coming here? I'll make the drive worth it."
This time he did stick around, staring at his phone. Joselyn. 8 it is. Between both texts, she used a total of 7 words. With so few, he had no way to guess what she was thinking or how she was feeling about his request. He looked up at the clock. Another 3.5 hours, and he would find out. The restaurant had been busy for a Wednesday night. The biggest rush, though, had hit just before 6, and all 5 chefs in the kitchen had been running non-stop trying to keep up. It was finally slowing down in the lobby, so Marcus went to work making a meal for him and Joselyn. He didn't pull a plate straight from the menu, but instead chose items he thought she would like, based on the 20 years he had known her, the last 12 or so of which he had been paying much closer attention than the first 8. He placed the chicken club roulades on the plates first, arranging them so the asparagus poking out from the ends were eye-pleasing. Then he plated the roasted, caramelized cinnamon butternut squash, and then the perfectly browned, crispy maple mustard stuffed potato balls. He had put a lot of care into the presentation of every dish that left his kitchen, but as he put the finishing touches on these two, he took even greater care. Even though he had known Joselyn for considerably longer now than he had back when he was a senior in high school and she was a sophomore, he was even more nervous about tonight than he had been about sneaking away from a school football game and meeting her at his car before heading up the mountain for a picnic on their first date. In the first true break in orders they'd had all night, Dustin walked over and leaned against the countertop Marcus was working on. "You seemed uncharacteristically anxious for the past week. What's up?"
Marcus glanced at his friend. Had it been that obvious? With the way his bosses were, he really didn't want word to get out that he would be leaving.
"It's nothing. You're especially anxious right now."
He looked at the dishes he was finishing.
"And wow, those are beautifully plated."
Dustin glanced from the plates to the clock on the wall to Marcus, and understanding lit his face.
"Oh, I see. Your 8 o'clock break is with a woman."
Marcus tried to keep his expression neutral so Dustin wouldn't be able to read anything into it, but he did anyway. A smile spread across his face.
"It's with a woman you really like. Oh, is it that one back home that you talk about in a very she's like a sister way, but secretly you've been pining over for as long as I've known you?"
Marcus's eyes darted to Dustin's in alarm. The sous chef laughed loudly enough that it bounced off all the stainless steel surfaces in the kitchen.
"Seeing that expression totally made coming into work today worth it, even if I wasn't getting a paycheck."
Then he nodded toward the lobby.
"Is that her?"
Marcus's focus jerked toward the hostess podium, where Avonlea was greeting Joselyn and motioning her to walk with her to the table Marcus had asked her to reserve for them. He took off his apron and chef's hat and smock, washed his hands and arms, dried them with paper towels, and then ran the paper towels over his face. He ran his hands through his hair, straightened the front of his shirt, then took a deep breath before grabbing both plates and heading to the front to join Joselyn. 5. Joselyn. Joselyn would be lying if she'd said the past week and a half had been easy. She had questioned her decision to walk away from leasing Larry's building again and again. Some of the time she knew without a doubt that the choice she had made had been the right one. Some of the time that decision just hurt her heart. It had been difficult to let go of the dream. The specific dream of a shop in that particular building hadn't been hers for long, but the general dream of owning a shop on Main Street had been with her since she was young. And some of the time, she wondered if the reason why she had walked away was because of fear. She had been working toward running her own business for so long and had been planning and imagining what it would be like in all of her free time. When it finally became close to reality, did she back away because she was afraid? Was she afraid of failing? Afraid of succeeding? Afraid of reality not living up to the dream? She wasn't sure. In all her prep over the years, she hadn't prepared for that. There was also the realization that she wanted Marcus to have the shop because she cared about him and wanted him to be happy. And not in the same way she cared for her siblings and wanted them to be happy. Realizing that had stirred some feelings, and she worried that working with him might do that even more. She hadn't realized that she had residual feelings for Marcus from when they dated in high school. Or maybe these weren't left over from high school. Maybe this was new. The thought alarmed her and made her want to turn and run the other way. But that realization was also why she had agreed to meet with Marcus when he had texted. And now here she sat, in his restaurant, her stomach a strange mix of emotions bubbling up that she couldn't quite name. She had known that he worked here, but it was a good 30-minute drive from where she worked. Plus, it was fancier than the places she normally frequented. The tablecloths and table linens were nice, and the waiters and waitresses were dressed impeccably. The lighting was low, and the decorations were modern, sparse,
and expensive looking. Marcus walked through the swinging doors that led into the back, holding a plate of food in each hand, a smile spread across his face. She couldn't help but smile herself. "Hi," she said as he neared, still not entirely sure if she was happy about being there, despite the smile on her face.
"Hello, sunshine,"
he said, placing one of the plates in front of her and one in front of the chair opposite her.
"Thank you for coming."
She was about to make a teasing comment about the time when she was 10 and he was 12 and she won the bet about who could do more chin-ups, and he had to cook her lunch. He had brought 2 plates to the kitchen table, one in each hand, just like now, and set one down in front of her like it was a fancy meal, but it was the most burnt, inedible grilled cheese she'd ever had. But when he set this plate in front of her, all she managed to say was, "Wow!" She turned her plate so she could see it from all angles. "This is a piece of art made out of food." Marcus's laugh boomed across the room, which sounded wrong in this swanky place with its classical music and mood lighting. But it also somehow felt exactly right.
"I told you I would make it worth the drive."
"If it tastes anything like it looks, I may have to make that drive more often."
"You better try it then and tell me what you think."
She picked up her fork, hesitating. She wanted to dig in and experience this beautiful dish. She also didn't want to ruin it. The need to do more than see and smell it won out, and she plunged her fork into the butternut squash, making sure to get one of the pecans, too, and took a bite. Closing her eyes, she savored the buttery, sweet, nutty, cinnamony flavors exploding across her tongue. "I think this might be the best thing I've ever tasted. This is amazing, Marcus." She cut into the crispy ball next, curious to see what it was, and found mashed potatoes with a purplish-reddish filling. With her fork holding a bite filled with the perfect amount of the inside and the outside, she brought it to her mouth and savored the bite. It was sweet and tangy, and the potatoes were light and fluffy and crispy. "Oh my goodness, what is this?" Marcus smiled.
"Jackfruit, ginger cranberry sauce, mustard, maple, and a few secret ingredients."
He seemed to be genuinely pleased that she was enjoying the food he made, and she was more than genuinely pleased to be eating it. As they both ate and talked, things fell into an easier rhythm, and all the negative emotions she had been feeling over the past week and a half fled. She was glad that he had started their meeting with the meal because if they had to order and then wait for food, they probably would have started by talking business instead of this easy banter that they'd developed over the years. She ate until she was stuffed and would still be able to take home some of it. When she pushed her plate aside, Marcus pushed his aside as well. Then his easygoing, open expression turned nervous. She remembered the exact last time he had looked so nervous. It was right before he kissed her for the first time, on the night of the spring dance that they had both shown up to without dates. At 7 o'clock on the dot that night, she had gone outside and met him by the concessions stand next to the football field. Close enough to the gym that they could hear the music coming from inside, but far away enough that they weren't seen. The two of them enjoyed their own little dance, all alone. After the last song that they dared stay outside for before getting back to their friends, a slow dance, neither of them had let go. Before kissing her, Marcus had looked into her eyes with the same nervous expression he wore right now. He scratched the back of his neck, looking down at the table.
"This is hard, especially to admit to you. I think I made a mistake. I was so excited at the thought of having an ice cream shop, and Everett had pumped me up so much. The excitement made me think I could do it. But the reality is, I don't have a clue how to start a business. It's even more difficult to admit to you, knowing that you wanted the building."
She liked seeing Marcus being carefree and happy like he always was. Seeing him vulnerable and unsure of himself was so different from what she was used to seeing. Instead of experiencing negative feelings about not getting the building for her own business, his vulnerability and honesty drew her to him even more.
"I realize you're probably rolling your eyes at the fact that I'm trying to do something that you've spent years learning how to do, especially when I've done none of that. And you're probably thinking how much better off the building would be in your hands. But I'm hoping that feeding you a 5-star dish will make you willing to aim me in the direction I should go. I've got lots of genuine compliments lined up and ready to go if that will sweeten the deal.
She wanted to keep her expression unreadable and stare him down for a bit, to make him sweat. It was hard to give up her chance at a business in that building, after all. But she only lasted about 30 seconds. Seeing the anxiety behind his eyes was more than she could take. Besides, she lived, breathed, and slept business planning. If she was around people who could stand hearing her talk about it nonstop all day long, she probably would do just that. "Okay," she said, pulling a fresh notebook out of her bag and opening to the first page, the spreadsheet in her brain already opened to the Creating a Business tab. The one that made her soul sing when she opened it. Maybe we should just start with an overview so you'll get an idea of where you need to go? Then we can break that down into specifics, or if you just want the first thing broken down, we can do that. Marcus nodded.
Sounds good. I like that plan.
The first step is always market research. She wrote it down on the first line of the notebook. You need to find out if the product you want to sell will have a big enough customer base to support the business. Obviously, you don't want to open a shop selling something super cool if it isn't even going to bring in enough sales a month to pay the rent. Marcus kept nodding, so she kept going. It'll all depend on your business plan, of course, but I think it's safe to say that there's a place for your ice cream shop in Nestled Hollow. There's nothing like it, and between locals and the number of tourists that come in a year, you'll have a good customer base. The Fire and Ice Festival was your market research on your product itself. She put a big check mark next to market research in the notebook, and she didn't miss the relief that showed on his face at having one item checked off. It was kind of cute. Then she started talking about creating business plans and setting goals and figuring out costs. Then, of course, choosing a business structure, deciding on a business name and registering it, determining the needs for a small business loan and applying for it, then getting a business license and permit. The more she talked about each of the items, the more excitement coursed through her. She knew all this stuff forward and backward and inside out. Many of the individual items she had participated in doing for one company she worked for or another, but it had never all been up to her. She had been dying to do all of them. And for the same company. If this were her company, she would be giddy with excitement right now. She would probably have a hard time stopping working to go to sleep each night. And there was enough to do to fuel that excitement for months. Somewhere around talking about branding, pricing strategies, and coming up with an accounting system, she noticed the fear, overwhelm, and uncertainty on his face. Her hand was itching to add construction to the interior of the building, signage, look of the outside of the building, ordering the equipment, marketing, advertising, and hiring employees to the list, but she didn't think he could handle any more steps right now. So she put down her pen so she wouldn't be tempted to add more things she thought of. Marcus ran his hands over his face, then glanced back at the kitchen doors. She didn't know if he had been away from the kitchen too long and needed to get back, or if he was looking for an escape route. Finally, he turned and met her eyes.
I need help. More than just a night of getting aimed in the right direction.
Marcus, she said, hesitant. We already discussed the dangers of becoming business partners, and I'm pretty sure Everett and Kennan would be even less okay with that than they would be with us dating.
We don't have to become business partners. How about I just hire you as a consultant? Do you do that? I'll pay you to help me get the business up and running. There can't be any harm in that.
She put her fist against her lips, looking down at the list.
Please, you're brilliant at this stuff, Joselyn, and I'm so lost.
Is that one of the compliments you had at the ready in case it was needed? He chuckled, not his normal happy sound, one that was colored by worry.
Remember, he said, pointing at her, I said I'd only give genuine compliments.
After a few moments, he added in a low voice,
It's incredible to see how happy this stuff makes you. This business stuff makes me want to tie myself to a buoy during a hurricane, but you're alive with excitement."
The way he looked at her when he said that brought heat to her cheeks. Usually they just teased each other a lot. They didn't give serious compliments like he just had. They had spent a lot of time in the same house since they broke up in high school and had both figured out years ago exactly how much distance to give each other to keep things easygoing between them. Saying yes to helping him would break that. But this project excited her so much. She had quit her second job nearly 3 weeks ago, and normally she would have started a new one long before now. One that would benefit her future business-owning self in some way. But because she had been so sad at the loss of the business she had thought she was going to have for less than 2 hours, she hadn't even gone looking for a new one yet. This could be the new job that would help her future business-owning self. More so than any other second job she could possibly get. And it would prove that she wasn't sabotaging herself or backing out because of fear. A little voice said that it wasn't the same thing. It wasn't her business, so the risk wasn't the same, but she silenced that voice. If she said yes to helping Marcus, specifically, it was a giant risk. Just a different kind of risk. Plus, seeing how stressed Marcus was had unsettled her. It felt wrong on him. She pictured his normally big, confident, gregarious personality, welcoming everyone around and drawing them in. And she very much wanted to see that version of Marcus in an ice cream shop at the top of Main Street. And she never wanted to see him fail at a business that she knew could be great just because he didn't have her help. She glanced at the rest of her meal. She had eaten just over half, and it still looked beautiful on the plate. The memory of it still making her taste buds sing. Marcus might not have any business experience, but the man was skilled. Maybe it was selfish, but she wanted her beloved hometown to have that skill right at home. She exhaled, looking down at the notebook, then took a deep breath and met Marcus's searching expression. "This is a colossally bad idea."
"Definitely,"
he said, shaking his head. "Looks like we agree then." She reached her hand across the table and shook his. "I accept the job." 6. Marcus. As Marcus plated a pepper-stuffed pork tenderloin, he thought again about how working with Joselyn was very much a colossally bad idea. It had been 2 weeks since she had agreed to help him, and he was blown away at the progress they had made, especially since both of them had full-time jobs with very different schedules. In trying to compensate for that, he was getting less sleep than normal, but he wasn't feeling sleep-deprived. Exhausted? Yes. Sleepy? No. He was being fueled by pure excitement. Excitement and the nearness of Joselyn. The more he worked with her, the more he experienced her passion for running a business. He had practiced for years to keep the feelings he had for her buried deep. But the more time he spent near her, the more difficult it became. He had to keep reminding himself how important the entire Zimmerman family was to him. When people asked him questions about his family, he usually included the Zimmermans in his answer. He started counting them as family when his mom stuck him on a plane in Hawaii bound for Nestled Hollow to live with his grandparents. And he met Everett and Kenan and was embraced by their family. He continued counting them as family when his mom and his aunt got in a deadly car wreck 6 months later, leaving him parentless and his grandma with 2 more kids living with her. He included the Zimmermans in his list of family when his grandpa died a year later, when his grandma died when he was 19, when he moved away to college and his cousins moved away too. Of course, whenever anyone asked anything even remotely about what his version of a perfect date, girlfriend, woman, or wife would be, all he could think of was Joselyn. But if he pursued a relationship with Joselyn and anything went wrong, he would lose her and the entire Zimmerman family. He had spent 10 years keeping just enough distance between them to keep himself from falling for her any more than he already had.
What had he been thinking? Asking her to spend so much time with him. Colossally bad idea indeed. He heard the unique buzz he had set for Joselyn's text from his phone on the counter behind him. Once he put his current order up, he wiped his hands on a towel and went to his phone. Joselyn, you close the restaurant tonight, right? Want to work on anything after? Over the past 2 weeks, he had made more decisions than he normally made in a year. He had worked with Joselyn to come up with a business plan, which had more details on it than he ever would have been able to guess. They had set goals for the business. He had researched costs on his own, since he was the one with all the restaurant supply contacts. And Joselyn had helped him to turn those numbers into pricing strategies. They had brainstormed business names quite a bit, but still hadn't come up with one. And they had started looking at other ice cream shops and brainstorming what his should look like. It was all exhausting, and he couldn't look at numbers or plans or strategies tonight. His brain needed a break. He needed to fill his creative well in a way that worked for him. He paused for a moment before texting back, Marcus.
I do. Product development.
He smiled, knowing that phrasing probably would speak to Joselyn's business-loving soul. Marcus.
How about we play around with some flavors after I get things finished here? You can be my taste tester.
Joselyn. My taste buds and I will be at the restaurant at 11. Smiley face. Marcus spent the rest of his shift dreaming about ice cream flavor combinations and trying not to dream about Joselyn. Dustin was chattier than normal tonight, and doing all the closing tasks was taking them so long. His bosses never minded Marcus staying after to experiment with making ice cream or appetizers or entrees. They had benefited from his new creations quite a bit over the years. But just because they were okay with him staying after to make ice cream with Joselyn didn't mean he was ready to tell them that he would be quitting yet. Not until he signed the lease papers and they started construction on the building, and that wouldn't happen for another 5 weeks. But if he was being honest, keeping his quitting a secret wasn't the only reason why he wanted Dustin to leave. Marcus shouldn't want to be alone with Joselyn. Nothing could ever happen between them, so spending so much time with her was setting his heart up to be more wrecked than it had been as a teen. His sense of self-preservation was begging him to get distance from her constantly. But his desire to be with her always won out. Definitely colossally bad. The rest of the staff seemed to be in a hurry to get off work, so as soon as they left, Marcus got Dustin out the door too. It was less than a minute after his sous chef pulled out of the parking lot before he spotted Joselyn's headlights as she pulled in. As soon as she pulled into a parking spot behind the building, he held the back door open for her, trying to ignore the fact that his heart rate picked up at just seeing her. She's just your business consultant.
Good evening, sunshine,
he said as she neared. As she walked through the doorway, the smile she gave him seemed to be filled with joy at seeing him. He drank in the smile like a man dying of thirst when he was finally given a glass of water, and instantly knew that her expression had been burned into his memory so fully that he'd be able to pull it up again for the rest of his life. This wasn't the first time they'd had a planning session this late at night, but it was the first time they'd had it at the restaurant. So he gave her a quick tour of the kitchen before getting started. Then he grabbed an armful of ingredients and started putting them on the counter near one of the cooktops, and then noticed Joselyn shiver and wrap her arms around herself.
Oh, sorry. We keep the temperature pretty cool back here because with all the cooking going on, it would get too hot if we didn't.
He was plenty warm. He wanted to wrap his arms around her and share all his warmth with her. But that didn't exactly take him further from the colossally bad idea.
Do you want me to grab your jacket?
I'm totally fine, Joselyn said as she jumped up to sit on the counter next to him as he worked. A thrill, unlike his normal making something new thrill, raced through him.
Will you hand me the maple syrup? It's by the sea salt and honey, darling.
Joselyn chuckled. Honey, darling. Can't say I've ever been called that before. She smiled, twisting to the side and picking up the container, turning it over in her hand. Grade B maple syrup. She took the lid off and brought it to her nose. Oh, wow! That smells divine!
It's the good stuff. The key to making the best ice cream is to start with the best ingredients. I'm thinking of making a maple ice cream with candied bacon and toasted walnuts.
Joselyn's stomach growled audibly. Obviously, it's more than just my taste buds that like the sound of that. My stomach wants it too.
If you're hungry, I can make you some real food.
She shook her head. Nah, ice cream is good. Marcus laughed loudly.
I see you still have your ability to live off sugar alone.
He cracked half a dozen eggs, separated the yolks from the whites, and put the yolks in a saucepan. He poured as much maple syrup as he guessed it would take into a measuring cup, and then wrote down how much he was putting in. He had come up with enough new recipes to know to keep track well. He whisked the eggs and maple syrup together, then turned the heat on to medium. He measured half and half in heavy cream, recording the amounts and adding them to the mix.
Remember when you, me, Kenan, and Everett ran away from home?
I remember. You three were probably, 10? So I was probably 8?
That sounds about right. I came over to play, but Everett said they couldn't because both he and Kenan were grounded until their room was clean. But Kenan said it wasn't fair for him to be grounded since it was all Everett's stuff, and Everett said he had too much stuff, so trying to tackle it all was too overwhelming.
I believe the phrase he used, Joselyn said, was cruel and unusual punishment.
Marcus chuckled. I had completely forgotten that. I do remember that it was Everett who suggested that the best solution was to run away from home.
He kept whisking the mix as it cooked, emulsifying the fats in the cream. I remember wanting in on the adventure, Joselyn said. And you guys weren't going to let me until you realized that you'd need food if you ran away. My mom was in the kitchen making dinner, and I was the only one of us who could go get food without arousing suspicion.
Because your room was already squeaky clean like usual.
He rarely went into her room, but he remembered walking by it plenty of times, and always marveling that another kid's room could be so pristine. Which was a good thing, because you three never would have survived without food. Marcus laughed long and loud.
When we got to the spot in the mountains where we decided we were going to live, and you opened up the pack you brought of food, the only items it contained were 4 Twinkies and an unopened 2-pound bag of brown sugar.
And 4 plastic spoons.
I don't think you can call that food.
I don't know. You all thought I was the most brilliant kid who ever lived when I first opened that pack. He nodded.
Not so much after we ate it all, though. It was a good thing that you have sugar immunity, or we wouldn't have had someone to go for help.
This time, Joselyn laughed, and the sound was like sunshine itself. Marcus concentrated on his whisking so he wouldn't dwell on the sound of it so much. The mixture was starting to look right, so he dipped a spoon in it. When it coated the spoon, he ran his finger along the back of it. It left a clean line.
Perfect.
He removed it from the heat, strained the mix into a bowl, and then added sea salt. As he was pouring the mix into the ice cream maker, Joselyn said, "Have you decided on any other flavors yet? Or how many flavors you're going to carry? Or if you're going to have a rotating flavor or a flavor of the month?"
Ooh, I like the idea of a flavor of the month, he said, closing the top of the machine and heading to the sink to clean the bowl. He liked to experiment and try new things, but he couldn't do that nearly enough at this restaurant. The owners wouldn't change the menu more than twice a year, and they didn't like the concept of a nightly special or offering anything else not on the menu. As he was placing bacon on a tray and putting it into an oven, toasting walnuts, taking the bacon out when it was almost done, draining the fat, coating it in maple syrup, then returning it to the oven to caramelize, he and Joselyn talked about flavors. Together, they brainstormed, and he mentioned all the flavors he had either made already or thought of making over the past few weeks. Buttered popcorn, lemonade, lavender rose, cinnamon oatmeal cookie, key lime, potato chip and pretzel, olive oil. He pulled the caramelized bacon out of the oven and set the tray on the rack to cool. "Oh," Joselyn said, "you should make a Dr. Pepper one. Macy would go crazy for it. Add it to the list.
And maybe something specific to Nestled Hollow, like... Joselyn looked up at the ceiling, tapping her pen on her lips, which only brought Marcus's attention to them. He imagined for a full 3 seconds how it would feel to kiss those lips, before he caught himself and stopped. Nestled Hollow Heaven, something like that.
Good idea.
Getting the thought of her lips out of his head was a little more difficult than he thought it would be. His mind scrambled for a flavor he could bring up.
I made a sea salt and honey ice cream once. It was so good I was thinking of giving up real food and only eating it.
Wow! Good enough to make a talented chef give up real food? That flavor's definitely going on the list, she said. Her pen was poised over the page in her notebook, but she hesitated, a grin spreading across her face. You should name that flavor by the sea salt, honey darling. Marcus laughed from deep within his belly.
Done.
That flavor was going to forever remind him of Joselyn. If he could only have one flavor of ice cream for the rest of his life, it would be that one, so it seemed fitting. Now that the caramelized bacon had time to cool, he grabbed a bowl and started breaking it into chunks. Marcus, remember how we were talking about branding? What do you think about giving all of your flavors names like that?
I like it.
He looked down at the bacon in the bowl, the walnuts next to them, and the maple ice cream in the machine.
How about maple? Please bring home the bacon.
Yes, just like that! Joselyn wrote it down in his notebook. Marcus glanced down at his watch. The ice cream was probably at a good soft-serve firmness right now, so he took a bowl to the ice cream machine, pulled down the lever, and watched as his maple ice cream filled the bowl. He could cook all day long, but nothing excited him as much as seeing a close-to-finished batch of ice cream coming out of this machine. Once he got it all out, he carried it over to the counter where he was working and folded in the walnuts and bacon. Then he grabbed a tray and lined it with parchment paper.
This will have to freeze overnight, but I want us to try it before we leave, so, he said as he spread some on the parchment paper. I'm going to put this in the blast chiller.
A few minutes later, he used a paddle to scrape the ice cream off the parchment paper in a thin layer that rolled in on itself as he worked, then put it into a bowl. He got 2 spoons and handed one to Joselyn. She came over to stand right next to him, and they grinned at each other. Jocelyn's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Man, he hoped this flavor turned out. Their spoons were headed toward the bowl when he shouted, "Wait!" He left Joselyn standing next to the ice cream, wondering why he was stopping the ice cream eating, while he raced into the walk-in fridge. He found the right jar, unscrewed the lid, and pulled out a single maraschino cherry. He headed back to Joselyn and their bowl of ice cream.
Ice cream is always better with a cherry on top. I can't believe I nearly served a bowl without one.
Joselyn gave him a questioning look, and for a moment he interpreted the expression to mean that she thought it was strange. Then she said, "There's your company name right there." Now Marcus was the one wearing the confused, questioning expression. What was it he had said? "With a cherry on top," Joselyn said. "We can incorporate it into your logo. What do you think?" He smiled. He loved the name. He had no idea if he loved it simply because he loved the name or if he loved it because he loved the way the name sounded in Joselyn's voice, coming from her lips.
I think we can finally come up with a business name off your list.
Joselyn's smile was brilliant and made him focus way too much on her lips again. She kept her eyes on his and moved her spoon toward the ice cream, slowly, waiting for his to match hers. So he lowered his spoon too, and both spoons touched the ice cream at the same time. He scooped up a big enough spoonful of just the maple ice cream itself, without the bacon or walnuts, so he could really test the flavor of it. It was every bit as creamy as he was expecting, and he moved it around on his tongue to get a good sense of the flavor. The maple zinged on his tongue, and he thought it was probably pretty close to right where it should be. He might make a note on the recipe to try a small amount less, not much less, but he didn't want it to compete too much with the taste of the bacon or walnuts.
He got a second scoop with the perfect amount of bacon and walnuts and tested the ice cream as a whole. Man, he had cooked that bacon perfectly. The maple had caramelized so well, and the taste combined brilliantly with the smokiness of the bacon and the crunch of the walnuts. "Oh my," Joselyn said as she finished her second bite. "When you told me the flavor we were making, I think I imagined the maple donut bars they sometimes have at Quick Stop convenience store. I got one with bacon once. This, though, Marcus, you should be crowned king of something. King of a nation where the national food is ice cream, and the national anthem is an ode to ice cream, and the national tree is both a maple and a walnut, and the national vehicle is an ice cream truck."
Is this market testing we've got going on right now?
Joselyn laughed. "Yes, I can tell you that the market will love this." Marcus's chest lightened. It would have been so embarrassing if the ice cream didn't turn out well. He hoped she would like it, but her reaction made him so happy a laugh burst out of him. Keeping his eyes on her, he scooped up another bite, and as he put it in his mouth, he noticed her gaze shift to his lips, too, and he swore the temperature in the kitchen rose. He made his gaze go back to the bowl, and as he was getting another spoonful, he was about to ask her a business plan question. But then she went in for a scoop at the same time, and her shoulder pressed against his, and he could no longer remember what he was going to ask. He could barely remember how to form words. "After creating a masterpiece like this," Joselyn said, picking up the maraschino cherry by the stem, "I think you deserve this." He opened his mouth as she brought it to his lips, and he held it with his teeth while she pulled the stem free. He expected her to back away as he chewed and swallowed, but she didn't. Their faces were only a foot apart. He heard the little voices of warning trying to pull him back, but he didn't care. He'd been listening to them ever since his senior year. Maybe it was time to stop listening. For the first time in years, it looked like Joselyn was feeling the same way he was. It was time to be brave. He leaned in a little closer, and Joselyn responded by closing the gap to within 2 inches. Her warm, sweet breath tickled his cheek. He knew how badly he wanted this, but he wanted to know how badly she did. So he waited. Her breathing was shallow. Her expression was warm and full of anticipation, the result of weeks of working closely together. He gazed into her hazel eyes that had an outside ring of a deep green, the golden tones the color of a summer sunset over the ocean, barely breathing himself. Then she jerked away from him. The sudden loss of her nearness felt like she had taken a part of him with her. "I don't know what I was thinking." Her eyes were wild, looking all around the kitchen, but not at him. "That was stupid. I shouldn't have. That was bad. So bad." Each sentence was a punch, taking him lower and lower. He should have listened to the voices telling him to back off. They had years of experience and knew what they were talking about. "I've got to go," she said, right before grabbing her jacket and keys and racing out the back door. He followed after her, stopping at the back door like an idiot who forgot how to form words or ask questions. Maybe if he had said something, she wouldn't have left with such an expression of terror on her face. He watched her get safely into her car and drive away. For several long minutes, he just looked in the direction she had gone. He realized that he hadn't forgotten how to ask questions. He was just afraid that he couldn't handle what the answers might be. It was the reason he hadn't asked them at any time in the past decade. 7. Joselyn. Joselyn made it nearly 3 blocks away from the restaurant before she had to pull her car over, hands shaking, heart racing, and catch her breath. She couldn't believe that she had nearly let herself kiss Marcus. Yes, she had felt the growing attraction between her and Marcus over the past few weeks. They were working together closely and seeing each other practically every day. But she knew what could happen if they dated. Back when they were in high school, neither of them had been shy about voicing their opinions before they started dating or during. And they didn't always agree with each other, of course. It hadn't bothered her that they didn't agree. In fact, she'd kind of enjoyed the challenge of defending her opinions. Then she read a teen magazine with a quiz in it to see if the guy you were dating had long-term relationship potential, to see if you were soulmates. She had taken the quiz and had frozen when she got to the part that said, "How often do you disagree?" She and Marcus talked about big topics every day. And even if they agreed on the big parts, there were always parts where they hadn't, so she marked daily. And because of that, their relationship failed the test. She remembered the results saying something like, "Things between the two of you might be fun for now, but soulmates you are not. Save yourself from future heartbreak and end things." Like an inexperienced, naive teenager, she'd believed the quiz and ended things with Marcus. Yes, the kissing had been great. Everything had been great. Well, everything but the constant guilt that came from sneaking around and breaking the promise they'd made to Everett and Kennan. And why carry the guilt if the relationship was doomed anyway? It hadn't taken a lot of time before she could look back on the situation and see how ridiculous and wrong the quiz had been. But at the time, she hadn't had enough dating experience to know that. She had always assumed that she and Marcus would take a break for a while and then get back together. It was Marcus, after all. A part of her had always known that if soulmates was a real thing and not just a romantic fantasy, then she and Marcus were it, regardless of what the magazine said. But then he left, ran away. For a full 2 months, she didn't see a glimpse of him. She had lost her boyfriend and a family member when they broke up, and those 2 months had been the most difficult of her life. Her best friend at the time, Addison, told her that all breakups were painful and that she would be fine after a week or two. But looking back now, with a decade of dating and boyfriends and breakups in the mix, still nothing compared to that breakup with Marcus. Any thoughts she'd had of them eventually getting back together had fled when he did. She had known even back then that she would never be able to recover from a breakup with Marcus again. So when he left, she learned how to not let feelings for him work their way in. Once he came back, she learned pretty quickly how to trap them behind a steel door. Not only would it be too painful to ever date him again, but he was also Everett and Kennan's best friend. Her entire family accepted him as one of their own. Of all the people in the world she could possibly date, he was the one person she couldn't. Ever. They had spent plenty of time with each other in the past 10 years, and nothing had happened between them. It had to have been the ice cream's fault. It was too good, too creamy, too sweet, too delicious, too perfect. Combine that with being inches away from the very good-smelling, very muscular, very handsome man who made the ice cream, and, of course, an accident happened. Or a near accident. It was situational, that was all. She was just going to have to make sure she didn't end up being in that situation in the future. He didn't need her there to make the ice cream. He just wanted her opinion on tasting it. She could do that. If she wasn't tasting it after seeing the man so at home in a kitchen and so passionate about what he was creating, she would be fine. Just fine. Joselyn got stuck in a marketing strategy meeting at work, and by the time she made the hour and 20-minute drive from her work to Nestled Hollow, she was late, and Marcus was already at the Elsmore construction offices. He must have seen her pull up because he was holding the door to the building open for her when she stepped out of her car. He was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved blue thermal shirt that she had seen him wear 1,000,000 times. Why did he look so good in it this time? He had been a broad-shouldered, big muscles kind of guy for most of his life, so it wasn't the way those muscles showed as his arm was outstretched toward the door, the rest of his body leaning with casual confidence. The guy smiled so much he probably smiled in his sleep, so it wasn't the way happiness at seeing her spread across his face. It was probably because of the sun, the way it hung low and golden in the sky and reflected off the snow, bathing him in warmth. That was all it was. Ambient lighting. He'd been wary the first time they'd met again after she very nearly kissed him, and she probably was too. It had been hard to tell through the awkward feelings that were trying to force themselves center stage. But they were both quite well practiced at how to act around one another after they had been kissing as teens before their breakup. So being around each other after not kissing as adults was no big deal. It didn't matter that she was now trying to act that way when she had newfound feelings for him sneaking their way in. She could pretend with the best of them, so things had settled into a more normal state over the past 3 days. Besides, she expected those feelings toward him to go away any day now. "Hi," she said as she neared Marcus, in a pretty convincing, things-are-perfectly normal voice if she did say so herself. She was glad she had said the word when she did, because as she walked past where he stood to hold the door for her, close enough to brush against him and definitely close enough to smell the crisp cleanliness of his laundry detergent, she wasn't sure she could have even said a simple 2-letter word correctly. She smiled at the contractor and reached out to shake his hand. "I apologize for being late. I hope I didn't throw your schedule off. I'm Joselyn Zimmerman."
Nate Elsmore. And not at all. Marcus and I were just chatting about Nestled Hollow High.
She knew that the contractor had grown up in Nestled Hollow and had recently moved back, and she knew that his parents owned Elsmore Market, but she hadn't remembered him specifically. She was just glad that there was now a contractor who was based in Nestled Hollow.
"He was 3 years ahead of me in school," Marcus said, "but he remembers me." "Mostly," Nate said as he motioned them to a round table with building plans on top. "I was just telling Marcus that I was surprised to see him come through my door, because when you had called and set up the appointment for Marcus Williams, the name hadn't seemed familiar. We didn't know each other too well, but I had honestly thought his last name was Zimmerman."
Joselyn laughed right along with them. Marcus was beefy and dark-haired, and Everett and Kennan had more lean frames and sandy blonde hair. Even though they didn't look alike and the likelihood of 3 brothers from the same family being in the same grade was minuscule, people still somehow always thought that they were brothers. Nate had already printed out building schematics on the large paper, and as the 3 of them sat around where it was spread on the table, he started pointing out the building dimensions and where the front and back doors and windows were. "I took the information that Joselyn sent me from your designer, and you can see I've marked all of that in here. You've got your front counter and freezer case to display your ice cream flavors going in here, and your flow of customers will be right through here. So you'll have this space for tables and chairs. Now I've got your kitchen plans marked here. Are you wanting a wall along here to separate it from the front of the store?" "Nah," Marcus said. "I don't want to be closed off from all the action. Let's do something open." Nate nodded and made some notations on the plans. "I don't want just tables and chairs, though," Marcus said. "Can we do some built-in booths along this side? Maybe a few that are smaller and more intimate, and then one great big one?" "Define great big," Nate said. "I'm talking big enough for a Zimmerman-sized family to come in, or a Little League team, or a group of teens after a football game. I want people to come and feel like they can be surrounded by those they love." As Nate and Marcus continued to talk about the plans for the shop, Joselyn watched Marcus and marveled at the passion that poured out of him when he talked about family, enjoying the company of others, and bringing people together with food. Nate tapped his finger on the back half of the plans. "Since this building is much deeper than it is wide, you've got a lot of space that you'll need to decide how to use. You'll need a room for storage and an office for doing things like accounting. Those will take up about this much space. So let's talk about what to do with the rest." "I want a room right here," Marcus said, touching his thick pointer finger in the space just behind the kitchen. Nate nodded. "Okay, for the storage room, or do you mean for the office?" "Neither," Marcus said, shaking his head. Nate's eyebrows drew together as he studied Marcus, trying to understand. "Someday I hope to be married and have a bunch of kids." Marcus rubbed the back of his neck as he spoke, which made Joselyn wonder if he might have had doubts or fears about that not happening. "I want them to be able to come hang out with me, but still have a place to go that's theirs." Marcus had always been one of the most friendly, outgoing people she knew. but it hadn't hit her until just now how important having his own big family was to him. Even through all their deep discussions back when they were dating and their casual chats over the years since then, she never realized how much her own hopes, wishes, and desires for family matched up exactly with his.
"That sounds perfect," Nate said,
almost in a whisper. "Do you have kids?" Joselyn asked. His comment sounded like he wished he had a room next to his office for his own. His head jerked up from the plans, meeting Jocelyn's eyes for a moment before he shook his head.
No, I want kids, though. I wouldn't mind having lots, either."
Joselyn glanced at the man's hand and noticed that he didn't wear a wedding ring, yet had an indentation on his finger from having worn one for a few years. She hoped that both he and Marcus would get their wishes. And she really wished that she could be at Marcus's side as his wife. The two of them raising that bunch of kids he talked about. The unbidden thought shocked her. Did she really feel that way? As Marcus discussed with Nate possibly turning the remaining back section into a room that could be used for birthday parties or other group gatherings, Joselyn tried to figure out when she had started to see Marcus in that way. Because even with all the admiring of the man she had been doing over the past 4 weeks, she had not seen that coming. 8. Marcus. Marcus carried the plate he'd prepared for himself to the employee break room and took a seat at the round table in the center. He always made sure that everyone else in the kitchen got their breaks first, so the room was usually empty by the time he got there. He took a bite of the seared salmon and avocado and mango salad with a champagne vinaigrette dressing that he had been making all night, savoring it. The salmon was cooked perfectly, if he did say so himself. Always having such a variety of ingredients on hand to make his dinner with, along with access to the commercial kitchen, was one of the perks of his job that he was going to miss when he left. Working all the late nights and holidays was something he definitely wouldn't miss. He and Joselyn had been working fairly nonstop on business things lately, and he had loved every moment. But since she was busy tonight and unable to chat during his break like they usually did, he decided to give his brain a rest from thinking about the business and started scrolling through social media instead. He'd only been looking at posts for a few minutes when an image came up that his cousin Luca had posted. Luca lived in Sunset, Oahu, where Marcus had lived up until he was 9 and moved to Colorado with his grandparents. Another cousin, Ayla, was also in the pictures. They were both just a bit younger than him, but they were family, so his heart was connected to them. Looking at pictures of the beach, the ocean, the palm trees, the sunsets, and the family instantly brought a longing to go back to Hawaii. To smell the salty air, to breathe in the ocean, to soak in the sun, to be around those bound to him by blood. The pictures were such a contrast to the snowy surroundings just outside the restaurant. It was interesting to notice the way the feelings pulled at him now, though. 6 months ago, pictures like those, of family and the area where he'd been born, made him want to pack up his belongings and hop on a plane. Now that he was creating his business with Joselyn, though, that pull wasn't nearly as strong. There seemed to be so much more keeping him in Colorado. It wasn't just the business either, or the Zimmerman family. So much of what was holding on to him in Colorado was Joselyn herself. He typed her name into the search bar and went to her profile. The most recent picture was of Joselyn and her sister Macy on the floor of Macy's apartment playing with Macy's dogs, Reese and Lola. He scrolled to the next picture, which was taken outside in the snow with Everett. Jocelyn's hair was pulled into a ponytail with plenty of hairs escaping the band, and they were both wearing exercise clothes and looked like they had just gone for a run. They were flexing their arm muscles, showing off for the camera, even though they were both wearing jackets that hid their muscles. Joselyn stood just in front of her brother, a fierce look on her face, pretending like she truly believed that her muscles were bigger than his, even though his were a good 3 times the size. He chuckled just taking in the look on her face, finding that a sense of happiness filled him at just seeing her. Joselyn might love spending quality time with spreadsheets, but the girl could sure bring out the fun in others. The next one was a selfie she'd taken at her work, her feet up on her desk, a triumphant look on her face. The caption read, "Report finished. It took 9 days, a few too many trips to the coffee station, a bit too much staring at a screen, and a good 3.4 years shaved off my life expectancy, but it is done." She'd told him about what a struggle that report had been because it was so comprehensive, and about how hard she'd worked on it. He knew how proud she'd been of her work, and he felt that same pride in his chest again just seeing her post about it. The next picture was of both Marcus and Joselyn together. Marcus had just made the first batch of ice cream that they'd named C is for Cookie Monster, and she'd snapped a selfie of the two of them, each holding a big spoonful of it, mouths open, about to eat it. He'd seen the picture that night and several times since, but it still did something to him every time he saw it. Joselyn was, of course, looking beautiful and perfect in every way. She was hamming it up for the camera. If they enlarged the picture to 3 or 4 feet high and put it on the wall of the ice cream shop, it would feel right at home there. Everyone would love it. It was also one of the few pictures where Marcus liked the way he looked, and it was all because of Joselyn. The look on his face was of utter contentedness. He and Joselyn had been working together closely for a couple of hours by that point. He'd learned from their disastrous almost kiss the previous time that they'd made ice cream together not to get too close. So they'd spent the evening just having fun, laughing almost the entire time. The night had been joyful, and he could see it all over his face in the picture. He experienced the feeling again just by seeing his own expression.
"Who's that?"
Dustin's question startled Marcus so much that he dropped his phone, the corner of it clanging against his plate. He'd been so focused on the picture that he hadn't even noticed his coworker enter the room behind him, which was surprising.
"Oh, she's..."
He picked up the phone again, glancing at the picture of Joselyn, trying to think how to answer the question. His business consultant? He couldn't say that. He wasn't ready yet to let anyone at Kleinman's know that he was starting his own business. The woman he'd been in love with virtually his entire life? He wasn't ready to admit that it had been a decade since they'd last dated, and he still hadn't managed to either get over her or woo her back. So instead, he said,
"I've been friends with her family since we were kids."
Dustin nodded as he sat down at the table.
"Oh, this is her, huh? So did your families get together for barbecues and things like that?"
He shook his head.
"I was raised by my grandparents. The Zimmermans just claim me as their own."
"Oh," Dustin said, dragging out the word.
"So she's basically your sister?" "What?"
Marcus said, the thought pushing back hard and strong.
"No, she's nothing like a sister."
Dustin chuckled.
Gotcha. I knew that comment would get you to show your true feelings. I've always guessed that you're in love with her."
Marcus opened his mouth to deny it, but no words came. His reaction had been forceful enough that there was no convincing Dustin otherwise.
"But you're not dating her," Dustin said. "So I'm guessing that either means that she doesn't feel the same way or that her family is against the two of you dating."
He wasn't sure how Joselyn felt, and he wished he could guess. Sure, they'd had a blast working together on Starting with a Cherry on Top. But they'd been good friends since they were little kids. Marcus had been 9, and Joselyn was just a couple of months from turning 8. So 20 years of friendship and only a few months of dating more than a decade ago. During all that time, they'd had plenty of moments spent laughing and having fun together. Besides, when they were dating, none of it had meant that she'd had romantic feelings for him. Of course, they'd also nearly kissed not long ago. He'd seen the look in her eyes and knew she'd felt something for him then. But she'd also stopped it in its tracks just as quickly. He couldn't bring himself to say the words,
"She doesn't feel the same way."
So instead, he said the other truth.
"Yeah, the family is very against it."
"They always have been?" Marcus nodded, moving the last few pieces of leafy greens around his plate before deciding he was done eating and pushing it away.
Yes.
But things change. Do you know if they're still against the two of you dating?
They still are.
Marcus stood and took his plate to the garbage can and scraped the remaining bits off before rinsing it in the sink. Joselyn's strong reaction to the two of them almost kissing had to have been for one of two reasons. One, that she wasn't interested at all and had just gotten caught up in the moment. Or two, that she was worried about her family's reaction, which confirmed to Marcus that their disapproval of the two of them dating wasn't all in his head.
It's not something that's going to change.
How do you know? So many questions. For as much as Marcus loved being around people, he was really missing the break room being empty. He turned around and leaned his backside against the counter, folding his arms, and took a deep breath.
Because she has twin brothers who are 2 years older than her and are my best friends. They made us swear we would never date. We did in high school, though, and kept it a secret from the family, but her dad found out and he didn't take the news so well.
When Marcus and Joselyn had broken up, Marcus worried that he'd never be a part of the Zimmerman family again. That had destroyed him almost as much as Joselyn breaking up with him had.
So just go behind their back. When has that ever worked out well in the history of the world? No, hear me out. If things don't work out between you and Joselyn, you break up and they never have to know. If things do work out and you're ready to ride off into the sunset together for your happily ever after, they'll get on board. Until then, they don't need to know. We already tried that.
He shook his head, gazing out toward the kitchen. His great-grandparents had moved to Hawaii shortly after they got married. His grandma, his mom, and Marcus were all born there, and almost his entire family. Aunties and uncles and so many cousins all lived there until his grandparents moved to Colorado when he was young. One of his favorite things was that his extended family was always around, always in his life. Even when he moved to Colorado, he shared his grandparents' house with a couple of his cousins. He got that same feeling of being in a big, crazy, loving family whenever he was with the Zimmermans, too. He looked back at Dustin.
I have no living relatives in this state anymore. The Zimmermans may not be my blood, but they are my family. I don't want to lose them.
Once Marcus was back in the kitchen, he tried to put his conversation with Dustin out of his mind. But the night wasn't nearly busy enough to keep his brain from having time to think and daydream. What if Joselyn was feeling the same things that he was feeling? What if that look on her face right before they didn't kiss had been a window into how she'd really felt? And if it was, what would happen if they did secretly date? Maybe they didn't have to tell the Zimmermans until they knew how things were going to turn out. And if things didn't work out, well, he and Joselyn knew how to deal with that. They were practically experts at it. Then he started imagining dates with Joselyn in detail. Where they would go, what they would do, how much they'd laugh, how much he'd love every moment of it. Which, of course, got Marcus thinking about that room that Nate was building into the ice cream shop for his future kids to play in. It made him realize that he'd been imagining those kids being his and Joselyn's all along without even realizing it. But, of course he had. He'd had a hard time over the past decade picturing his life with anyone other than Joselyn, no matter how hard he tried. So he imagined going to Everett's house and getting Kenan on a video chat so the three of them could talk. What would he say?
Hey, remember back when you two made me promise that I would never date your sister? What do you say you release me from that promise? Because I've loved her for half my life and I'd like to see if we can make things work between us.
Everett would probably cross his arms and say,
Remember that time when the four of us went to the lake and you and Joselyn spent the whole time arguing about whether or not the lake was deep enough that the fish at the bottom didn't have eyes because it was so dark down there that they didn't need to see? Neither of you was willing to back down, so you just argued the entire day. Marcus would roll his eyes and say, I was 11.
And then Everett would probably say something like,
Listen, Joselyn has been my sister her entire life. And you've practically been my brother for 2 decades. I know you both well, so trust me when I say that I don't think it would work out for the two of you. Your relationship would crash and burn."
Just thinking the words made Marcus wince, and his whole being seemed to fight back even the thought of that. He imagined he'd stay composed and say to Everett,
"But maybe it wouldn't, and then we'd be brothers. That'd be the best, right?"
Then he pictured the simmering look on Everett's face. The way his nostrils would flare, the muscle in his jaw would tighten, and the vein in his forehead would pulse. He'd look into the screen to see a nearly identical expression on Kennan's face. If he told them that he was going to date Joselyn anyway, would that be the end of their friendship? And if it was, could he handle that? He still wasn't sure. What he was sure of was the feeling of peace and joy that washed over him as soon as he started thinking about knocking on Joselyn's door to pick her up for a date. She'd open the door with a smile spread across her face, her eyes crinkling from the smile. He'd wrap an arm around her waist and kiss that smile before they'd head off on an adventurous date. He decided he should just forget about Everett and Kennan and their reactions. He wanted to spend the rest of the evening thinking about Joselyn's. 9. Joselyn. Joselyn headed into her neighborhood grocery store and grabbed a cart. One of Marcus's chefs was on vacation, and because Saturday was the restaurant's busiest day, he was working a double. So, since they couldn't work on business stuff, she'd spent the day cleaning and organizing her apartment, and was currently wearing yoga pants, an oversized hoodie, and a messy bun. But not a purposely messy bun, the kind that started neat enough, but then got that way on its own while doing things like scrubbing the bathtub and freeing the dust bunnies from under the couch. She had just turned down the aisle with the pasta and stopped in front of the spaghetti noodles when she heard the text tone she had reserved for Marcus only. It was amazing how much that ding-da-ding made her chest rise and her heart dance a little jig. A smile was wide across her face as she pulled her phone from her purse. Marcus.
"Since I'm here all day, I figured I'd take my break a little early. Are you home?"
Joselyn. Nope. I thought maybe I should stop procrastinating grocery shopping. That single spaghetti noodle in my cupboard is getting lonely.
Marcus. "So kind of you to get it friends."
Joselyn. I'm going to get it lots of friends. They say you shouldn't go grocery shopping when you're starving, which I currently am, but I figure that's the best time to go. It means the next time you're starving, you'll have more options. Go when you're full, and you'll regret it later.
Marcus. "Brilliant strategy. This is why we put you in charge of making plans."
Joselyn chuckled and grabbed a box of spaghetti noodles and tossed it into her cart. She moved over to the pasta sauces and grabbed a jar of marinara, considering it before she put it in her cart. Then she sent a text back to Marcus. Joselyn, do you struggle to grocery shop for yourself when you're used to ordering large amounts of high-quality food through the restaurant?
Marcus. "You mean, do I go to the produce section, look at the puny avocado, and think, you could be so much bigger and more perfectly ripe? Or wonder how meat can come in such a small package?"
Marcus.
"Of course not." Winking face emoji. "When you see a business, do you evaluate all the things they could be doing better?"
Marcus.
"Wait, you probably actually do that, don't you?"
Joselyn smiled, pushing her cart with a hand and an elbow as she held her phone, paying way more attention to the text conversation than she was to the shopping. What was on her list again? She had no idea. She typed in her response. Joselyn. You mean, do I think about how the branding on the grocery store's sign out front doesn't match their branding inside the store? Or how they need to train their baggers better since that's the last interaction customers have and therefore sticks in their minds the longest? Joselyn. Of course not. Winking face emoji. Marcus. Laughing with tears emoji.
I had no idea the evaluation that was going on with all the business shopping we've been doing.
Joselyn. Don't tell me you don't evaluate other people's cooking. What they could have done differently, what seasonings they should have or shouldn't have used, how they cooked it, the quality of the ingredients they used. She found herself in the freezer section, right in front of the ice cream,
focusing so much on the conversation that she hadn't even realized she had turned down the aisle. She lived for moments like this when she could chat with Marcus when he was working. Whenever someone in her family had asked him about dating, he'd always said that his job limited his ability to date. She figured it was just a cover to mask deeper dating issues. But now she'd experienced the struggle of getting together with him outside of her work hours. She got it. Joselyn, and tell me you don't eat grocery store ice cream, especially the off-brands, without judgment. Marcus, you're right. It's a curse. After thinking of every dish Marcus had ever made for her, she suddenly had a need for fresh produce. Lots of it. Avocados especially, even if they were puny. She headed to the produce section while she typed her response. Joselyn, I'm glad it's a curse I get to benefit from. Ice cream emoji, yummy face emoji. She looked up just as she bumped her cart into someone else's. Her eyes flew to the cart's driver as she said, I am so sorry. And then, oh, Mrs. Emerson. Joselyn wasn't sure she'd ever seen Mrs. Emerson outside of Nestled Hollow. Her son Alex had been in Joselyn's group of friends back in high school. Joselyn, what a coincidence running into you this far from home. Do you live nearby? Joselyn nodded. Just a couple of blocks away. Alex lives not far from here, too. He just moved in. I am here helping him to get the new house set up. He's had a rough couple of months, so I told him I am coming to help him get settled and I'm not taking no for an answer. Oh, and did you hear that he's working for one of the top computer labs in the area? He's won some prestigious awards and was highly recruited. He's currently developing a chip that will blow the existing ones out of the water. That's amazing. I hadn't heard. They love him here. She reached out and grabbed Joselyn's left hand, looking at her empty ring finger. Are you single? I am, Joselyn said, knowing her voice was coming out wary but not being able to control it. Mrs. Emerson didn't seem to notice, though. She let go of Joselyn's hand. Alex is single, too! Freshly back on the market, actually. You two should go out. I think it would be great for him to go on a date with someone he's friends with and knows well. Help him to get back in the saddle, you know? Because... She shook her head. You would not believe the ringer Haley put him through. Oh, I hadn't heard they broke up. I'm so sorry. It's for the best. There's nothing like a bad breakup to let you know that. So, what do you say to a date? She was kind of hoping that she had directed Mrs. Emerson away from that thought just enough because she wasn't in the mood to be set up on a date. She had a texting conversation on her phone she wanted to get back to. I'm sorry, I've got a lot going on right now. She hoped she'd worded it in a way that made the woman think that she was going to be busy for quite a while and give up. Oh, come on! Mrs. Emerson took a glance at Joselyn's outfit. You don't look like you've got anywhere you're going tonight. I'll tell you what, I'm supposed to meet Alex for dinner in a bit, and I'm sure you don't want to go home after all this grocery shopping, put everything away, and then have to cook a meal, because that's the worst. You should go meet him. Take my place. No, I couldn't do that. No, really, I want you to go. I insist. I'm texting him right now and telling him that you're meeting him instead of me. The woman pulled out her phone and started tapping on the screen. Joselyn held up her hands, one still clutching her phone. No, that's okay. Mrs. Emerson glanced up before going back to her texting. I don't want to hear anything more about it. You two will have a great time. She must have finished sending the text because she slipped the phone back into her purse. Meet him at Ted's over on Main Street at 7. Oh, but you might want to stop home first and change, maybe run a brush through your hair. And then the woman was gone. Joselyn was still standing next to the avocados, mouth open, watching Mrs. Emerson push her cart toward the registers, wondering what in the world just happened when the phone in her hand buzzed. She looked down to see 3 missed texts from Marcus. She quickly typed in a text. Joselyn, I think I just got bullied into going on a date tonight with Alex Emerson from high school by his mom.
It's a good thing he's a likable enough guy. Marcus.
You're going to let someone else make food for you?
Joselyn. Travesty, I know. If I had it my way, I'd only eat food made by you morning, noon, and night. Joselyn. It's in an hour, and I still need to finish grocery shopping. I'll talk to you later. Alex was already seated at a table when Joselyn arrived at the restaurant, and he stood to greet her as she neared. He'd been tall and lanky in high school, but it looked like he'd grown into it now. It suited him. She hadn't realized how long it had been since she'd last seen him until she saw how much more defined his facial features were.
It's great to see you, Joselyn. You look very nice.
Thank you, she said as they both took a seat. You do too. She'd only had 9 minutes at home between when she finished getting the groceries in the house and the cold things put away and when she had to leave to meet Alex. She'd changed into a pair of dark wash jeans, ankle boots, and a soft sweater, brushed her hair and teeth, and super quickly brushed on blush, mascara, and lipstick. Not what she'd normally do to prepare for a date, but at least she looked better than she had at the grocery store. Alex brought his hands together on top of the menu that sat in front of him.
Thank you for coming.
Of course. She opened her own menu.
No, really, I know how pushy my mom can be, and I can guess fairly well that she didn't leave you much of a choice in whether or not you came tonight.
She smiled at him.
It was surprisingly nice to have that acknowledged.
Either way, it's really good to see you again, Alex. It's been too long. Your mom was bragging you up. What's new with you over the past few years?
She was? Well, then that means I've got some claims to debunk. Let me guess. She told you that I was highly recruited at my current job?
Joselyn chuckled. She used that exact phrase.
I've heard her say that one before. Let me translate. Highly recruited means that a friend let me know about a job opening at his company that he thought I'd be perfect for. Turns out it was a good fit. What else did she say?
That you've won some prestigious awards?
Ah, yeah. I should have guessed that one. At my previous job, I worked for a small company, and I was the only solution architect. My boss and I used to joke about how I was the top employee in my department since I was the only one in my department. And one day he made me a plaque, just to be funny. My mom happened to stop by and see it and doesn't seem to get that it wasn't legit.
That's hilarious. I think I need your mom to be the one to introduce me to people now and then and make me sound awesome. Oh, and she also said that you're developing a new computer chip?
He nodded. I'm on a team of 12 working to develop it, and they started working on it months before I started. It's not like I'm some prodigy disappearing into my lab to change the world.
Joselyn laughed. She'd forgotten how much she enjoyed hanging out with Alex.
Anything else?
She said that Haley put you through the ringer.
Alex grimaced. Okay, that part's true. I wish my mom would have left it out of the conversation. He shook his head. All of the parts? She could leave out all the parts of my life. But it is really good to see you, Joselyn.
It's great to see you too, she said. And it was. They laughed their way through the homemade chips and dips that were their appetizer and most of the way through their entrees. They shared updates about their lives and reminisced about their high school days. She loved that they picked up where they left off so easily, especially since he had grown up and all the great things about him that made them friends as teens were even better now. She could really enjoy dating him, if it wasn't for Marcus. Because as great as Alex was, all she could think of throughout the meal was that he simply wasn't Marcus. When had she started using Marcus as a measuring stick? Had she been doing it her entire adult life without even realizing it? Maybe that was why she'd never had any strong romantic relationships. She'd always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right whenever she started getting serious with anyone. Sometimes she got that impression right from the first date. She had that same feeling right now. But now that she was spending so much time with Marcus, she seemed to be able to sense that the feeling was actually the voice saying, "But he's not Marcus," much more loudly than usual. No, that is ridiculous, she told herself.
She made herself think of how she and Marcus had almost kissed, and all the fears that had attacked her so strongly. Their breakup as teens had destroyed her. If they dated and then broke up now, it would be infinitely worse. She couldn't handle that kind of pain. Alex not being Marcus was probably a good thing. "Enjoy this date," she told herself. "You've been on enough bad dates to know that this one is a good one." So she told Alex a story about how she'd broken an arm as a kid when she tried climbing on top of the swings at the park. It was hilarious in hindsight, but hadn't been so much at the time. And telling it totally got her mind off Marcus. Then he told her an equally funny, now but wasn't then story about how he crashed his bike at a construction site and had to get stitches. They both laughed quite a bit, and he ended the story with, "But at least I got ice cream out of the deal." And just like that, Joselyn found herself wanting to pull out her phone and send Marcus a text, even though he might not see it until the end of his shift. Or maybe he'd see it earlier if it was a slow night. She yearned for the feeling her heart got whenever she heard his text tone and knew she was about to see his words. Or the feeling she got when her phone rang and lit up with his picture, or when they were about to see each other in person. And she couldn't get her mind off it, even though she was having a great conversation with someone who was sitting across from her in person right now. When the check was paid and they were both walking out to the parking lot, she thought about how things would go for the rest of the evening if she and Marcus hadn't started working on the business together. The night was still young. She and Alex could decide to do something to extend the date, maybe even plan a second date. But she and Marcus had started working together. And she was falling for him even though she'd expressly told herself not to. She couldn't bring herself to lengthen the date with Alex, so she said, "It was so much fun to catch up with you tonight, Alex. I'm glad your mom made it happen." Alex chuckled. "We shouldn't wait so long before doing it again sometime." Alex smiled. He was a smart enough guy to know that meant she still saw him firmly in the friend zone, and as nothing more. He nodded. "We should. I had a lot of fun, too." When Joselyn got into her car, she found herself wondering if her inability to date anyone else, if that "but he's not Marcus" voice maybe meant that Marcus was the one. If maybe he'd always been the one. Even though she'd given up hope a long time ago that anything would ever work out between the two of them. But apparently, somewhere deep down, in a place she couldn't even see, maybe she had been hoping it would all along. 10. Marcus. During the annual birthday breakfast at Back Porch Grill, Marcus tried to steer the conversation back to Everett and the fact that it was his birthday. But Everett and his wife Hannah still asked about with a cherry on top. It wasn't that he didn't like spending every waking moment talking about it, but it was Everett's birthday, not his.
"Do you know what would make a great ice cream flavor?"
Everett asked as he pointed his fork at his plate.
"Back Porch Grill waffles with strawberry syrup."
"But then every time you got that flavor," Hannah said, "it wouldn't matter what time of the year or what time of day it was. You would think it was breakfast time on your birthday."
"I'd be okay with that,"
Everett said as he got another forkful of his waffles and shoved it in his mouth. His 3-year-old son Drew must have decided he was finished with his waffles, or at least that he was finished licking all the whipped cream off the top, and climbed around the booth and onto Everett's lap. Everett got him situated on his lap before cutting into his next piece. Hannah gave their 1-year-old another bite of his pancake. "It sounds like you and Joselyn have gotten through a lot of the steps you need to before your shop opens."
"We have,"
Marcus said, pushing his plate with the part of his omelet he was too full to eat toward the middle of the table.
"If I'd had to do all of this myself, I doubt I would have made it through the first month before having to close down. Joselyn is brilliant. She knows her stuff."
Everett nodded in agreement as he took another bite. "It sounds like the two of you have been spending a lot of time together over the past 2 months," Hannah said, not really as a statement, but as an obvious push for more information.
"Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot to do."
Wait, Everett said before he even finished chewing his bite. You and my sister aren't. He scooted Drew to the space in the booth between him and Hannah, so there was nothing other than the table between him and Marcus. No, Marcus said, feeling like the room suddenly got too warm. No, of course not. She's just my business consultant. He hoped his words were convincing, because truthfully, nothing had happened between him and Joselyn. But he was too embarrassed to admit, even to himself, how often over the past 8 weeks he wished something would happen between the two of them. He had very nearly kissed her a month ago, and she had made it very clear that day and in the days since that she wasn't interested in something happening between them. So Everett had nothing to worry about. In fact, she just went on a date with someone a few days ago. He had tried to play things cool with Joselyn when she told him that she was going to dinner with Alex, so she wouldn't be able to tell just how much it wrecked him to know that she was on a date with someone else. Now he worried that it showed all over his face and Everett would see. Everett wasn't taking his next bite. His fork was hovering in the air as he studied Marcus. He suddenly worried that every single motion he made was going to tip off Everett to exactly how hard he had fallen for his sister. And then both of their phones buzzed, and they both picked them up. It was a message from Kenan to the two of them. Kenan. T-minus 10 and counting! Marcus glanced at the clock on his phone, his eyebrows drawing together. It was only 8:50, but Everett was already typing furiously, so he waited for his text to send. Everett. Dude, I thought we were swing jumping at 10 my time, not Kansas City time. We're still eating breakfast. It didn't take long for Kenan to respond. Kenan. I'm on my way to the park as we speak. Kenan. We've been alive 30 years today, bro. Kenan. 30 years, and this is the first birthday we haven't been together to jump swings. Kenan. You're not going to jeopardize that tradition because of a time zone miscommunication, are you? Where's the love? Kenan. Marcus, I'm counting on you to get him there. Don't let me down. Marcus grinned. His birthday wasn't for 5 months from exactly today, but he had been part of this tradition with Everett and Kenan since the year they turned 10. You heard the man. We've got to go. He called out to Dex. Can we get some boxes in the check? Everett stood up so he could see over the back of the booth and held 2 thumbs up toward the kitchen. Amazing birthday breakfast as always, Cole. Go, Hannah said to Everett. Ride with Marcus. I'll get the bill paid, get the kids buckled in, then come join you. Are you sure? Everett said, hesitating. Hannah glanced at her watch. You're down to 7 minutes. Go. I've got this. Marcus raced with Everett out to Marcus's car, which was parked in front of Back Porch Grill. Since the restaurant was at the start of Maine, the park was only about a block and a half away. They probably could have run there in the same amount of time, but he didn't want to leave his car taking up a restaurant parking space. He drove the short distance and pulled into a parking spot at the end of the lot closest to the playground toys, and the two of them practically leaped out of the car and raced through the snow to the swings. The day was bright and sunshiny, making it feel warm enough to melt a couple of inches of snow. It was a good thing, because neither of them had thought to grab their coats. 4 minutes, Everett said as the two of them started stretching out their calves. Are you ready? Marcus nodded as he stretched his arms, too. I've been training for this every day for the past year. Everett froze right in the middle of stretching his quad. For real? Marcus laughed loudly. No, not once, actually. But I do intend to beat you both. I have youth on my side, old man. Everett tried to give him a playful punch in the arm, but Marcus danced out of the way. That's it. In 5 months when you turn the big 3-0, I'm going to sign your email address up for as many newsletters as I can, from companies that sell hearing aids, denture creams, walking canes, adult diapers, and AARP memberships. Both their phones buzzed just then, and they both answered the video chat from Kenan. Marcus looked toward the parking lot to see if he could see Hannah and their kids just as their car came up the hill to the park. Joselyn was at her parents' house getting ready for the big birthday bash, and he wondered for a moment if it would be weird to ask her to come. Probably so. It wasn't like they were dating. But in all the times he'd met with Everett and Kenan at this park on March 10th, this was the first time that it felt wrong not to have her there. "Hey!" Everett's voice came through the phones, and Marcus moved next to Everett. "Okay, so I found a park in Bonner Springs that is pretty close to Snowdrift Springs Park, so it'll be almost like we are at the same park." Marcus could see part of the park behind Kenan.
Wow, nice job. That looks about as close as you can get to the park here. You've even got some snow.
Everett glanced toward the parking lot.
Hannah is just getting Jason out of his car seat and Drew is racing toward us, so we're about ready to start. Are you ready to see how skilled we are at doing this while holding phones?
Kenan flexed his arm, showing off his muscles.
I was born ready.
Like they had every year for the past 20 years. They took their places 5 feet behind the same swing they each stood behind every time and stomped down any snow that wasn't already flat. The swing that Kenan usually stood behind felt so empty. The video call made it feel like he was present, but it was strange to not have him joining them in person.
Go!
Kenan shouted over the phone. Marcus took 2 steps toward his swing, then leaped over the seat and between the 2 chains holding up the sides of the seat and said,
1,
at the same time Everett and Kenan do. Once he landed, he turned and did the same from the other direction and said,
2.
After teasing Everett about his age, Marcus wondered how well they were all going to be able to do this when they were turning 70 and had to leap over the swings 70 times. When they leaped over the 10th time, he and Everett both said,
10!
But he didn't hear Kenan's voice, so he glanced down at his phone, panting from the leaps they had done so far. Everett stopped too.
Bro, you're cheating on the birthday tradition? That's low.
Not cheating, Kenan said.
I decided those swings weren't enough like the ones at home. I'm walking over to some different ones now.
Marcus noticed Hannah's face first, and whipped around to see what she was looking at that had caused that expression. Everett following his lead. Kenan, along with his wife Rosabella and his sons, 6-year-old Brian and 5-year-old Brandon, were walking across Snowdrift Springs Park toward them. Kenan called out, I decided it didn't matter how similar the park in Kansas was to this one if I didn't have you 2 with me. As the 3 of them hugged as birthday brothers and said hello to Rosabella and Marcus swung Brian and Brandon in circles, he thought about how happy it made him that Kenan was able to come home for his and Everett's birthday. Almost immediately, a longing settled in right beside the happiness. He, Everett, and Kenan used to be inseparable. Then Kenan went to study engineering at the University of Kansas and continued living there. And it was mostly him and Everett doing everything together. The last time they had all been together was exactly a year ago. But having all 3 of them together, along with both of their wives and all 4 of their kids, didn't make Marcus feel like all the missing pieces were finally back together. It made him feel the pain his own missing piece was causing him. He realized that he did have that feeling of everything being complete whenever he and Joselyn were in Nestled Hollow together. That was when everything felt right. Both Marcus and Joselyn were in Nestled Hollow right now for the birthday celebration, but he hadn't been over to the Zimmermans to see her in person yet.
Do Mom and Dad know you're here?
Everett asked.
Kenan shook his head.
What do you say we get our swing jumps in and then go surprise them?
Marcus couldn't agree quickly enough. Today was the first time since the Fire and Ice Festival almost 2 months ago that Marcus had been at the Zimmerman family home. And he was having flashbacks to his senior year when he and Joselyn were secretly dating, and he had to pretend they weren't. They weren't secretly dating now, but trying to keep his feelings hidden was proving difficult. After all the excitement of Kenan's unannounced visit, then the even bigger news that Kenan and Rosabella were moving back to Nestled Hollow and were meeting with an architect to design a home in their corner of the Zimmerman plot, Things went from a trip to the carnival excitement level to something more resembling a trip to Disneyland excitement level. When he came back up from the cold storage in the basement, his arms loaded full of sparkling cider, or celebration juice, as Mama Z liked to call it, he put all the glass bottles on the kitchen counter as he watched Joselyn across the room. She was playing some kind of clapping game with the younger nieces and nephews, and they were all laughing. She wasn't just trying to keep them entertained. It was clear that she was enjoying it as much as they were. And he stopped for a moment and imagined what it might be like if it was their own kids she was playing with. It made him want to go over to her even more. Maybe it was the party atmosphere. Maybe it was spending the morning with the family he loved, but wasn't the family of his own that he longed for. Maybe it was the massive amount of time that he had spent with Joselyn over the past 2 months. Or the gratitude he constantly felt for her as she helped him get his business started. Or the realization that when he and Joselyn were both in Nestled Hollow, the feeling of home was more strong than anywhere he'd experienced. Whatever it was, it made him want to walk over to her, pull her to her feet, and wrap his arms around her. He wanted to laugh with her right along with all her happy siblings. He wanted to whisper into her ear about how amazing and beautiful and brilliant she was. He wanted to tell her that she was exactly everything he wanted, needed, and ever could hope for. He wanted to kiss those smiling lips. He wanted to shout to this whole family, to the whole world, that he loved her. But he couldn't. The longing for her to be by his side as more than a business consultant was so great he didn't know how he was ever going to be able to handle all the Zimmerman family get-togethers now that his feelings for her were so strong. As he helped to pour the sparkling cider into clear plastic cups for this large, varied in age group, Joselyn looked over at him, her face lit with joy, and neither of them hurried to look away. She paused, studying him, and he wanted to know so badly what was running through her mind. She cocked her head ever so slightly, like she was trying to figure something out or decide something. The way she looked at him made him feel as though she could see him with perfect clarity. As he studied her right back, emotion played across her face, and he could see her just as clearly. Shock hit him as he realized that she felt the same way about him that he felt about her. Everett, Kenan, Mr. Z, the reason they were so concerned about the two of them dating was because of what would happen to the family if they ever broke up. He had always worried that if he dated Joselyn, he would lose both her and the Zimmermans. But maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe it was possible to have both the woman he'd loved for the past decade and this crazy, big, chaotic family. A smile spread across Joselyn's face. A smile meant only for him. And it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever witnessed. He had never seen that smile on her before, but he instantly knew what it was. It was a smile that felt exactly like possibility. 11. Joselyn. Joselyn stabbed a piece of General Tso's chicken from the carton and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly as she studied her spreadsheet. Her phone sat beside her keyboard on speaker where her sister Macy told her about the latest failed date she had. She swallowed her bite. "I've got to hand it to you, Macy. You've got a lot of tenacity to keep searching for Mr. Right when you've found so many Mr. Wrongs lately." She clicked on another tab in her spreadsheet, this one for a dress shop she'd worked at 6 years ago. "It's the only way to find that needle in a haystack, and having tenacity is better than doing nothing." "Hey," Joselyn said, "I don't do nothing. I even went on a date recently." "You go on dates now and then when people ask. Name one thing you've personally done lately to find your own Mr. Right." As he had so frequently in the past several weeks that it could probably be considered constantly now, Marcus came to mind. She glanced at the clock.
8 more minutes and he would be here.
She and Marcus didn't work on business plans on Sundays. They both went to their own neighborhood churches with their own group of friends. She didn't know if it was because she had gotten so used to seeing Marcus daily or if it was because of the understanding that had passed between them on Saturday at her parents'. But not seeing him yesterday had been almost painful. Or at least, she thought an understanding had passed between them. Once Kenan showed up at the house, things had been so crazy that she and Marcus hadn't had a chance to chat. Before they knew it, it was dinner time, and then cake and ice cream, and then it was time for Marcus, Everett, and Kenan to take off for their annual campfire in the snow while she headed back to Denver. But he was working one of his rare day shifts today and was coming over to do some paperwork with her. She wondered how things would go between them when she saw him again. "The same answer as always," Joselyn said. "I'll work on finding Mr. Right when I've gotten the job side of my life figured out." Macy was the one person that Joselyn had confided in when she and Marcus dated in high school. And if she and Marcus did start to date again, she would probably confide in Macy again. But they weren't, and her feelings toward Marcus were still so confusing that she wasn't ready to share them yet. Joselyn clicked on another tab and half-heartedly glanced at all the info she had entered when she worked at a pet store. "I've just enjoyed helping Marcus start his business so much. For the first time, things feel like they're falling into place in my life, and I find myself waking up happy before I even remember why." "Oh, Joselyn! That's so great!" "You'd think so. And as much as I'm doing what I love every day, it's all temporary. So the happiness feels fake. Like I'm accomplishing everything I've been wanting to do for years, and then I remember that it's not even for me. The building is officially Marcus's in 3 days, and it will officially open in a month and 3 days. Then that's it for me. I'm back to having dreams that I'm not putting into play." She clicked on another tab and looked at what she'd typed in 4 years ago after working at a toy store and sighed. "And you're not any closer to figuring out what you want to do?" She clicked over to the tab where she'd entered all the businesses that they had brainstormed the day she thought she might get the hardware store for her own business. "No. None of these sound as much fun as Marcus's ice cream shop. How can I go from working on something as exciting as that and then have my own business be something as boring as a laundromat?" There was a pause before Macy spoke, and Joselyn could hear the smile in her voice when she did. "Are you sure it's the ice cream that's exciting you, and not the person you've been planning it with?" "Macy!" Her sister chuckled. "You don't have to answer as long as you're asking yourself that question." A knock sounded on her door. "I've got to go." "No, wait! Just leave me on speakerphone and just set me out of the way. I'll listen to your conversation, and within 5 minutes, I'll be able to answer that question for you." "Bye, Macy." "You love me lots, sis. I know it. And you love me, too." Joselyn ended the call, set her laptop and phone on the kitchen table, and walked to her front door. She opened the door and her breath caught as she saw Marcus standing there, a container in his hand that she was sure held ice cream. His cheeks were red from the cold night, and his topaz eyes shone in the light outside her door. The smile on his face wasn't his normal, gregarious, happy-to-see-everyone smile. This one was more reserved, yet seemed to hold so much more meaning behind it. She could have stared at that expression for hours, trying to decipher everything behind it. "Come in! You must be freezing!" Well, not you, exactly, but normal people would be freezing in these temperatures.
"Puxatawny Phil sure likes to go back on his promises, but..."
He held up the container.
"It kept the ice cream nice and cold."
Joselyn got out 2 bowls and spoons, scooped ice cream into each bowl, then took them to her little round kitchen table that barely fit in the space between her kitchen and living room. Between her notebook, her laptop, the ice cream, and the neatly stacked piles of paperwork, the table was filled. They both sat down, and as she loaded up her spoon with ice cream, she said, "Okay, we've got a lot of legal stuff to do online and some paperwork for you to sign." We'll need to file your articles of organization as an LLC with the state, get your EIN, which we'll need for you to open a business bank account, and submit Form 104 with the Colorado Department of Revenue. Then we'll need to look at the final few things for taking over the lease on Thursday, fill out various permits, and decide on a few random things to do with construction so that can start on Thursday too. There are a few final details to address with the equipment. We'll also need to talk about the periodic reports you'll need to file. She was so focused on their list of tasks for the night that she'd put the bite of ice cream in her mouth without even thinking about it. Then, the taste of chocolate, peanut butter, and brownies exploded on her tongue, and she moaned at how incredible it tasted. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! I think I died and went to heaven! She got another spoonful and put it in her mouth, closing her eyes so she could devote all her senses to tasting the creamy peanut butter, the punch of chocolatey goodness in the crisp yet chewy brownie, the silkiness of the chocolate ice cream. I'm going to call it right now. This is my favorite flavor! She pointed down at the ice cream with her spoon as she talked, but only for a moment because she needed to scoop up another bite. There's no way anything else could beat this flavor. We'll just stick a blue ribbon next to its name on the menu. She put a spoonful in her mouth.
So we're calling it Died and Went to Heaven then?
Joselyn laughed and then wrote exactly that in their list of ice cream names in her notebook, and then took another bite. A small part of her wanted to get right into the exciting business stuff, but the much, much bigger part wanted to not pull her attention away from this ice cream. Unless her attention was pulled away by the man who was watching her eat his creation. Heat rose to her cheeks at his intense gaze, so she took another bite of ice cream to cool it.
I'm glad you like it.
In much the same way that his smile was different when she had opened the door, his words came out different too. There was so much more behind them than usual, and it made all the thoughts that had been going through her mind about him in the past several weeks take center stage again. She put her ice cream aside, half worried that she'd nearly kiss him like the last time they'd been alone with his ice cream, and half hoping that she could set all her fears aside already and just kiss the man. She cleared her throat. I think we should probably start on filing the articles of organization since so many things hinge on that. She pulled her laptop to her, opened the bookmark in her browser for the Colorado Secretary of State site, and then clicked on the link they needed. Once the form was on the screen, she pushed the laptop toward Marcus so he could fill it out. Marcus started filling out the form, saying in an official-sounding announcer's voice that made her laugh what he was typing into each blank as he went. He hesitated any time he wasn't sure about an item, so she scooted her chair closer so they could both see the screen. Not so she could be close enough they were nearly brushing arms, and explained as they went. About halfway through filling out the form, right after she explained the difference between an individual filing and an entity filing, Marcus pushed the laptop a few inches away and turned toward her. His gaze was intense and earnest and pleading and tender and passionate all at once. She couldn't pull her eyes away from him, even though logic was screaming at her that they were entering a danger zone. The curious side of her, though, the side that felt something strong and powerful coming from him, couldn't back away. It had to know the source.
Be my business partner.
She pulled back a bit, his words sounding foreign, as if her brain couldn't understand what they meant.
I don't want you to just be my consultant. Be my co-owner. Run with a cherry on top with me.
She stood up so quickly that her chair fell backward and leaned at an angle against her couch. As she walked the 2 steps into her small kitchen, she ran her fingers through her hair, her back to Marcus. After a deep breath, she turned to face him. He still sat at the table, leaning forward, hope and uncertainty warring on his face. Are you serious? He stood up.
I've seen how happy creating this business has made you. I knew you always wanted your own business, but I hadn't realized how much joy it'd bring you until we started working on it together. I can't think of a better business partner to have than someone as passionate as you are."
He took a step toward her.
"Think of how much better this business will be if you're running it with me than if I'm running it by myself."
"But Everett
isn't the boss of us."
She laughed out loud, his statement somehow making her current state of shock simmer down to one of curious surprise, as I was fond of telling him my entire childhood.
"Let me ask you this," he said. "With my ice cream and your business sense, do you think this business would fail?"
"Not a chance." The words came out immediately and with conviction.
"If we consulted each other on everything, and you deferred to me on the product," he said, motioning to her bowl of ice cream, "and I deferred to you on business decisions, do you think we would have any major issues?"
She thought through it before answering and then shook her head.
"Everett, Kennan, the entire Zimmerman clan, they're only worried if things have a high potential of not working out. And I don't think they do. Agreed?"
A smile spread across her face as she imagined how it would feel to run with a cherry on top alongside Marcus. Then everything wouldn't be coming to an end in 5 short weeks. All the tabs and tabs of potential business in the spreadsheet in her head could be replaced by this one business that excited her more than all the others combined. The magical feeling she had been experiencing since Marcus first asked for her help would be able to continue indefinitely. That shop at the top of Main Street would be housing her business after all. And best of all, she would get to run it alongside Marcus. She already worried how much she would miss seeing him practically every day once she no longer had a reason to. It had hit her during her dinner date with Alex that maybe things hadn't ever worked out with any other guy because that guy wasn't Marcus. And now it hit her that maybe the reason why she'd never started her own business was because it wasn't him then either. Maybe this business had felt so right all along and had brought her so much joy because it was Marcus. I think that the two of us working together on With a Cherry on Top would give it a high chance of succeeding.
"So you'll be my business partner?"
He took another step toward her, his expression open and hopeful, excitement bubbling just beneath the surface. She was feeling those same emotions welling up in her right alongside a feeling of how exactly, perfectly right it all felt. "I will!"
"Yes!"
he shouted and wrapped his big muscled arms around her, picking her up off the ground and holding her close, turning around in circles in her small space. She laughed in happiness, not sure how much was coming from herself and how much came from the happiness rolling off in waves from the man holding her. He set her gently back on the ground, and instead of stepping back as a business partner should, she stayed right where she was, pressed up against Marcus, their faces a breath apart. So many times over the past several weeks, she would catch herself imagining moments just like this, with her in Marcus's arms. Each time, she'd quickly direct her thoughts away from the hope of this impossibility. But if being business partners felt so right, and like everything would work out, wouldn't the same be true for dating him? As she looked into his eyes, wondering if he felt the same way, she saw a need, a longing, a yearning that matched her own. Still holding her close with one arm, Marcus reached a hand up and placed 2 knuckles under her jaw, his thumb gently brushing her chin. The motion at once took her back to those blissful days as a teenager when they snuck away from everyone to bask in each other's presence. But at the same time, this was different. It was something so much stronger, forged from a decade of friendship that pulled them together now. She rose on her toes, hesitating a moment as she looked into his eyes, barely breathing, her mind swirling. And then she pressed her lips against his. His lips pressed against hers so softly, so sweetly. A feeling of respect and devotion enveloped her, making her feel cherished in a way she hadn't experienced before.
A warmth burned in her chest at the realization of how much she had cared for this man over so many years, without her being willing to recognize or admit it. The way his lips carefully, gently pressed against hers told her that the same was true for him. The power of that realization burned so strongly that she moved her hands from his chest to his shoulders, her fingers resting on those strong muscles, and he responded by moving his hand from her jaw to the back of her neck, tangling his fingers into her hair. The heat of the kiss burned into her as he slanted his lips against hers, and her hands moved to the back of his neck and into his hair, holding him close, not wanting to ever let go. When they finally parted, she looked up at him, dazed, her breaths coming quickly, drinking in that strong jaw, that open, friendly face, those welcoming eyes. He was looking at her in a way that she wanted to bottle and keep forever. Marcus chuckled as he reached out and brushed 2 fingertips along her temple.
Most people shake hands when they become business partners, but I'll take this any day.
Joselyn laughed and placed one more quick kiss on his lips, as if it was sealing the deal. 12. Marcus. Marcus smiled at Joselyn as they came to a stop at the end of the freeway off-ramp leading into Nestled Hollow, and she gave him a brilliant smile back. Today was his day off, and Joselyn had managed to take the afternoon off too. The building was officially theirs as of a couple of hours ago, and they were meeting Nate Elsmore at the shop to talk about the construction before heading back to Denver to meet their designer. After Joselyn agreed to be his business partner and they got everything submitted Monday night, he had given his work notice that he would be leaving at the end of the month. In the 2.5 days since he and Joselyn had kissed, they had made time to get together to work on the business, even though he had shifts at the restaurant both Tuesday night and Wednesday night. It had only left them a sliver of time between 11 and midnight, and most of that time had been spent kissing instead of working. He pulled into a parking space right in front of their building. He and Joselyn didn't get out of his car right away. They just looked at the place that would house their new business. All of the Larry's Hardware signs had been removed, and the window displays were empty for the first time Marcus had ever seen. Normally, a place like this would have had an abandoned feel to him, but sitting next to his business partner and the woman he had been in love with for as long as he could remember, all he could see were possibilities.
Let's go check out our building,
he said, feeling like he was 12 again and standing at the gates of Waterworld with his 2 cousins and his grandma and grandpa, about to go inside and experience the magic he'd spent months anticipating. He wanted to grab hold of Joselyn's hand as they stepped over the melting mounds of snow that probably wouldn't fully melt for another few weeks. But they hadn't shared news of their relationship with the Zimmermans, and they couldn't be seen in town holding hands until they did. So, he just opened the front door for her and let her walk in first, and he followed closely behind. The building felt strangely different without all the shelving that Larry had used in his store. Nate and his crew were already inside, working to tear up the old laminate flooring that had seen decades of use. Everything was bare to the walls. Every scrape of the tools as they went under the flooring, the reek and then crack each chunk of laminate made as it was removed. Every footstep and each word exchanged all bounced around in the empty space, echoing and making it feel even larger.
Good afternoon!
Nate got up from where he was working with his crew on the flooring and, with a smile spread across his face, made his way across the remnants of broken laminate to where they stood. He motioned around the room.
It doesn't look like much yet.
It looks like everything, Joselyn breathed. Marcus nodded.
It's perfect. And ours.
Ours? Nate asked.
Joselyn and I are now co-owners of With a Cherry on Top. Congrats to you both, then.
Nate reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys.
Larry met me early this morning to give me these and asked me to present them to you.
He held them out, midway between Joselyn and Marcus, dangling from their ring. Marcus gave Joselyn a nod and she held out her hand,
palm up. He held his right under hers, and as Nate dropped the keys into her hand and she closed her fingers around them, he wrapped his fingers around her hand. She looked at him with a smile so filled with excitement that he wanted to cup a hand behind her head and touch his lips to that smile. Instead, he just returned an equally excitement-filled smile.
"Let me show you around the place,"
Nate said. He walked them through the building, motioning to where the built-in booths would be, the front counter, the back counter, and the edges of each room, walking them down to what would eventually be the hallway leading back to the back rooms.
"The storage room Larry used in the back is almost exactly what we had planned for your party room, which means that this room that he used as an office,"
Nate said as they made their way back to the only structure that kept the building from being one giant rectangle of emptiness,
"is very nearly the same dimensions we were planning for your extra room."
He led them inside the room, then unhooked the tape measure from his belt, pulling out the metal tape over and over until it had spread from the outside wall to the door.
"This direction is 6 inches wider than we had planned, which would take 6 inches from the hallway, and this direction," he said as he measured from one inside wall to the other, "is about a foot less than we had planned. That wall right there is load-bearing, so it has to stay, but we can certainly tear out these walls and get the dimensions exactly as we had planned. Or we can use the room as is and save you some construction costs. I'll give you both a minute. Walk around the room, discuss it, and see what you think."
Marcus walked around the space, imagining the finished room he wanted for his someday kids to play in. As easily as if it already existed, he could imagine the room with a play area, a bin of toys, a filled bookshelf next to a big fluffy rug and squishy seats for reading, and little kids enjoying it all. He could also just as easily picture Joselyn being the mother of those children. The two of them would take turns playing with the kids and working the counter, and stealing moments when no one was in the shop to be back there as a family. He glanced at Joselyn and wondered if she was picturing the same thing that he was. Since they were alone, she stepped right up to him, just inches separating them, her face upturned toward his. "I think it's perfect just as it is." A golden light shone through the window from the morning sun, as if it was just there to showcase the way Joselyn's jaw curved from her beautiful ear to her chin. He ran a fingertip along the line.
"I think you're perfect."
Her silky brown hair fell in big waves just past her shoulders, looking bronze in the sunlight. She grinned and grabbed his shirt with both hands, pulling him even closer, then planted a kiss on his lips. He smiled into her kiss and raised an eyebrow.
"Kissing me in Nestled Hollow, right next to a window without blinds? Daring."
She laughed and gave him one more quick kiss. "We're about to start our own business. Us, me and you, together. I think it's safe to say that we've made a habit of walking on the wild side." It would have been difficult to stop watching the progress Nate and his crew were already making on their new building if it had been for any reason other than meeting their designer to shop for some of the big items they needed. They grabbed sandwiches from Joey's Pizza and Subs, ate them in the car on the way back to Denver, and barely made it on time to the meeting with the designer. Since they were no longer in Nestled Hollow, Marcus reached for Joselyn's hand as they walked in, and she slipped her hand into his. He relished the feeling. No matter how many years passed or how old they got, he couldn't imagine the feeling of her soft skin against his ever being something that didn't take his breath away. From the moment they stepped inside the building, Marcus was overwhelmed. It was like a big-box home improvement store had married an interior design studio that catered to businesses instead of homes. He'd trusted Joselyn when she'd said they needed to hire a designer, and he had never agreed more fully than he did at that moment.
"Marcus! Joselyn!"
Sandra said in her slight Texan accent as she walked over to them, her stride purposeful, her heels clacking on the floor with each step. The woman's auburn hair was pulled back into a twist, showing off her dangling earrings. Even in her high heels, she was shorter than Joselyn. She grabbed Marcus's free hand in one of hers and Joselyn's with her other hand, so the three of them made a circle of hand-holding. When I first started working with the two of you, you were just a business owner and a consultant. And now look at you. Business partners, and, judging by your hands on the looks on your faces, you've become even more than that. Marcus opened his mouth to reply, but the woman had already dropped their hands, turned around, and was striding away. Now come on, we've got lots to do. She led them to one of a few smaller conference-like rooms and sat them down at a table that had a design portfolio resting on it. Last we talked, it was before you became business partners. Do you still want the overall look to be welcoming, fun, open, and not cluttered? They both nodded, so as Sandra turned the portfolio so it was aimed toward them, she said, "Okay, I've got a couple of different designs for you." She pulled a regular-sized piece of paper from the portfolio and placed it to the side. "I've kept the same color scheme as your logo, of course, but I've highlighted the colors a bit. We don't want things to be quite so in-your-face for your customers as it would be if we kept them this bright and bold." She flipped open the portfolio to a design on a large piece of paper, looking at the inside of the building from the perspective of the front door. Light gray tiles covered the bottom half of the walls, and cyan paint filled the space above. Pink lights lit columns on either side of the left wall between the front and back counter. The "with a cherry on top" logo was big on the wall, centered between the two columns of light. The pink lights also shone down from under the countertop onto the bottom half of the front counter. He reached out a hand to touch the design.
Wow, Sandra, this is incredible!
His eyes lingered on it for a few more moments before he looked over at Joselyn to see her reaction. He couldn't tell what she thought of it by her expression, so he raised an eyebrow in question. "It's nice, I like it." His eyebrows drew in as he looked back at it. He thought it was way more than nice. "For a different take, I've also designed this," Sandra said, moving the first paper out of the way, revealing a second image of the store from the same perspective, but designed differently. This one had giant circles painted on the wall at the right, each one at least a foot in diameter. Several were piled up on one side, moving to fewer on the other, like they were spilled out of a giant bucket. They were in 4 different colors, all of which went well with the logo. Several other large circles were painted here and there on the other walls, but not nearly as many as that biggest wall. It kind of made the whole place look chaotic. Compared to the first design, this one was awful. Maybe if he hadn't seen the other design first, he would... Nope, he still wouldn't like this. "Oh, I love this," Joselyn breathed. Marcus's attention flew to her.
"Really?
"You don't?" He shook his head. If it was about something else, he would have probably just gone with what Joselyn said, but he was going to have to look at this every single day, and he just couldn't. "Oh!" Sandra said, clapping her hands like this was an exciting show she was watching. "This is the first time you two have disagreed about designs. Interesting. Okay, Marcus, tell me what you like about the first design." Marcus reached out and pulled the first design closer.
It looks fun. There are lots of interesting things going on, and it has nice, clean lines."
Sandra nodded, then said, "Joselyn, tell me what you like about the second." "All the color, and..." She moved her hands around like she was trying to capture some feeling in a word. "The movement, I guess." Marcus ran his hands over his face. He and Joselyn had agreed on so many things that it hadn't occurred to him that they might find something they disagreed on, especially not the design. They had agreed to always defer to the other person when it was their area of specialty. The ice cream for him and business decisions for her. But they hadn't considered design when they'd made that rule. All along, he had enjoyed his and Joselyn's spirited conversations. But disagreeing on big things like this was concerning him. He shifted in his chair, trying to get more comfortable. Sandra studied both of them for a moment before giving a sharp single nod and pushing both designs to the other side of the table, revealing the same image of the inside, but one that was void of any design elements. Then she got out a giant package of pencils in every color and went to work. Marcus was surprised she wasn't using a laptop to make a new design so she could color an entire wall with the click of a mouse. But as quickly as her hands moved, maybe she had found that a laptop slowed her down. These will be thick slats of wood starting from the ceiling right above the half wall at the back counter, out just past the end of the front counter, she said as she finished drawing the last lines. So it will look almost like an awning over the ordering area. And we'll paint them the 4 colors from the second design. That way we'll bring in more color and have the clean lines that Marcus likes. Then she started drawing lines down the walls and making them look 3-dimensional. We'll do some build-outs a few feet wide and an inch or 2 away from the wall to break up this long wall into smaller sections. Then we can paint them different colors. She drew some diagonal lines on a few of the sections of the wall that were recessed. Then we'll have some 1-inch trim spaced a few inches apart, repeating at an angle on some of these, bringing in the movement that Joselyn likes. We'll do the same on this wall for uniformity and to carry the theme throughout. In these 2 recessed sections, she drew a giant ice cream cone with a single scoop of ice cream on top. We can have your builder cut out a shape of an ice cream cone and I will paint it like your signature flavor. Marcus watched in amazement as the whole thing came together like she was putting together a puzzle. As she added in the last of the color, it was as though she had just placed the last piece and everything was right. She turned the design in their direction. What do you think? It's perfect, Joselyn said, and then looked over at him, her expression a mix of apprehension and excitement. Marcus let out a breath of relief.
I think so too.
The whole time Sandra had been drawing the new design, he just kept thinking back to the reason why Joselyn had broken up with him back in high school, because of disagreements. And he worried that they were heading down the same track again. Luckily, the designer was good at what she did and got them past that. Or at least he thought they were past it. Sandra took them out onto the floor of the building so they could do some shopping, and they stopped to look at tables first. We've got 2 great options on tables. They're both the same width. We've got that one that's square with rounded corners, and then that one that's a circle.
Circle,
Marcus said at the same time Joselyn said, square. Why circle? Joselyn asked him, baffled. They are the same width, but look how much more space the square one has. Then everyone isn't having to crowd each other and you don't get your drink cups mixed up with someone else's.
Because if you're in there with 4 of your friends or family enjoying an ice cream cone, you each take one side of the table. If other people come in who are also your friends or family, you can't just say, come on over and join us, because there's not enough space to put 2 people on one side of a table like this. And it's awkward to have someone sit at the corner. With a round one, you can just keep adding more chairs. How much space do you really need when you're eating ice cream anyway?
Sandra rubbed her hands together in excitement.
All these clashings of opinions are so much fun.
Maybe it's because you started dating. You know what they say. Opposites attract. Okay. With her hands still clapped together, she swayed them from the left to the right, like a pendulum swinging from one of them to the other. I'm going to say that this round goes to... She held out the word and then aimed her hands toward Marcus. The gentleman wanting the round tables. With all the straight lines we're putting in the room, the round tables will contrast nicely. Marcus put his arm around Joselyn's shoulders and kissed her temple to hopefully soften Sandra's declaration. He wished that was the last time they disagreed, but they had very different opinions about chairs, paint colors, lighting, uniforms for employees, and signage. Each time, Sandra would declare one of them a winner of that round and explain her reasons why, each disagreement seeming to bring the woman even more joy. He wished he could have felt joy about it. Instead, even though each of them had won about the same number of rounds, the fact that they were disagreeing so much filled him full of worry. Exhaustion settled in as he drove Joselyn back to her apartment once they finally finished. Between the excitement of seeing their building for the first time and the mental toll of making so many decisions with the designer, and the emotional toll of the worry about how their disagreements might affect their relationship, Marcus was ready to crash. But when he walked Joselyn to her front door, she turned and smiled at him in a way that made every negative emotion and all the exhaustion in his body whoosh out of him. She placed a hand on either side of his face, down low where 2 fingers were on his neck and 2 were on his jaw, and he closed his eyes for a moment to let the warmth of her touch wash over him. We made so many huge strides forward today. He smiled and settled his hands on her hips.
That explains why today seemed like it was a week long.
She laughed, a musical sound that his ears seemed to be tuned perfectly for. You work until late tomorrow, right?
Until midnight since it's a Friday, but I'll be there with bells on to help Macy move into her apartment Saturday morning.
Joselyn's hands slid from the side of his neck to the back, her fingers running through the hair at his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Then she pulled him forward and pressed her lips against his. A kiss that told him that nothing could possibly be wrong between them. 13. Joselyn. Bright and early on Saturday morning, Joselyn had already arrived at Macy's brand new apartment when she saw Marcus pull up out front. Her parents and 4 of her siblings showed up at almost the exact same time as Marcus to help Macy move in. They all made it to the door together, but Marcus was the first to walk in.
Good morning, sunshine!
He glanced around at the empty apartment.
Macy! Nice digs you've got here. I love what you've done with the place.
Thank you, Macy said. I'm thinking of turning pro. Marcus's booming laugh echoed through the empty apartment, and Joselyn realized how much she loved that quick, easy laugh that always rumbled throughout whatever space he was in. And not in the same way that she loved Everett's laugh. How had she ever managed to convince herself that Marcus was just like a brother? The difference between how each of them made her feel was so obvious. Before they carried any boxes or furniture inside, though, her family scattered through the empty apartment to check out every room, look in every closet, and open every cupboard and drawer. It was practically a Zimmerman family tradition. The apartment was narrow and 2 stories high. A living room, the kitchen, a tiny laundry room, and a bathroom were on the main floor, and 2 bedrooms and another bathroom were up a long flight of stairs. The place was just old enough to really have character. Joselyn headed upstairs to check out what would be her future bedroom, and Macy's dogs, Reese and Lola, bounded up after her. After Marcus had left her apartment in Denver on Monday night, when they had decided to be business partners and shared their first kiss, Joselyn had called her sister, hoping that her offer to share an apartment was still on the table. Macy had squealed when Joselyn told her the news about her partnership with Marcus. Macy hadn't squealed since she was about 16, back when they shared a bedroom instead of an apartment. Joselyn still had her apartment in Denver until the end of the month, so she wouldn't be moving in until the next weekend. First, she needed to share the news with her family. Joselyn was checking out the kitchen, and Marcus was upstairs with Everett, when Everett called downstairs to Macy,
Hey sis, you've got 2 bedrooms up here. You going to get a roommate?
Macy glanced in Joselyn's direction from where she stood in the living room, and Joselyn gave her a nod. So Macy called up the stairs, Yep, it's going to be Joselyn! Her family seemed to be pulled to the living room from every direction in the house, toward Macy's declaration, whether they wanted to or not, all wearing expressions of confusion and curiosity. Joselyn shook her head, chuckling. You're moving back to Nestled Hollow? Nicole asked. When? Joselyn couldn't stop the smile that spread across her face. Next Saturday, if any of you are just dying to help a sister move in 2 weekends in a row. That's going to be quite the commute to work, her mom said. What made you decide to do that? Joselyn locked eyes with Marcus as everyone took the last few steps to congregate in the empty living room. Marcus gave her a smile that made her want to sigh in happiness, but she worked hard not to let it show. She waited for him to come to stand next to her, and then she said, "Actually, I put in my 2-week notice at work, so it will only be 1 week of commuting." Joselyn looked at Marcus, their grins a mirror of each other. "Marcus and I have decided to be business partners and run with a cherry on top together." The emotions crossing her family's faces ranged from elation on her mom's and Macy's to interest on Nicole's and Oliver's to wariness and concern on her dad's and Zach's to hurt on Everett's.
"We know you might be worried about this arrangement," Marcus said. "But trust me, you should be more worried about us not teaming up. You've all tried my ice cream and you know it's good, right?"
They all nodded, and Everett said, through emotions he was obviously trying to control,
"It's the real deal. Well, making it and welcoming customers is all I'm good at. Beyond that, I don't know the first thing about running a business."
He nodded at Jocelyn's parents.
"Your daughter,"
Then he nodded at the others.
"your sister is brilliant. She has poured so much into this business that she deserves to be at the helm, leading it past opening day. It will be a success because of her."
Joselyn smiled and looked down, not wanting to let her family know just how much his words affected her.
"Then you have our support,"
her dad said, leaning forward to shake Marcus's hand.
100%.
He shook Jocelyn's hand too, and then everyone was coming forward to congratulate them. Her dad and the rest of her family would do just what he said and support them 100%. That was what Zimmermans did. But that didn't make their reservations go away. She could still see the worry on their faces. She wanted to reach out and grab Marcus's hand and tell them all that they were dating now too, but she worried that telling them about that and the business would be too much to process, and the business part the most time-sensitive. So instead, she said, "What are we all standing around for? We have a trailer to unpack." A few trips out to the trailer later, Joselyn carried a box labeled bedroom into Macy's room and found her sitting on the floor putting 2 sides of a metal bed frame together. "Help me!" Macy begged. "They're about to bring up my box spring and mattress, and I'd rather they put it right where it goes." "Sure." Joselyn put the box against the wall and sat down at the other end of the metal frame and started sliding 2 pieces together. Macy glanced at the doorway. "I see you chickened out on telling everyone that you and Marcus are dating." Joselyn shrugged. "Baby steps." "How is everything going with you two?" Joselyn also glanced toward the door, even though she already knew that the stairs were creaky enough that they'd have no trouble knowing when someone was coming. She thought of the way Marcus looked at her, especially when they saw each other for the first time that day, and the way he kissed her and wrapped his arms around her and laughed his big booming laugh at all her jokes, listened to all her stories, and looked at her in awe whenever she started talking business. She knew that between her blush at the thoughts and whatever expression she wore on her face that she had given pretty much everything away, especially when Macy laughed softly. "I take it things are going well." "They really are." She slid the latch into place so the side she was working on wouldn't close up and moved to the corner. "Except," she said, pausing with one rail in each hand, "we've kind of been disagreeing a lot." Macy raised an eyebrow in question, waiting for her to continue. "Things were going great when I was just his consultant. As soon as we started dating, though, we started having very different opinions on everything. They're not end-of-the-world things, of course, but I don't know, it still kind of worries me." "That sounds normal," Macy said, as she used her fist as a hammer to coax the 2 sides together. "It does?" "Well, yeah. Before, all of the decisions were up to only Marcus. I'm sure there were plenty of decisions that had to be made before you decided to be partners, right? Did you agree with every single choice he made?" Joselyn thought for a moment. "No." "Now, though, you're partners in the business. You didn't have a vested interest in the details before, but you do now."
2 people are making the decisions, not just one. You're not going to agree on everything because no 2 people do. That's just not the way it works, as a business partnership or as a couple in a relationship. True. It did make sense. Perfect sense. Logical sense. Add to her spreadsheet sense. But that didn't stop the nagging feeling inside that it wasn't just because they were business partners or just because they were a couple in a relationship. But the last time that they broke up over disagreements, before they even got a chance to work things out, Marcus had disappeared for 2 months. And it's the fear talking, Macy said right as Everett and Marcus started up the stairs with the box springs. What? Joselyn protested. She was just shoving the last 2 pieces together and pinched the thin skin between her thumb and forefinger. She yelped and pulled her hand back, immediately putting the hurt hand to her mouth. The fear of having your own business. Joselyn wanted to tell her sister how wrong she was. She was the older sister of the 2 of them, after all. If either of them should be teasing the other of being afraid, it should be her teasing Macy. But Marcus and Everett walked in the room right then, and if she was afraid, which she wasn't, she didn't want either of them to think that she was. After taking more trips out to the trailer and bringing several boxes into the kitchen, Joselyn was making her way back out as Oliver brought in a stack of 2 boxes.
I think there's only one more out there.
I'll get it. She walked out and stepped into the enclosed trailer, and then headed toward the box at the darker end. Marcus bounded into the trailer just then and wrapped his arms around her, turning her in a complete circle before planting a kiss on her lips. From where they stood when they came to a stop, he was facing the opening at the end of the trailer, so some light made it to his face. Just enough to see his ever-present smile that she now recognized was slightly different for her than it was for anyone else. No matter how tired she was, that smile always gave her a boost.
That was a long time to be in the same rooms as you without being able to wrap you in a hug.
I know, I'm sorry. I would have told them about us, but...
I get it. I saw their faces. I think it was a good idea to let them get used to us being business partners before we bombard them with anything more. As long as I can still sneak in a kiss here and there, it's all good.
Really? He nodded.
And a date?
She cocked her head. A business planning date?
Nope. A real date. Tonight. Like the kind that couples go on who aren't 4 short weeks from opening their first business. What do you say?
I say, she said as she wrapped her arms around his neck, that you are the one with the brilliant ideas. Then she kissed that smile that he always saved for her alone. 14. Marcus. Marcus had his eyes closed, soaking in the feel of Joselyn's lips against his, her body pulled close to his, the smell of peaches and cream shampoo that he forever associated with her. The 2 of them were lost in a bubble where only they existed. At the sound of a creak from the end of the trailer, his eyes flew open. Joselyn's dad had just rounded the corner, probably to check to see if they had gotten all the boxes, and met eyes with him. Marcus froze, but just like he'd expect from Mr. Z, the man quietly ducked away. Joselyn pulled back and twisted to see what had spooked him, but she didn't see anyone, and must have thought his reaction was just out of fear of getting caught. We should probably head back in, she said, then gave him one more quick kiss. He picked up the final box, and as they walked toward the open end of the trailer, she said, I assume tonight we'll be in Denver? His head was suddenly so full of worries that he just looked at her, not understanding what she was talking about. Our date? Since we haven't told my family.
Right, Denver.
They stepped out in the sunlight, and Joselyn glanced around like she was seeing their surroundings for the first time. How long were we in there? I swear time stopped, but now I'm wondering if we were gone long enough for everyone to start wondering where we went. He suddenly wished he wasn't holding a box so he could run his hands through his hair or over his face,
so he could at least feel as if he was doing something to make sure it wasn't obvious he had just been kissing Joselyn. Not that it mattered at this point. Mr. Z had seen, and it was high school all over again. Back then, the situation hadn't been much different than it was today. He and Joselyn had been secretly dating, and the only person who had known was Macy. He'd brought Joselyn home one night, and instead of parking in the driveway and walking her to the front door like he would have done if her family had known they were dating, he parked in front of the house Oliver and Audra were building. Parking there wasn't unusual, considering how many Zimmermans now had driver's licenses and old beat-up cars. Then he'd walked her to the side of the garage. They had pretended that the space between two large shrubs was her front porch, and he gave her a goodnight kiss. The kiss hadn't been overly long, but they had been talking and making plans for their next date with his arms around her waist and their faces inches apart. Just as they had both gone in for the kiss, Joselyn's dad walked around the corner of the garage, probably to get the garbage cans to put out at the curb. Marcus had heard his footsteps on the gravel, and his eyes had flown open just as Mr. Z had noticed them in the faint moonlight. And just like this time, their eyes had locked before Mr. Z ducked away. Joselyn never knew. Both times, Marcus knew, though, that he had somehow let down the Zimmerman family. They went back into the house and got the last of Macy's larger items in place and helped unpack. The whole time, he could practically feel Everett's inner conflict about Marcus and Joselyn becoming business partners, the desire to be supportive of his best friend, and his worry and irritation that he and Joselyn made that decision when they'd known he was against it. Marcus wouldn't hear anything about it from Everett today. Everett had never been one to discuss something when he was angry. But he would bring it up soon enough. Marcus shook his head. What would Everett say if he also knew that Marcus was dating his sister? Mr. Z didn't come talk to him either, and he wouldn't. It was one of the things he respected most about Joselyn's dad. Marcus knew that Mr. Z saw him and Joselyn kissing, and Mr. Z would expect that knowledge alone would make Marcus hesitate long enough to ask himself if it was right. It had been enough to make him hesitate 10 years ago and now. In fact, he suddenly wondered if he had possibly sabotaged their relationship all those years ago without realizing it, just so he wouldn't sabotage his relationship with the entire Zimmerman family. All he knew was, for a kid who had dealt with so much familial loss, the 2 months away had been the most difficult of his life. "Where are we going?" Joselyn asked as she buckled her seatbelt. Marcus glanced over his shoulder as he backed his car out of the parking space.
"Well, there's still too much melting snow to go up in the mountains for a picnic like we used to, so I figured we'd do another kind of throwback date, especially since we need to end up in Denver anyway."
Joselyn's face lit up. "We're going to Champion Fun Center?" It had been the right choice. While doing so much business planning over the past 2 months, they had spent plenty of time alone in quiet places together. The Fun Center was the opposite of that in every way possible, and it gave their bodies some good exercise instead of just their minds. After a game of bowling that Joselyn won, 18 holes of miniature golf that he won, eating snow cones that made their tongues blue, and playing their 5th round, the tiebreaker, at the basketball arcade machine, Joselyn jumped up and down at her win. He gave her a double high five, and she immediately wound her fingers in his. They brought their entwined hands to their sides, and Joselyn gave him a kiss that turned into a smile almost as quickly as her lips touched his. "You know what this win means."
"Joselyn, come on, let's be reasonable about this."
"You agreed to the rules before we started." She let go of one of his hands and pulled him toward the snack bar.
"The cheese they put on those nachos isn't even real food. I can make you some queso dip. Really good queso dip."
"Nope. We're getting the nacho sauce of our youth."
"I made my queso for my cousin Beth, and she said it was so good that it is now in the top spot on her if I could only have one food for the rest of my life list."
Joselyn stopped, put a hand on her hip and raised an eyebrow in challenge. He took the moment not to hold out, like he was undecided and needed her to convince him, but to just really look at her, at how beautiful she was with her face flushed from the speed basketball, hairs that had fallen out of her ponytail framing her face. He had seen a million different looks on her over the years, from sleep-deprived to formal to sick in bed to business to working in the yard and everything in between. And she was breathtaking in all of them. Probably because there was so much goodness inside her that it couldn't help but spill out.
Okay.
He finally relented and let her pull him to the snack bar. He'd known he would do anything she asked from the start, but still. As he sat across from Joselyn at a small round table, smiling and laughing and eating fake cheese that he couldn't believe he'd ever thought was liquid gold sent straight from above, he realized this was why he thought it was okay for them to date and to be business partners. Because when he was with Joselyn, everything felt right in the world. When he considered her whole family in the equation, the family he had long ago claimed as his own and didn't think he could ever live without, the waters got so much murkier. Murky enough that it had stopped him from enjoying this for a full decade. Murky enough that it made him question this thing that was obviously so right. 15. Joselyn. Maybe it had been a mistake for Joselyn to move in with Macy and Marcus, to move in with Everett last Saturday. Neither of their leases was up until this Saturday, but they had figured it would be less stressful to get out early. That way, they could have time to fully clean their old apartments over the space of a week, instead of rushing to do it on moving day. And they figured it might be easier to be in Nestled Hollow with all the business stuff they needed to do. They had been wrong. They had both been living in town for a total of 5 days, and between the nearly 2.5 hours it added to both their daily commutes for work, their schedules that were completely different from each other's, all the cleaning of their old apartments, the unpacking of the new ones, and so many business details to attend to, they were both tired, overworked, and irritable. All the fun they'd been having getting the business together for nearly 10 weeks was now gone, replaced completely by stress. The grand opening was in 16 days, and they weren't even close to being ready. Marcus had the day off, so he had spent it at the shop, helping Nate and Sandra to get many of the things there ready. Joselyn had taken off work early so that she could spend an hour in the shop before they headed to their very first Main Street Business Alliance meeting. But the Colorado Avalanche were playing at the Pepsi Center, and traffic was already a nightmare. By the time she got on I-70 and had relaxed a bit, she got a call from Marcus. She had answered it through her phone's speakers, so she got to hear nice and loudly that there was a minor mishap with a cherry on top, and to make sure she stopped by before the meeting. She pulled into an empty spot in front of their business more than 2 hours after she had left work, a trip that normally took her an hour and 20 minutes, and forced herself to take a few slow breaths. The outside of the building looked great. Whatever was wrong on the inside, they could fix. Tomorrow was her last day at work, so they would have plenty of time to deal with everything. She walked inside the building, and her attention was drawn for a small moment to the back counter, which looked less done than it had the last time she had been there. Her eyes only stayed a moment before they were drawn to Marcus, Nate, and Sandra, who seemed to be closing ranks, all with faces full of trepidation. "What is it?" Sounds of construction came from the kitchen, hammering and sawing and so much more noise than usual. From fans, maybe? And possibly a generator. Over the top of the half wall, she could see a handful of heads turned toward her with their own worried looks that only made the churning sensation and tightening chest worsen. Marcus broke free from the others and walked toward her, arms outstretched like he was going to wrap her in a hug, but she didn't want to be protected from this. She wanted the whole truth now. So she held up a hand. "Tell me."
"The ice cream machine was delivered today. A full week early, even."
He tried to give an enthusiastic smile, but then his shoulders fell, and he shifted to motion toward the kitchen.
It wasn't helpful to have it early because the flooring isn't down yet back there. One of the delivery men stumbled and fell into the machine just a few feet from getting it into place. You've seen how big they are. Anyway, it kind of tripped hard since it had his weight adding to it and, well...
Marcus trailed off, so Nate finished.
It fell into the wall and broke it.
That wouldn't have been too bad, except the wall had a sink, and it broke water pipes. Joselyn's hands flew to her mouth as she stepped around them to where she could see behind the front counter. The remnants of water flooding the floor was visible now, and she could see where the wall was crashed in. The sink had fallen over and had taken that entire section of cabinets with it. This was your minor mishap? Now, don't you worry about the cabinets or the sink, Sandra said as she clacked over in her heels to stand beside Joselyn, but just enough behind her to put a hand on each of Joselyn's shoulders, like she wanted to direct where she looked. Those things can be replaced. The way she said it made Joselyn realize there were things that couldn't be replaced so easily. And the ice cream machine? Is it fine? It might have been if it hadn't fallen where it did, and if the delivery man hadn't been quite so hefty. They had to take it back, but they think there's a chance they'll be able to get a new one here before opening day. We need it here before opening day, Joselyn said, because we'll have to have all the ice cream ready to go.
We'll figure something out,
Marcus said. We will, Sandra said. We'll figure out that and the problem with the flooding and the electrical. Confusion hit Joselyn for a fraction of a second before panic did, and she ran toward the opening in the hallway that led into the kitchen. The flooding was so much more significant in the kitchen area. Pipes were broken and exposed, and the subflooring and the bottom several inches of the sheetrock were both soaked. Giant, industrial-sized fans were blowing through the area, trying to dry everything out. The cords to the fans, though, weren't going to the wall outlets. They were headed out the back door, to where she was now sure that she was hearing the sound of a generator. And that was when Sandra's comment about the wiring sank in. And the electrical, she croaked. Marcus scratched the back of his neck, a look on his face like he was having to admit to a neighbor that he had a baseball through their window, even though none of it was his fault.
These pipes broke, and before we could get the water turned off, it kind of sprouted into the air right toward the 220-volt outlet for the cooktop, which was also delivered today. We had plugged in the cooktop to make sure it worked, but the plug wasn't in all the way, and, well, it got fried.
Joselyn ran her hands over her face. One little stumble by one person, and so much damage had dominoed its way through their shop. Marcus wrapped his big, strong arms around her, and she leaned into him, soaking in what comfort she could take. Then, before she had even had his arms around her long enough to slow her breathing, her phone rang, and she shifted out of his hug to answer. After saying hello, she just listened as the very apologetic man from the sign company said that they were packing up the "with a cherry on top" sign they had made for the outside of the building, and it had been dropped and couldn't be repaired. They were going to have to start over and make a new one, and although they were going to try, they couldn't guarantee that it would make it before opening day. In a calm voice that sounded eerie even to her own ears, Joselyn thanked the man, hung up the phone, and then said, "The Main Street Business Alliance meeting started 4 minutes ago. We better get over there. And we might be minus an outdoor sign on opening, too." The events during the week kept taking swings at Joselyn's confidence in being able to run a business, and they seemed to hit each time they swung. Now, she and Marcus were about to step into a room filled with successful business owners. She had hoped that they would be able to slip into the back unnoticed, especially since they were late. But the moment they walked through the door, the elderly Ed and Linda Keach, who were at the front conducting the meeting, saw them immediately.
"It's the couple of the hour,"
Ed Keach called out. "Everyone," Linda said. I would like to introduce you to Nestled Hollow's newest business owners on Main Street. No, don't sit down. Come right up here to the front so we can all say hello.
Joselyn's cheeks burned as they went up to the front, and she gave a little wave.
I'm sure we probably all know you, Ed said. But in case anyone doesn't, tell us your names and about your business.
Joselyn looked out at the crowd of a couple of dozen people, all of whom she had great respect for, and her mouth went dry. She had never felt like such an imposter in her life. She didn't belong there. Luckily, Marcus knew her well enough to interpret the look on her face, so he talked for them.
I'm Marcus Williams, and this is Joselyn Zimmerman. We are leasing the old hardware shop. Nate Elsmore is doing construction on it now, and we plan to have the grand opening of our ice cream shop with a cherry on top 2 weeks from Saturday.
Whatever unstable look she wore on her face must have been visible to everyone, based on the looks of question and pity they were throwing her direction. She should say something, or somehow get that expression off her face, or, at the very least, run. But thankfully, the Keaches seemed to know what to do.
2 weeks! Linda exclaimed. Ed, remember everything that went wrong at Keach's Burgers and Shakes 2 weeks before we opened?
Ed took a few steps toward Linda and wrapped one of her wrinkled hands in two of his.
Only the parts I didn't successfully repress.
Everyone in the room chuckled.
Of course, those parts could still fill a book.
The Keaches always seemed to know what to do, but Joselyn seriously doubted that they had as many struggles as Ed made it sound. Even though he was likely embellishing by leaps and bounds, it still made her heart calm down a little. Enough that she was pretty sure she'd successfully relaxed her face a teeny bit.
Those were definitely some tough times. We were young, like you two, and made so many mistakes.
Linda looked at Ed with such fondness that it made her wonder if they had figured out all their relationship stuff long before they tried to create a business together.
Well, we all plan to give with a cherry on top the kind of welcome Nestled Hollow is famous for. Ed and I will get with you over the next week to see what you need and finalize the plan. Then we'll discuss it more at next week's meeting.
That entire discussion was supposed to take place at this meeting. As frazzled as Joselyn was, she was grateful that Linda recognized how bad that would be right now. She and Marcus took seats in two of the empty chairs, and the meeting continued in the way Joselyn guessed it usually did, by planning ways to celebrate with the town and to bring in tourists. As she sat next to Marcus in this room full of success stories, she couldn't help but wonder if this partnership was ill-fated. So many things had gone wrong this week, culminating in a firestorm of things going wrong. That couldn't be normal, and it couldn't be a coincidence. Maybe it was a sign that joining as partners was a bad idea. After all, she'd had reservations about it from the very start. Her family had reservations. Maybe she and Marcus should have listened to all those warnings instead of being so blinded by excitement for their business. Her family loved both her and Marcus, so if they were warning against becoming partners, in business or romantically, it was for a reason. The first day Marcus had asked her to be his consultant, she had told him it was a colossally bad idea. She had known back then. Maybe now that she was finally seeing around the excitement to discover that it was every bit of a colossally bad idea as she had feared, she shouldn't keep going blindly forward. Tomorrow was supposed to be her last day at work. Maybe it wasn't too late for her to tell them that it was a mistake and ask if they would let her stay. 16. Marcus. Kleinman Terrace closed at 11 on Friday nights. But tonight, just like most Friday nights, they had a sharp slowdown at 9 p.m. As he usually did when the orders slowed, Marcus started cleaning up the kitchen from the commotion of a very busy night and preparing for the last orders that would trickle in until closing time. And trying not to think of Joselyn and how things had been feeling off about them, or about the way things had been feeling off about the entire Zimmerman family,
since they told them that he and Joselyn were business partners. Nate had texted them both to give an update on repairing the damages to the building and where they stood in the timeline, and Joselyn had responded to the text thanking him. That was the only text he had gotten from her all day. Over the past 10 weeks, he didn't think he had gone a day without fewer than a dozen texts from her. Amid the cacophony of thoughts in his head, he had barely noticed that the kitchen had gotten quieter than it ever was when the restaurant was open. He was just wiping down the stainless steel counter when he heard singing coming from the door to the front lobby, and turned. His sous chef, line cooks, prep cooks, soup and sauce cook, bartender, dishwasher, most of the servers, and the 2 owners were all filing through the door holding a giant cake and singing "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow." Warmth spread through his chest as he watched his coworkers, his friends, all gather around him, and the head server place the cake on a stainless steel rolling cart right in the middle of the circle they were making.
Wow, I am touched. I want to wrap you all in a giant bear hug.
There were too many people for one bear hug, of course, so he started shaking hands and clapping people on their backs while a few people passed out champagne glasses and someone filled them with sparkling cider. The Kleinman brothers had a very strict no drinking while at work policy. Once everyone had a glass in their hand, Cade Kleinman said,
"To Marcus, who is on to exciting new things, but who will always be remembered as one of the best and friendliest executive chefs we've ever had."
He held his glass up, and everyone shouted, "To Marcus!" and clinked glasses. Max Kleinman held out his glass toward Marcus.
"For a lot of reasons, we're sure going to miss you around here. Well, all of us except maybe Dustin."
Everyone laughed as Marcus put on his best hurt expression and turned toward Dustin.
"Oh, I'm going to miss you plenty, buddy, and I plan to frequent your ice cream establishment often. They've just softened the blow of you leaving by naming me your replacement." "That's fantastic!"
Marcus sat down his cup and wrapped his arms around his friend, then pulled back and shook his hand.
"You'll do great. This kitchen will run well when I'm gone."
He turned to the rest of the group.
"Did someone open the back door and let the wind blow in? I think I might have gotten some dust in my eye."
To the laughs of the group, he pretended to wipe away a tear. In truth, though, he was getting choked up at the thought of leaving everyone there. A few people had to rush out to take care of customers as someone cut the cake and they passed it out, and more people said their goodbyes and headed back to work. Once everyone trickled back to work, Marcus headed to his station and wiped down things a bit better as he glanced to see if more orders had come in. Dustin came to stand near him, leaning against his counter.
"So, are you having second thoughts about the new business, or are you just sad to leave us?"
Marcus looked up from straightening the bottles of olive oils and vinegars.
"I mean, don't get me wrong, you looked like you enjoyed that send-off. But when we weren't distracting you with that, you seemed pretty down."
No orders had come through, so instead of trying to find something to occupy his hands, he just turned around and leaned against the counter next to Dustin.
"You know that except for a couple of cousins who don't live nearby and some extended family who live across an ocean, the Zimmermans are my only family."
He shrugged a shoulder.
"Maybe I shouldn't have asked Joselyn to be my business partner. Maybe I shouldn't have started dating her. It had just felt so right, but now it feels like they're pulling away. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'm going to lose them all." "Is there evidence, or is this all in your head?"
It was hard to explain the distance he was feeling from the Zimmermans. It was just something he recognized after being a quasi-member of their family for the past 20 years. So he stuck with the facts.
Everett stayed quiet about me asking Joselyn to be my business partner for a full week. Last Saturday, when I was moving into his basement, he let me have it. He made me promise as a teen to never date her. I broke that promise then, and I broke it again now. He'll forgive you.
Marcus shook his head.
He said what he was most hurt about was that as my best friend, I didn't even go to him when I was thinking of asking Joselyn to be my partner. He found out almost a week after the fact, and only when we told everyone else.
Marcus winced at the memory.
It wasn't my best move ever. So I decided that I would give him a heads up about me and Joselyn dating too, since we hadn't told the rest of the family yet.
Looking back, that hadn't been the best time to add one more thing for Everett to be upset about him not sharing. When he was downstairs in his new bedroom and Everett and Hannah were in their living room reading and chatting before bed, he could hear them through his vent. Not that he was home every night in time to hear them, but the 2 nights he was, he heard Everett working through his feelings of betrayal at being left in the dark, and his worry for what it might mean for their family, along with Hannah's attempts at convincing him it would all be okay. At the sound of the order printer, Dustin twisted to grab the slip of paper from the machine. "You've been in love with Joselyn since well before I met you. If you ask me, I say you forget about the family, and you two do your thing and not worry about what they think." Marcus shook his head. It wasn't just about him giving up the family he loved. It wasn't just that it would mean giving up his best friends.
"This family isn't like yours. I couldn't do that to Joselyn."
Dustin handed him the slip of paper containing the order he needed to prepare.
"It sounds like you have a lot of thinking to do then. Good luck, buddy."
It wasn't just the family thing that was worrying him. So many things had been going wrong with the business that he was sure that Joselyn was wishing she had never partnered with him. He should have just let her have the building from the beginning, and there probably wouldn't have been so many troubles. When Marcus pulled up to the shop Saturday morning to meet with Nate, Joselyn was already getting out of her car. He met her on the sidewalk and gave her a quick kiss, but he could tell that she was every bit as stressed out as he was. Her movements were quick and focused on the building, and her eyebrows were scrunched together like they always were when she was worried or thinking hard. Once they walked outside, they found Nate and one of his crew working on installing the tile flooring back in the kitchen. There was still evidence of the damage the ice cream machine caused Thursday afternoon, but for only a day and a half later, it was looking much better.
"Come on up front," Nate said, getting to his feet. "I've only got one guy here today because my crew doesn't work on Saturdays, but we're trying to finish in plenty of time for you to decorate and get everything in place and still have time to make the ice cream before opening day."
Nate had been focused on the business, but possibly because of Marcus's and Joselyn's lack of enthusiasm, Nate threw out a jauntier,
"Just 2 weeks from the big day, right?"
Marcus tried to force a smile through his worries about the place.
"Yep. Okay, well," Nate said, "I asked you two to come in today because I contacted the guys who did the countertop, and they can't replace it with the same materials because they won't be back in stock in time. So we have these 2 choices instead. And I think either one would look good with your color scheme. What do you think?"
One was wood strips that would look just great. It was a beautiful color, but it reminded him too much of a chopping block at the restaurant and didn't make him think ice cream at all. The other was a nice crisp white, which went well with the other white accents they were using. So he pointed at the white sample at the same time Joselyn pointed at the wood one. Joselyn stiffened for a small moment, so Marcus said,
"Actually, let's go with the wood."
But Joselyn had also immediately said, "White's just fine, let's use it." Nate looked at them like he was amused, but hid it quickly. Probably because Marcus and Joselyn were so on edge.
"The wood countertop,"
Marcus said, a bit more firmly. "This is Sandra," Joselyn said, lifting her phone so she could see the screen. "We should probably take this." Nate gave them a nod and headed back into the kitchen area to work on the floor, and Marcus and Joselyn headed toward the back of the shop while Joselyn answered the video call. "Couple of bumps, sweeties," Sandra said. "Nate will have the booths ready to upholster by Wednesday, but the fabric we ordered will no longer be in on time. I've already pulled 3 different fabric samples that I think will work, though, and all 3 can be delivered by Wednesday." Joselyn didn't ask about them. She just asked, "You said a couple of bumps?" "The other," Sandra said, a bit more cautiously this time, probably sensing Joselyn's mood, "is just that we're a couple of tables short. That one will work itself out, I'm sure. Let's not worry about it." She aimed the camera at the samples. So, what do you think about the fabric? Joselyn looked at Marcus, so he said,
I'm fine with whatever.
I am too. Do you want to just pick the one that will look best? You don't want to? Sandra seemed to not know how to respond. Okay, I'll send a picture of it later. After Joselyn ended the call, she pushed open the back door and headed outside. Marcus followed her into the back parking lot, toward the building that would soon be Macy's Pause and Relax, where the grass between the two buildings was finally free of snow after so many months. Joselyn slumped her back against the building.
Rough night?
She nodded. He wanted to reach out to her, to wrap his arms around her and protect her from everything in the world that could cause her to look so downcast. But something about the feeling he was getting from her made him stay a few agonizingly far feet away. Remember back 2.5 months ago when we first started planning this new business? He nodded, smiling just thinking about it. If anyone ever asked him to name the most magical part of his life, it would be that.
It's been a lot of fun.
She stayed quiet for a long moment before saying, We stopped having fun. He let out a long, slow breath. Dealing with the dozens of problems they had come across in the past week had definitely been anything but fun. He was tired enough that if someone had told him that the past 7 days had actually been 7 weeks, he'd have believed it. Maybe the two of them just needed some distance from the business. Maybe they should go on a date again like they did last Saturday. He wondered if they had enough time to fit it in. He was about to open his mouth to ask when Joselyn spoke. I'm not sure our relationship can handle being in business together. It throws a wrench into everything, and now nothing is working out. She looked down at the asphalt, pushing a little stone with the toe of her shoe. Maybe my family knew what they were talking about when they said we shouldn't date. Marcus realized that at least a small part of him thought he must have been wrong to worry about the Zimmermans, because hearing it come from Joselyn made that part of him feel like it was crashing to the ground. He swallowed down a lump in his throat.
Dating isn't what has caused everything to go wrong. It's the only thing that has been going right.
She looked up at him. So, you think it's all going wrong because we are business partners?
I didn't say that. Both us dating and us being business partners has made everything so much better.
But everything with the business was going great until we started dating and being business partners. Then everything went downhill. So it's either because of the partnership or because of the relationship.
Joselyn,
he said, wanting to wrap her in the kind of hug that would comfort her and wash away all her worries.
It wasn't because of either of those things. They're just obstacles we need to overcome. Sometimes bad things just happen.
He believed the words he was saying. But there was also a part of him that had those same fears. A part that wondered if he hadn't been tempting fate by having too many great things in his life. This many bad things? I don't know, Marcus. I read some statistics that showed that couples who become business partners have a higher chance of ending their relationship than couples who don't.
You looked up the statistics on that?
His voice came out incredulous, but he couldn't help it. He was incredulous. Statistics don't lie.
Statistics aren't about us. This is you and me, Joselyn. We can't just use logic and spreadsheets to make our life decisions. They don't take into account our hearts.
He could tell that she didn't like the comment about the spreadsheets. She wrapped her arms around herself like maybe she was trying to protect her heart. I'm just saying that maybe we're stacking too much against us. Too many things are happening at the same time.
And you think that not dating will fix everything?
That would ruin everything. Through every part of this, Joselyn had been his place of calm in the storm. His guide through the maze, the excitement and joy that washed away all fears. His peace through worries. He loved her with every part of himself and wanted to be with her through everything else that would come. This business could fail, Marcus. 70% of all business partnerships fail, so yes, I think we should pull back on the dating. His brows drew together.
Statistics say that there's a chance it could fail, so you think we should pull back? Like in high school when you read that quiz and it said there was a chance we wouldn't work out, so you ended things?
It was an awful thing to bring up, and he felt terrible saying it the moment the words were out of his mouth.
Joselyn, I can't see you every day and be moving forward in our business life and not want to be moving forward in our personal lives too. I don't know how to do that.
She studied him for a long moment. Then, in a quiet, sad voice, she said, "We do know how to not move forward in our personal lives. We've done it for 10 years. We're experts at it." Marcus's mind flashed back to the past 10 years and how hard it had been to be around Joselyn, but not be dating her. Now that they had dated again, he knew exactly what he was missing out on. Exactly how much he loved her. Exactly how much he wanted to spend his life with her. The thought of sharing a business with her and not sharing a life with her was impossible. "I just think that maybe we need to put all our focus on the business," she said. "It's the most important thing." The words were like daggers to his heart. There was nothing on earth that was more important to him than she was, but those words meant she wasn't just wanting to put their relationship on pause. It meant that she didn't feel the same way about him that he felt about her. Their relationship just wasn't as important to her. He couldn't stay and have his heart crushed every single day when he came into work and saw her, loving her fully, yet knowing she didn't feel the same. He wasn't sure he would ever be able to get over Joselyn. He wouldn't even be able to try if he stayed in Nestled Hollow. He needed to go to a place where he could lick his wounds and at least try to heal. He slumped against the wall, too. He could feel her eyes on his, but he couldn't turn to meet them. Almost like the words were coming from someone else, he found himself saying,
"This business would be so much better if you were the one running the show. All of it."
"You don't want to stay being business partners?" Joselyn's voice came out quiet, shallow, hollow. He wanted to stay being everything. He wanted it all. He wanted Joselyn in his life every day. He wanted to hold her and love her and dream big dreams with her and build a life together. But he couldn't. He couldn't be around her every day and not have a life with her. It was an impossibility. He ignored the pain in his chest, the part of him that wanted to beg her to be by his side in life and in business. Instead, he forced himself to say,
"You'd run this better than I ever could. I can either turn my half over to you or I can be a silent partner."
He cleared his throat and plowed forward.
"Either way, I think it would probably be best if I wasn't around. I'd been considering going back to Hawaii before I found out about the building. I think I should probably do that now."
"You're going to leave? Just walk away?" The hurt in her voice was more than he could bear. He wanted to slide to the ground and not get up for a very long time. But he pushed himself away from the wall to stand up.
"I can't stay."
"How am I supposed to run this shop without you, Marcus? It takes both of us. Me for the business end and you for the ice cream." He shook his head.
"You're amazing, Joselyn. I'll make sure you have everything you need before I go, and you'll do just fine without me. You have all the Zimmermans supporting you, too. You've set this business up brilliantly. Everything will be just fine."
"It won't be, Marcus. And what about coming up with new flavors? You can't just go." He tried to swallow down the emotion, the part of him that never wanted to leave.
"I have to."
He took one glance at her but didn't want her to see how much it was hurting him to walk away. He started walking down the narrow alley between Macy's future shop and the one that had been his and Joselyn's for a blissful but way too short a moment. He'd only made it a few steps toward Main Street when Joselyn said to his retreating back, "You're going to just disappear out of my life like you did when I was in high school?" He stiffened and paused, then kept on walking. This was not just like high school. Back in high school, he loved her with everything he had. This time, his love for her was unimaginably greater than it had been back then. In high school, he'd always figured he would eventually recover from the pain of losing her. Now, he knew better. 17. Joselyn. When Joselyn had left the shop Saturday morning after breaking up with Marcus, nothing was right. There had been so many fears and doubts and worries piling on top of her since they started dating that she thought for sure ending things with him would blow all of those things clean away from her. That she'd be back to feeling normal and things with her and Marcus and with a cherry on top would go back to being fun and easy. She had been so very wrong. Intense sadness and longing and loneliness had moved into its place and had stayed with her all weekend. She didn't tell Macy that she and Marcus broke up. Her sister would want to grieve with her and then spout wisdom, and Joselyn didn't want either. She had spent the rest of the day Saturday and all day Sunday holed up in her room, furiously attacking her spreadsheets, trying to get things all figured out to the point that relief would come. That everything would fall into place. But they hadn't. She glanced at her phone. It was 8:13 a.m. on a Monday. If she hadn't had her last day on Friday, she would be pulling into a parking spot at LLE Financial right now, ready to start a new week at work. The fact that she wasn't made so many emotions swirl around inside her that she wasn't even sure whether positive ones or negative ones were winning. She had to believe that after some time apart, she and Marcus would figure things out. Maybe when things calmed down. All she knew was that she couldn't continue through life without him, but for right now, she had a lot of work to do. Their grand opening was a week from Saturday, and if Marcus wasn't going to be helping her right now, she had even more to do. She just wished he was here doing it with her. Until they started dating, they had worked together so well. He would come around soon, and they would get this business going together. He had to. They both had put too much into it for him to just walk away. They had both grown and changed a lot since high school. He wouldn't just disappear like he did last time. She hadn't been allowing herself to think about him. But when she slipped and did anyway, she thought about how much she missed dating him too. And how much she missed everything about him. Seeing that smile on his face, his booming laugh, his presence in a room. The way he made everyone feel valued. The way he made her feel cherished. No, she told herself, slapping her hands down on her desk and pushing herself to stand. This was a time for working and planning, not for mourning or wallowing. She'd been stuck at her computer for hours. Macy was gone running some errands for her own business, and when Joselyn heard the mail carrier's truck outside, she figured it was a good time to take a break, stretch her legs, and grab a few seconds of sunshine. Maybe it would help to get her mind off Marcus, too. As she stepped out onto the porch of her and Macy's apartment, she forced herself to take a slow, deep breath of the fresh mountain air, feel the sun on her face, and notice the green blades of grass poking their way up through the brown, smile at the tulips that she hadn't even known they had that were pushing through the dirt by her mailbox. Then she told herself things would be okay. She opened the flap to the mailbox and pulled out a few envelopes and a small box just as Hannah turned the corner 2 houses up, jogging behind her double stroller. Drew and Jason strapped in side by side and each holding a stuffed animal. The sight of her, someone who was living in the same house as Marcus, made the pang of longing strike deep in her heart. Joselyn waved at her sister-in-law, and as Hannah neared, she slowed her stroller to a stop. Joselyn might not have told Macy that she and Marcus broke up, but based on the look of sorrow that Hannah was giving her, Marcus had definitely told her and Everett. "How are you?" Hannah asked, like she was talking to an injured animal. Joselyn shrugged. "How is Marcus?" "Not well." Hannah turned to glance in the direction of their home, as if she could see it from there or see how Marcus was at that moment. "We haven't seen him outside of the basement too much, but he's gotten most of his things packed up and ready to be shipped." Panic hit Joselyn like a force and amplified her longing for him. He's really moving? Hannah cocked her head to the side.
To Hawaii. Didn't he tell you?
I just didn't think he would. Or that it would be a while from now. That we'd have time. She stared down at the mail in her hands, even though so many thoughts and feelings were rushing at her that she couldn't take any of it in. Then she looked back at Hannah. Did he say why? Hannah gave her a sad smile and studied her for a long moment before she said,
There's no way he could run a business with you while he was so desperately in love with you. Not if you weren't interested.
Emotion worked its way up to Joselyn's throat, and tears started streaming down her cheeks. He thought she wasn't interested? A crushing weight settled on her just guessing how much pain she had caused him.
Oh, sweetie,
Hannah said.
Come here.
She pulled Joselyn into a hug, and Joselyn asked, words muffled by Hannah's jacket, When? Hannah pulled back and with her hands on Joselyn's shoulders said,
It'll probably be soon. I'm not sure when, but he has an app on his phone for last-minute flights. It'll alert him when one opens up.
She thanked Hannah and headed back into her apartment in a daze, collapsing at their kitchen table, the mail spilling across its surface. What had she done? She let her head fall into her hands and stared at the box for a full minute before she noticed its existence enough to be curious about it. After grabbing a pair of scissors from the drawer, she cut the tape and opened the flap. Inside, all stacked so neatly next to each other, were the business cards that she and Marcus had ordered. She pulled one out and looked at the logo they'd made with what was now their signature colors, the company name they had come up with that late night in the kitchen at Kleinman Terrace when they were making ice cream, and the picture of the two of them. They had been sitting across the desk from Sandra during their first meeting with her, and she had said they were so adorable that she had to grab a picture. She sent it to Joselyn and Marcus, and they loved it so much that when they both became partners, they decided to use it for their official business picture. Joselyn reached out a finger to their picture. Their faces were so full of excitement at the possibilities in front of them, at knowing they were creating a business from scratch that hadn't existed before. Tears ran silently down her cheeks, dropping onto the table, making the card look blurry in her hands. How had she given up on the two of them as a couple? How could she give up on the dream they had on that day? She wanted to hear his booming, "Good morning, sunshine," greeting every morning. She wanted his strong arms around her. She wanted to work side by side with him. She wanted to spend her life dreaming big with him and working toward those dreams. She wanted the man who had been part of her family for most of her life. She wanted that man to start a family with her. She wanted the man who knew no stranger and gathered everyone in. She wanted the man who, when everyone wanted to be around him, wanted to be with her. She wanted that open, welcoming smile that drew people in. And she wanted that smile that he kept just for her. She wanted the love and support he kept just for her. She wanted it all. Yet she'd made the worst decision of her entire life and had thrown it all away. She dropped her forehead to her folded arms on the table and cried.
18. Marcus. Marcus headed into Ellesmore Market and made a beeline to the non-food section in search of shipping boxes. Even though he had moved into Everett's and Hannah's basement just 9 days ago, so he knew very well how much stuff he had, the number of shipping boxes he needed to send the things he wanted to keep still surprised him. He had thought of taking everything that wasn't logical to send to Hawaii over to a storage unit at Packet Inn, but he realized that it would be a tether holding him to Nestled Hollow. Proof that he was still holding on, hoping that something would work out between him and Joselyn, and then he could just pull himself back on that tether. He couldn't go through life like that, though. His heart wouldn't survive. He and Joselyn had tried dating twice, and it hadn't worked out either time.
He had to face that it was time to move on whether he wanted to or not. So he cut that tether and listed everything for sale online. 10 years ago, their breakup had gutted him. This time, the pain of losing her was so great that he couldn't imagine his heart could ever feel whole again. The only way he would survive was to move far enough away that she and the entire Zimmerman family felt like a distant memory. A dream. Something no longer real. He had dated people over the past 10 years, but he hadn't ever been able to convince himself to have a relationship with anyone who wasn't Joselyn. And he couldn't imagine being able to any time in the future either. He would just have to learn to be okay with that. While he was studying the sizes of boxes and mentally putting the items he had left in them, a notification sounded on his phone and he pulled it out of his pocket. It was his last-minute Flight Finder app, and a one-way flight to Hawaii had just become available. It was leaving tonight at 8:10. He glanced at the clock at the top of his phone. There should be enough time to finish boxing up everything he would have Everett shipped to him. Once he had an address in Hawaii to ship it to, pack a suitcase, drop off the last items that hadn't sold online yet at a charity, go to the lawyer's office in Denver who was making the business switch over to Joselyn Official, and still make it to the airport on time. He tapped the Claim My Seat button and put in all of his information, then touched the Purchase button, waiting to make sure the email verification showed up, then pushed the phone back into his pocket. After grabbing the boxes he needed, he headed up toward the front of the store to pay, but Ed and Linda Keach from the Main Street Business Alliance turned onto his same aisle. Great. He had been hoping, for probably the first time, not to see anyone he knew while he was in the store, so he wouldn't have to fake happiness.
Good morning,
he said, trying to make his voice sound normal and trying to smile big. He wasn't sure if he pulled it off.
How's the business going?
Ed asked, shaking his hand while clapping him on the back with his other hand.
It's going. I remember those first days of Keach's burgers and fries, he said. The grand opening went great, but for those few days after, you're not sure if people will actually come. Anyway, we've been meaning to stop by and talk with you. You know—
Ed, stop! Linda said, placing a wrinkled hand on his arm, but with all of her focus on Marcus. That look in your eyes can't just be from things going wrong with the business.
Oh no.
You two broke up. Marcus's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
You knew we were dating? How?
They hadn't even told all of Joselyn's family yet. No one told us, she said in a calm, quiet voice. We knew just by looking at the two of you.
Starting a business is hard on a relationship, Ed said.
As they stood near the end of the non-foods aisle, Marcus really looked at both of them.
How did you two make it through it?
Sweetheart, Linda said, this time placing her hand on Marcus's arm. We weren't nearly so daring as to start a brand new relationship while starting a brand new business. Ed chuckled softly.
No. Instead, we decided to start it when we had 5 kids, all under the age of 10.
But we'd gotten through a lot of bumps, and our relationship was solid. Even though it still taxed us to our max. Don't give up on each other. Things can still work out. Marcus looked down at the linoleum.
I don't think she wants things to work out between us. She's made it clear that she's fine with us being business partners, but not fine with us being a couple.
Do you know what you want? He nodded. He wanted to be her partner in everything. He wanted to date her, marry her, have a family with her, grow old with her, and wake up every day of his life next to her. He wanted to run with a cherry on top beside her. He wanted to walk hand in hand with her through all of life. He wanted to be there every time she got that sparkle in her eye and smile on her face when she got a new idea. He wanted to laugh with her and reminisce with her and make new memories with her. Are you sure she knows what she wants? Linda asked. He shrugged.
Ever since we first met when I was 9 and she was 7, she has seemed to always know exactly what she wants, and is working toward it.
Ed clapped him on the back.
Don't give up, son. Fear gets even the best of us, and works to confuse us into taking the wrong path.
Marcus thanked them, and went to the counter to pay for his boxes, and then headed back to Everett's to pack them up. It sounded like they were asking him to have hope, and hope was much too dangerous to even consider having. 19. Joselyn. By the time Macy got home that afternoon, it was after 4, and Joselyn had managed to stop crying, move from the table to the couch, and stare off into space for hours. Her stomach was growling from not eating. The couch was more comfortable, yet not comforting, and staring off into space had given her no answers. Now she just felt numb. Macy stood in the doorway, bag hanging from her shoulder, keys in hand, looking at Joselyn. After a short pause, she said, "You two broke up." Joselyn nodded. "I messed everything up, and I don't know how to fix it." There was a good long pause before Macy asked, "Don't know how or are afraid to?" Joselyn looked at her sister. Macy set her stuff down and joined her on the couch. "Tell me what happened." Joselyn took a deep breath, and it hitched at the end from being curled into herself and all the crying. "You know, we got along just fine before we started dating. The parts where it was just the two of us brainstorming and planning and getting things set up, those parts were all so great. Then, I don't know, we just started disagreeing and all the bad things just started happening." Macy sat with her legs crossed, facing her, and she reached out and pushed a lock of hair out of Joselyn's face. "Maybe you weren't getting along because you were both tired? Burnt out. You two have worked nonstop for weeks." "Maybe. But Macy, a lot of things have gone wrong." "Yeah, there were a lot of factors outside of your control that didn't go according to plan. It wasn't something either of you did or didn't do." "Right. It was an omen." "It wasn't an omen. You don't even believe in omens." After a pause, Macy asked, "Do you love him?" Joselyn turned to sit cross-legged facing Macy. "I do. So much. I realize that I always have. It just took me a bit to figure it all out. Now I can't even imagine life without him, ever. Being with him just feels..." She searched for the words to explain it. "Exactly right. So much more right than anything I ever guessed something could feel." Macy was quiet, so Joselyn just looked down, absently playing with the ankle of her sock. "Do you know what I think? I think that this is all your brain's fault." Joselyn chuckled and wiped away a tear, shaking her head. "Leave it to a little sister." Macy chuckled too. "Really, though, I think your brain is just trying to protect you from any possible dangers. It likes to do that anytime you're doing something big and scary. I mean, think about it. It's the same thing it was doing by trying to get you to procrastinate opening your own business. It used fear to keep you from taking a risk. It did the same thing in trying to get you to procrastinate having a long-term relationship with anyone. For years, you've been saying that you can't date anyone seriously until you got your life more together. Then you started working as Marcus's consultant and doing an amazing job of it. I don't think you could have found anyone who would have been able to honestly say that you didn't have your life together. So then your brain shifted its story and tried to protect you by saying you couldn't date Marcus because you couldn't be successful at a new relationship and a new business at the same time." Joselyn just looked at her sister, not even knowing how to take in everything she was saying. "Think about this logically and honestly, and tell me, do you think you need to be protected from a relationship?" Joselyn lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "Marcus is leaving. I could use protection from that." A flash of how much it had hurt back when he disappeared from her life in high school hit her. It had been the most painful thing she'd ever experienced, and he hadn't even left Nestled Hollow. Now he wanted to leave across an ocean, permanently. The pain she was facing was unfathomable. A knock sounded at the door, and Joselyn raised high enough to see the road through the window. "Did you text Mom and Dad?" Macy shook her head and got up. She swung the door open wide, and their parents walked into the living room, looking at her with long faces. "How are you doing, sweetie?" Her mom sat down on her other side and wrapped an arm around her shoulders in a hug. "We're sorry to hear that you and Marcus broke up. We were rooting for you two." Joselyn looked between her mom and her dad. "You knew we were dating?" Her mom shook her head. "No, I just found out when I heard that you broke up."
"I know ice cream is the standard breakup food," her dad said, handing her a plastic container. "But given the circumstances, we thought ice cream probably wouldn't help. So we swung by Elsmore and got you brownies."
Joselyn took the brownies and smiled up at her dad. "Thank you." He sat down on the coffee table in front of her.
"You okay?"
"I don't know. We broke up Saturday morning. Hannah said he's packing his stuff to move to Hawaii soon. I'm sorry I never told you, but Marcus and I also dated back in high school. He disappeared when we broke up then, too. If he's leaving again, then that means he doesn't want to try to work things out. That was what happened last time."
"That's not what happened last time."
Jocelyn's eyes flew to her dad's. From the corner of her eye, she saw her mom doing the same. He took a long, slow breath.
"I knew you were dating in high school. I, kind of accidentally caught the two of you kissing by the side of the garage one night. I know you were trying to hide how much you were hurting when you two broke up, so we wouldn't know."
He shook his head, looking down at the carpet.
"But it broke my heart to see my baby hurting so much. With as often as Marcus was always around the house, I knew it would be hard for both of you to recover. So I suggested that he stay away for a couple of months."
"That was why he left?" Her dad met her eyes then, his full of apology and a pleading for understanding. It was like someone put a bomb on the spreadsheet page in her mind that had contained hers and Marcus's past, blowing all the cells in different directions. And she was left scrambling to gather them up and put them back onto the page in the order they should be in, now that she had all the information. Another knock sounded on the door, this one more firm and insistent. Macy once again got up to answer it. As soon as she opened the door, Everett came inside, Jason on his hip, his phone in his other hand. Right behind him was Hannah, holding Drew's hand.
"Joselyn, you have to talk Marcus into staying." "Oh, hey, Mom. Dad, did you know Joselyn and Marcus were dating?"
Her mom nodded. "We feel terrible that they broke up." "So, wait," Joselyn said, turning back to her parents. "You aren't mad that we were dating?" "We all knew you eventually would," her mom said. "I mean, it's you and Marcus, after all."
"I didn't always know,"
Everett said.
"and I was mad."
Hannah patted Everett on the shoulder. "Luckily, he has me to talk sense into him. And luckily I'm patient because it took a while." Jocelyn's eyebrows drew together as she turned to her dad. "But that day at your house when we found out that we both wanted the same building and Mom suggested we have a business together, you said no." He held up a finger.
"A business partnership isn't the same thing as dating. I know how many disagreements Philip and I have had over the years in our business. I didn't want a business partnership to impact any chance the two of you had of getting together once you both decided that the timing was right."
Joselyn sat back on the couch, stunned. Had everyone known they would eventually get together but her? Why didn't anyone tell her? Maybe they could have stopped her from making such a stupid choice Saturday morning. And every moment since then. "And the timing is right for the two of you to get back together," Kenan said. "Like right now." Joselyn glanced around the room, looking for the source of Kenan's voice. Everett held up his phone and she saw her brother's face in a video chat.
I'm moving back in 2 months, Kenan said. I've been away from one of my best friends for a very long time. Now, be a good sister and don't let him leave before I get back, eh?
More knocks sounded at the door, and since Hannah was closest, she opened the door and her brother Oliver, his wife Audra, their 5 kids, her brother Zach, his wife Leah, their toddler and their baby, and her sister Nicole, her husband Noble, and their 4 kids all filed into the room, filling every last bit of space in hers and Macy's living room.
What are you guys doing here? Joselyn asked, bewildered.
Oliver held up his cell phone.
We got the all-hands-on-deck text from Everett.
He turned toward Everett.
So, what are we doing? We're getting Joselyn and Marcus back together. Yes, it's about time.
Oliver high-fived Everett and then turned to Joselyn.
Wait, back together? You two were dating and I missed it?
Everett looked down at his phone.
Swear word,
he shouted, his go-to curse word whenever their mom was in the room.
Marcus just texted. He says that an in-person goodbye is more than he can handle, so he'll call later. He just arrived at a law office in Denver to sign the business over to Joselyn, and then he's headed across town to the airport. He's got a flight that leaves tonight.
Joselyn flew to her feet, her heart racing, adrenaline spiking. I have to stop him. I have to tell him how much I love him. She took 2 steps toward the door, then turned and took 2 steps toward the kitchen and her keys, her brain going in so many directions at once that she didn't know where to go. The room erupted in a flurry of action, a kicked-over beehive of 25 people in a small area.
I'll go get the kids buckled in,
Everett said, racing out the door.
Come on, kids,
Oliver said, shooing them out the door.
We've got to hurry.
Macy,
Hannah said,
run upstairs and grab Joselyn something to wear that isn't so...
Her hand fluttered Joselyn's direction.
Sad?
Then, Macy, you ride with Zach. Joselyn, grab your makeup bag and a brush and I'll find you a water bottle. Leah, you're riding in the back of my parents' car.
Zach,
Leah said, passing the baby to him. Go get our kids in the car.
Joselyn,
Hannah said, you're with me and Leah. We're going to attempt to make it look like you didn't just spend all day crying and getting dehydrated. Hurry, people! We have a relationship to save. Joselyn had never seen people vacate a house so quickly. As soon as she came out of the bathroom, makeup, bag, and brush in hand, Macy was standing there with her sky blue blouse, the one she always got compliments on when she wore it, and dropped the boots she had grabbed to the floor. Joselyn handed the makeup and brush to Leah, pulled off her shirt right where she stood and had the new one on in less than 3 seconds, then grabbed the boots and raced outside, where her dad already had the car pulled into gear. Then, all 5 cars pulled away, all heading toward Denver, the airport, and the man Joselyn was in love with. 20. Marcus. After Marcus signed the last of the papers that the lawyer had drawn up to turn the business over to Joselyn, the paralegal slid them into a manila envelope. Marcus handed her the stack of papers he wanted to add to it, and the woman slid them in too, sealed it, and said, "We'll get this mailed out to Miss Zimmerman today." Marcus thanked her and grabbed his luggage, then headed out front and put it in the trunk of the waiting Uber. As the driver made his way through traffic across town, Marcus mentally ran through everything again, making sure he didn't forget anything. He felt like a jerk leaving Joselyn to run the business by herself with the grand opening just 12 days away, but he also knew that his hanging around wasn't going to be helpful either. And Joselyn was more than capable of doing it on her own. She would have had no problem at all running a business herself if he hadn't put in an offer on the building in the first place. Still, though, he wanted everything to go as smoothly as possible for her, and he hoped that all the problems she was going to run into had already happened. He told the lawyer he wanted to just sign over his half with no compensation. It wouldn't make up for him leaving her to pick up the slack on everything, but he hoped it would at least help. Making ice cream wasn't hard, it just took some practice. It was coming up with the perfect flavor combinations and knowing where to get the high-quality ingredients that were going to showcase those flavors best that was difficult. He had included in the packet that the law office was sending Joselyn all of the recipes for the ice cream flavors he had planned to make for the first month they were open, along with where and how to get the ingredients. He included instructions on how to make it, too, and he was sure she would be able to figure it out. But he also included a list of people he had worked with before that he thought she might be able to entice to take his job. Good people that he thought she would love working with. He had added his notes on which ice cream flavors he'd thought of using as their flavor of the month, too. After the driver pulled into Denver International and drove him to his gate, he got out, grabbed his luggage, and stood on the sidewalk, taking one last look at Colorado. The sun was low in the sky and covered somewhat by clouds, the air cool enough that most people were wearing jackets, but not cold enough for him to. He couldn't see much of the city from where he was, but he didn't need to. All of his memories of this place, especially the ones with Joselyn, were burned into his thoughts for life. It used to be that his memories of Joselyn were limited mostly to Nestled Hollow or Mountain Springs, but all they had done together over the past 11 weeks made everything in Denver colored with her, too. Hawaii, though, was the one place he had lived that held no memories of Joselyn. The one place he had lived before he met her. He could go there and not see her in everything that surrounded him. The climate, the elevation, and the scenery were about as different from Denver as he could get, so maybe that would help too. Still, though, he didn't know if moving there would fix his heart. When he had first moved to Denver to go to culinary school, he had longed for Joselyn just as much as when he'd been living in Nestled Hollow. Going somewhere that hadn't held memories of her hadn't helped him get over her at all. So maybe Hawaii wouldn't help either. It didn't matter where he was going. He was going to miss her, and he worried it was going to be more than he could handle. He was going to miss the entire Zimmerman clan, too. But maybe his moving would help Joselyn. He breathed in the cool mountain air one last time, then turned and walked into the busy airport. The place had been busy every time he'd been there, but it still surprised him that it was so busy on a Monday night. He made his way to security and joined the long line of people dragging their luggage as they inched forward. When he made it halfway to the front of the line, he thought about how good it was that he had gotten to the airport earlier than he had planned. By the time only a handful of people were in front of him, he glanced down at his watch, worried that he would be cutting it a bit close on time. When a TSA agent waved for him to come to his stand, Marcus walked toward the man, his phone open to his boarding pass, his driver's license in hand, wheeling his luggage behind him. But a strange sound caught his attention, like a summer downpour on a metal roof, and he glanced in the direction it came from. Oliver Zimmerman's oldest, 10-year-old Larissa, sprinted around the corner and came to a halt, searching the crowd. He cocked his head, wondering why in the world she would be in the airport looking like she was running for her life when she spotted him and yelled, "Stop!" before bending over to put her hands on her knees, panting from her run. Marcus glanced at the agent, who waved him off to the side, then yelled, "Next!" to the line. A fraction of a moment later, the sound he now realized were dozens of feet pounding on the floor as they ran turned into a couple of dozen people rounding the corner. All Zimmermans. Did they come all this way to say goodbye since he'd left without telling anyone? Then he spotted Joselyn in the group as she walked toward him, separating from her family. Her breathing was quick and her face was flushed from running, pink spread across those beautiful cheeks of hers. Her hair was down and looking almost wind-blown, and he was sure she was the most beautiful sight in all the world. He ducked under the fabric strap of the security barrier, dragging his suitcase as he walked in a daze toward her. She ran the last few steps to close the gap, and when she reached him, she put her hands on the side of his face and kissed him on the lips. "Don't go," she whispered, the urgency in her words matching her kiss as she pressed her lips to his again. "Please don't go." Another kiss. "Stay." He dropped the handle to his suitcase and wrapped his arms around her waist, his driver's license and phone still in his hand. She kissed him again. Come back to Nestled Hollow. He could kiss Joselyn and listen to her pleas to stay all day, but he had to know what it was that she truly wanted. He needed to hear the words. He pushed the phone and license into his pocket, then put his hands on her hips and stepped back to where he could look into her eyes.
Are you saying you want to get back together?
She looked at him, those green eyes intense and searching and still pleading. I'm saying that I was so wrong, Marcus. So wrong about so many things. Yes, I want to get back together. I think it took almost losing you to realize exactly how badly I want you in my life, and how you are so perfectly, exactly who I want to be with every single day of always. I want to build a life with you, and a family with you, and grow old with you, and run with a cherry on top with you, and disagree about things with you, and have spirited debates about it all through every single bit of it. He searched her eyes for truth because the words were too sweet, too perfect, too much of what he had wanted for as long as he could remember for him to possibly dare to believe them. But all he could see in her eyes was love, determination, and commitment.
Are you sure this is what you want?
Yes! She placed another kiss on his lips. Yes, more sure than I've been of anything in my life. Her eyes were full of truth. Beautiful truth. Exquisite, perfect, enduring truth. Heart-mending truth. He let go of her and bent down next to his suitcase, fumbling to open the zipper just enough to pull out the little box packed right on top. His fingers found it, and he gently tugged it out. He had bought the ring a few weeks ago, hoping he would get a chance to propose soon, maybe when the shop opened. He knew it had no longer been a possibility, but it had been the one thing that he hadn't been able to let go of when he packed up the rest of his life to move away. Returning the ring felt too much like he would be parting with the last bit of hope he had in him, and doing that could ruin him. Now he was so grateful he hadn't. With the box in hand, he got down on one knee, and he heard the collective gasp of all the Zimmermans in front of him, and all the people waiting in the airport security line behind him. People he'd forgotten were even there while he'd been in his bubble with Joselyn.
Joselyn?
He laughed, and as the sound carried, he realized how quiet the very busy area had become.
I've imagined this moment hundreds of times, and I can't say I ever pictured it happening in an airport as I was about to move across an ocean. And I never pictured being at the point where I'm down on one knee, wringing hands, without having figured out exactly what I want to say.
But as he looked up at her, her brown hair framing that beautiful face that he had memorized and rememorized so many times over the years, those perfect eyes that held the best of everything, he knew what he wanted to say.
Joselyn, I've known you since I was 9, and I've been in love with you every day since then. I want to be with you and love you every day for the rest of my life, too. Please say you'll marry me.
Yes. Yes! She held out her left hand as he pulled the ring from the box. Her fingers shook slightly, almost like she was as impatient as he was for every day of the rest of their lives to begin. He slid the ring onto her finger, then stood and brought his hands to her face, sliding his fingers into her hair, cradling her head like it was the most precious thing on earth, because that was exactly what it was. Then he leaned forward and pressed a soft, gentle kiss on her lips, a promise to always be there for her. She kissed her own promise into his lips, and the peace of knowing everything was exactly as it should be washed over them. A chorus of "Awws" sounded from a couple of hundred people, reminding him once again that they were there. And because he now remembered they were there, he dropped her into a dip and let himself feel his hammering pulse so near the surface, the electricity coursing through him as he gave her another kiss, a promise for the future he had always wanted but hardly let himself dream of. This time the applause was thunderous. He lifted Joselyn upright and wrapped his arms around her, a grin spread across his face that he knew wasn't going to leave anytime soon. They were both flushed as all the Zimmerman family gathered around them, clapping him on the back and giving them hugs and congratulating them. The family that he thought was going to be lost to him forever was welcoming him in. In all the ways he had imagined proposing to Joselyn over the years, he couldn't say he imagined doing it with nearly all of her very large family present, but somehow that felt exactly right. Mr. Z shook Marcus's hand with both of his, Marcus's hand sandwiched between his.
Welcome to the family, son. I've waited a long time to be able to say that.
Mr. Z smiled at him, and Marcus was pretty sure he was tearing up just a bit. Once everyone had gotten a chance to congratulate them, Everett grabbed Marcus's suitcase, and all the Zimmermans headed back out of the airport. Marcus and Joselyn stayed at the back of the group, walking slowly and taking their time. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and she leaned in, resting her head against him. When they got to the vestibule and everyone else was outside, Joselyn turned and wrapped her arms around his waist, stopping him. The thought of being with you forever, Marcus Williams, feels so right. How did we ever manage to wait so long to get back together after high school? Marcus ran his finger down her temple and cheek, then ran his knuckles along her jawline.
Maybe we just needed to wait until it could be forever.
Epilogue. Joselyn. If anyone would have asked Joselyn a year ago where she thought she'd be today, she might have been hopeful and said that she would be standing outside of her own business on Main Street, basking in unseasonably warm and sunny weather for November 5th. But she never, ever would have guessed that she would have discovered that the love of her life had been right under her nose the whole time, that she would have gotten married, and that she would now be waiting with what seemed like half the town to find out the gender of the baby they were having. Marcus stepped up behind Joselyn and wrapped his arms around her, his hands landing on her growing stomach. He wasn't wearing a jacket, yet his arms were still warm against her.
Are you ready to find out where this next adventure is going to lead us?
They had definitely had plenty of adventures in the past year. They had gone from planning a business to planning a wedding to planning a new home to now planning to be parents. The business was going well. The wedding was perfect. The finishing touches were being put on the home Nate was building them on her part of the Zimmerman family plot, right next to the house he just finished for Kenan and his family. And now they were about to find out if they were going to be parents to a son or a daughter. She tilted her head up toward him. If it's anything like our other adventures, it'll be perfect. Marcus gave her a kiss.
Just like you.
Joselyn hadn't often pictured herself being married before she and Marcus started dating, but even if she had, she wasn't sure she could have imagined anything as wonderful as being married to Marcus. She couldn't believe she had ever doubted that the two of them would work out. All the hard things they had faced together over the past year had made them strong, and she knew that they could face down anything that came their way. Macy skipped up to them, excitement barely contained. Are you ready? The gender reveal party had been her idea, and she had been the one to go with them to their ultrasound appointment to find out the gender so it could be a surprise to Joselyn and Marcus. Between Macy's excitement of the party and Joselyn's and Marcus's excitement at becoming parents, it didn't take long to turn into a party involving, with a cherry on top, Macy's new business Pause and Relax, and half the town. She and Marcus both grinned, and Macy headed down Main Street toward the big, closed-in tent area she had set up 100 yards away. As she walked down the middle of the street, she had all the family, friends, and townspeople back up toward the sidewalk on one side, or toward Snowdrift Springs that ran down the middle of the street. When Macy got to the end, she glanced back at them before ducking into the tent. Marcus moved to Joselyn's side and grabbed hold of her hand. She squeezed his tightly, her stomach fluttering. With a flourish, Macy flung open the tent wall, and her dogs Reese and Lola raced out of it and down the aisle, made by all the onlookers, toward Joselyn and Marcus, each of them clutching in their mouths a corner of a giant pink flag that billowed out behind them. "We're going to have a girl!" Joselyn shouted. Marcus wrapped his arms around her and turned them both in a circle.
"We're going to have a daughter!"
He kissed her on the lips. Then, as if his excitement was too much to contain, he turned to the crowd and shouted, "We're going to have a daughter!" He ran toward Joselyn's brothers, and he and Everett did a jumping chest bump before he did the same with Kenan. Then he threw his arms around each of her siblings and their spouses and her parents, then raced down the line of nieces and nephews, giving fives to each of them as he went. Then he shouted to the crowd again, "We're going to have a daughter!" Macy, Hannah, the rest of Joselyn's family, and a good portion of their business alliance friends, Brooke, Tori, Elite, Cole, the Keaches, the Trainers, the Elsmores, Joey, Nate, all gathered around to congratulate her and Marcus, and she hugged them and thanked them all. Whitney, the woman who owned the Nestled Hollow Gazette and had been Marcus's same grade in high school, stepped closer to Joselyn as she took pictures of the event. As she lowered the camera, she said to Joselyn, "He would be exactly this excited whether you found out it was a boy or a girl, wouldn't he?" Joselyn nodded. "It's one of the things I love about him. I can't wait to see how he is as a father." Whitney looked at Marcus's excitement with a wistful yearning that Joselyn had never seen on the woman's face before. It had only been there a moment, though, before she seemed to wipe it away with sheer willpower and brought the camera back up for more pictures. As Marcus made his way around the entire length of the crowd and back, he wrapped his arms around Joselyn again and gave her a kiss that immediately turned into a smile. "So, I take it you're excited we're having a girl?" Marcus laughed that loud, rumbling laugh that she lived for.
"It's music to my ears. I guess this means we can start decorating the back room in the shop, and then the nursery at home as soon as we move in."
Then he turned to the crowd and said with a raised voice,
"As you might have guessed by that flag, a big scoop of pink lemonade stand is free for everybody today."
He waited for the crowd to finish cheering and then added,
"I made several buckets worth, so make sure you come inside and get yours. Oh, and the blue C is for cookie flavor is half-priced until the cartons I made of that are gone."
The crowd roared in laughter, and Joselyn wondered for the 100th time how much of With a Cherry on Top success was because of his incredible ice cream, and how much was because they loved the man serving it. He was an easy man to love.
"Shall we?"
She reached her hand out and he clasped it in his, and they headed inside their shop. They had run into a few more problems when doing the last-minute projects before the shop had opened earlier in the year, but every time she walked in, Joselyn was overwhelmed with the feeling of it having turned out exactly right in the end. This place felt like home, and running it with Marcus brought her more joy than she ever thought running her own business would. Hand in hand, they both walked behind the counter, grinned at each other, then, together, started scooping up cones full of pink lemonade stand for the endless crowd that poured through their doors. This has been Coming Home to the Top of Main Street, a sweet small-town romance, a Nestled Hollow romance. Written by Meg Easton, narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright 2019-2023 by Meg Easton. Production copyright by Meg Easton.